crawl.
Apologies, somebody jumped the gun. Well, welcome to the December 29th Board of Selectmen meeting. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, everybody who's here. I hope everybody had a good time with their family and friends. We'll start off the meeting with review and approval of consent items. For this evening, we have in the accounts payable manifest for December 16th, $82,264.38. December 23rd, $21,126.93, and December 30th, $19,054.52. For payroll manifest for 12/18, or December 18th, we have $67,231.20. December 24th, we have $69,126.52. And December 31st, $66,564.26. We have a treasurer's reconciliation for November 2025, a town clerk reconciliation for November 2025. We have two new veteran tax credits under RSA 72:28 for $750 each, and we have one new all veterans tax credit for RSA 7228B for $750. And then we have finally a boat agent of the town boat agent for town of Litchfield, Irwin Marine, for the year of 2026. Anything need to get removed, or I'll take a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Gannon. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Queenan. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. Request for any additional items or other business for this evening. We have a long docket tonight, and I do want to get the representatives up ahead if we can. But
You have that note at the top? Motion for the.
That got pulled.
You got that in?
That got
Oh, you
pulled.
pulled it? All right.
That got pulled. Yep. Is there nothing else? All right. Our first public input will occur no earlier than 6:45 PM. If there is no objections, I'd like to skip down to the discussion of state reps, if that's okay with everybody. If you gentlemen would like to step forward, identify yourselves, and, yeah, for the mic anyway, yeah, if you could, Rich.
We'll pull the table to you. There's no seats.
BYOC.
Oh, yeah, I don't know where the seats went. Well, thank you, all three of us, for coming out, and with the weather and everything, coming out and visiting us tonight.
Hey, it's New Hampshire.
It is New Hampshire. Later on, it'll be much more fun. I'm sure it'll be a lot more slicker, I think. So I know we invited you folks here. We've reviewed a lot of the bills that are pending up at the state, and obviously, I'd like to hear from the three of you what you're doing to help Litchfield, specifically Litchfield. We have a lot of struggles when it comes down to a lot of cost shifting when it comes to the town side. Anything we have been getting from the state perspective seems to be dwindling or going away, and we're looking up now on the backs of our residents. So, if you guys want to start that way, and then we can open it up for any other questions. And I think we have a list of some bills we may have some comments about or questions about, if that makes sense.
I think for the public too, we know who you are, but just
Oh,
say
yeah.
who you are. Introduce yourself.
Raven Peoples, 205 Charles Bancroft Highway.
Rich Lascelles, 236 Charles Bancroft Highway. I'm neighbors with Ray.
Poor guy.
Ralph Bohm, 6 Gibson Drive.
Like I said earlier, thank you for the three of you for coming out.
Thank you.
Who would like to start?
Well, John, maybe it might help if we have a little bit more of an idea what you're looking for, because we're all on 3 different committees. I'm on education funding, Rich is on criminal justice, and Ralph is on transportation,
Public Works
public works.
and Roads,
Okay.
and on the NRPC.
Based upon what you said, John, if I may, I think it's important that you understand the dynamics of where the demographics are in the House. And first of all, everybody knows we have 400 seats. There's a few empty seats, but right now the balance of power is about 25 or 30 seats toward the Republicans. But the one thing that is important to note is that over the past few years, there has been a very strong libertarian move within the state of New Hampshire. There's something called the Free State Project, which is recruiting, in a way, New Hampshire, because of our live free or die mentality and our lack of taxes and perception of freedom. It has been very enticing for people on the libertarian side to move to New Hampshire. And these people are not just your everyday citizens. Most of them move here with the idea of becoming very active in the state. And we have, of the 200 and some members of the Republican caucus, there's probably in the neighborhood of 80 to 90 libertarians. And so that influence, and in fact, the majority leader of the House caucus is very much a leader of the Free State Project. This influence has caused a pretty pronounced power struggle within the Republican caucus, because even though we're on the majority, within the Republican caucus, there is a lot of turmoil. For instance, most of us believe in home rule. Well, home rule in many cases has come under attack in different ways. And with respect to education funding, the libertarians are, if you will, enemies of public education. They call public education government schools, okay? So they're very much in favor of the education freedom accounts, the whole concept of homeschooling, that sort of thing. So people who are not members of that particular side of the party were in a constant struggle, and so that comes to bear with local funding. When you think about the retirement system, you know, the retirement system has really come under a lot of strain recently. Well, there isn't a lot of sympathy at the state level for anything that would improve that situation. So Ralph and I sit on the Hillsborough County Executive Committee. Well, the Hillsborough County Executive Committee is made up of, the majority are Democratic.
63 to 60.
Yeah, it's close, but it is a Democratic majority. Well, this year we passed a significant increase in the county budget, and that impacts all of us. And the justification for that is that, oh, well, it doesn't add up to much on an individual's tax rate, which that might be true. But the idea is that we always have these ratcheting costs. They ratchet up, they don't seem to go down. When COVID came along, we really ratcheted everything up, and unfortunately, things do not go down the way they go up. So we're constantly battling that battle. And in the case of Hillsborough County and the county taxes, we lost that battle. There's no doubt in my mind that we lost that battle. So with respect to, you know, things that are happening at the State House, you know, there's we're very proud in New Hampshire of our tradition of local control, but also no statewide taxes. And we all know that there's a pledge that pretty much everybody who's been successful at the statewide level has taken the pledge for no broad-based taxes. And on the Republican side, it's not just no broad-based taxes, no taxes at all. You know, they keep eliminating taxes, capital gains taxes. That's been a lot of the business taxes have been lessened, you know, now in this session, we're running into a situation, we have shortages. Well, they're talking about now raising fees. And of course, there's a lot of people on the Republican side that think fees are just another form of taxes. So we're under considerable pressure. Us three are sort of in the same ballpark when it comes to philosophically. I won't speak for them, but we're under a lot of strain of coming up with revenue sources that don't increase taxes. So that's what I have to say about it.
Yeah, on that too, everybody knows I'm at odds with our majority leader. And I speak against him a lot. One of the things, he's a free stater, but he's the one pushing these zoning laws at the state level. And I'll get my argument in on the speech I had given on the floor. How can a free stater be against local control? And he was the sponsor of some of the zoning bills to put it back to the state. In 1925, the state gave all the zoning to the towns and cities and whatever. And now he's trying to take it back. And, you know, so I challenged him on that. I'm sure he's going to probably get somebody to primary me like he did last term. And it was the convicted murderer. But, which was funny. But anyway, because I'm running, I'm the Litchfield Hutchins Floterial.
Right.
Okay. And by the way, this is my 18th year. I've been six terms on education, 2 terms on election law, and this term on public works and highways. So the only reason I did the public works one is because also on the NRPC, and we figured that would be a good. But yeah, there is a problem with people. Also, free staters also want unlimited access to drugs, pretty much. I mean, we had one rep, I think 2 terms ago, put in a bill to make LSD legal. I mean, but anyway, and the big push is also on parental rights and whatnot, which the governor vetoed. Anyway, so yeah, so we're working on, you know, my thing is, and I speak against and say no to the zoning bills. They actually tabled one last year, well, retained it to bring it forward this year to limit what towns can say as size of building lots, you know, and come on. If you move into, say, Hollis, because it's 3 acre building lot, that's what you want.
Right.
And you can't say a town, no, you can't do that anymore. No, wait a minute. And they're not looking at other issues like water, and that kind of thing. For example, Wyndham. Yeah, there's a lot of open space and whatnot, but they have a water problem in Wyndham.
Right.
And if you watch my show, Caitlin Katab, who's the rep from Wyndham, she's brought that up too. So, yeah. And back on the EFA program too, the big push with the Dems, no, we got to get rid of the EFA program. We're taking kids away from the public schools. But the point is, I look at it this way: education is for all the students in the state that but there's not that many private schools in the state. Maybe can handle 10% of the total school population. So what's the big issue? And I mentioned that on my show one time too. It's no big deal. Right now there's 10,000 people students on EFA program, something like that. That's the limit. It's gonna go up. But what, 150,000? That's not even 10%.
Right.
Yeah. So
Well, it's, I guess, I mean, I have, there are two House bills that I looked at, and I don't know what your three positions are on it. It's House Bill 1224, which is the default, which specifically says to pull out vacant positions. In this town, that would probably hurt us right now, right? Because we have two vacant positions and been trying to recruit year after year for two officers that were voted in by the residents. And since COVID and since we came out of our police department issues in the past, we've been having a difficult time finding qualified officers. And most towns around us are having the same problems. That would impact us in some respects. I think the other one, which is 1227, the tax cap, and how you calculate tax cap.
yeah.
Those are two, those to me are ones that would cause impact for us because of the way we function today, right? So I don't know what the three of you folks who sponsored and what your thoughts were around it, but those
No,
are the two that I.
There's a bill, HB 675, that was in the budget last year, and we took it out. I spoke against it and got it taken out. That was to force a tax cap on school districts. In other words, we had it in this town, people said no. I mean, but this was to force it. The argument being, well, not everybody goes and votes. That's their fault. Not the state to say it. I killed it. I got up, Caitlin Cotab put in an amendment to the budget to take it out. I spoke on it, and it died, but now they're bringing it back, the original bill this year. So that's interesting to see how that's gonna go. But I'm looking at it this way, I want to see what our school district is coming up with their budget this year. I might just be quiet,
Give Ray a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah, good, Ray.
yeah.
Well, on a lot of these bills that are coming up, we've got almost 1,000 bills to
Yeah.
look at. I can tell you from my committee, education funding, this committee was stood up last year. It's new. They took education and divided it in half. They have an administration and policy committee, and they have a funding committee. As you know, that we're trying to come up with some solutions to get rid of the Claremont lawsuits, settle those out so that they don't keep suing us. I don't know if you're aware that there's been like 16 different suits on that. And if you look at the news lately, you can see that Claremont's in a world of hurt and then some. But that's not just them. There's a lot of school districts in the state that are having problems. So bills that I see that are going to impact Litchfield that are coming up from the education funding side is there's a bill coming to raise the statewide property tax. And although it raises the tax to $5 a thousand, it also, on the other hand, funds the adequacy at $10,000 per student. So that's a bill that's coming. A lot of these bills haven't been heard in committee. As you know, all bills have to go to committee. If they're passed out of committee, they come out one of three ways. Either ought to pass, or inexpedient to legislate, or the bill is retained. And basically, if it gets retained, it's just another name for death. Or it can do an interim study. But they don't usually come out of that as a successful bill. So we have that bill that's coming out of the Claremont area from the state reps out there. We have another bill that will, let's see, trying to think of the ones that be impactful. There's a bill that impacts the SAUs. They want to reduce the SAUs in the state to 14. Manchester, Nashua, and the 10 counties, and turn all the SAU business over to the counties. Because
That removes local control.
not so much local control, because that's the school board's job. But it does lower the costs. Because right now we have high-paid administrators in like 117 different SAUs in the state. And the county government actually does a really good job with those kind of rolled-up things, because we're talking about administrative duties, HR, paying bills, and that kind of work. So there's a bill that would impact our schools if that passed. I'm not sure I have a lot of hope for that going through, but it's there. We've got a couple of study commissions going on, one on special education. We've had a lot of work being done on that because one of the very large drivers in the cost of schools right now, is special ed. And it's unclear to why it's happening. So they've been charged with figuring that out. They've had several meetings. They got an interim report that should be out right now, and that final report next end of the session.
Ray, you've spoken before that welfare should be covering some of those special needs
Not welfare, Medicaid.
medication.
So we, the town of Litchfield, the school district here, does not bill Medicaid.
Are there schools that do?
Yes. And if it's health-related, if it's a cost that's being incurred for a student and it's health-related, that should be covered by insurance or Medicaid. The HHS thinks that we're living somewhere between 5 to 9 million on the table every year in money that is not being billed by school districts in the state of New Hampshire. And I did talk to our superintendent, and we do not bill for that. So that outside of being the taxpayer's pocket, that's a potential revenue source that we could tap into. Is it large? I don't know. How much it is? I don't know. Those are all the kind of things the commission is working on trying to ascertain. Why is our identification rate where it's at with how many kids are getting identified for IEP? So if you know the school funding solution, there's base adequacy. There's a stipend for English as a second language. There's a stipend on top of that for free or reduced lunch, because they use that as a marker for poverty. And then there's special education. And up to, the districts are, and I don't want to get this wrong, and I'm probably going to make a mistake somewhere along here. The districts are responsible for the cost up to 70,000. Then after 70,000, catastrophic aid kicks in. And the state starts paying a much larger percent. The last couple of years, it was down to 68% because they didn't have the money. It's been mandated by the federal government. The IDA grants have been less than anticipated. The costs have been greater than anticipated. So to make it fair, they prorated it down to 68%. We passed a bill through last year, and the governor signed it, that limits that to 80%. So it can't be prorated to any less than 80%. So that will help our district with some funding. And as you said, downshifting money, that's never anybody's intention. Sometimes it happens because they're trying to straighten out something else. And every law that we change has an impact. And often has impact in several areas that's hard to ascertain, and those are the unintended consequences that we all have to live with.
Yeah, a good
Day to day.
example, you mentioned the statewide education property tax, which isn't a statewide, it never leaves the town. Most towns, it does not leave the town. In Litchfield, you just could add it to your school property tax. The problem is, what it causes is the town then have to spend money on reevaluation. And that's why it's in there for every 5 years. It's got to do it by law because of the statewide education property tax, to try to make everybody somewhat equal, which isn't. Because people complain, like in Claremont, for example, well, our tax rate is so high. Yeah, but your property values are so low.
Yeah.
It
So-
equals out.
So on that particular bill, that one of the changes that's in that bill is that the fact that it all will go to the state, and it will be distributed back out to truly equalize the costs.
Yeah.
Because you do have towns, you have Claremont and Charlestown and Newport. These towns are truly struggling. It's not all just about Litchfield. Sometimes we gotta look at it from the state.
Yeah.
And then you've got towns like Portsmouth and the Seacoast area that has extraordinarily large revenue.
Right.
So to balance the state, that's what this bill would do. It also increases the base adequacy to $10,000, which is $3,000 more than what the judge said that it should be. And on top of that, there would still be free and reduced lunch and special education, of course, on all those other ones. So I see that having some impact to Litchfield because I'm not sure that we wouldn't be a donor town. I think we're wealthy enough that we probably would have to pay a little more. Of course, we talked about the default budget bills and where that's at. Zoning, there's towns that require very large lots, and some of the zoning is being driven because of that. You know, so,
The ADUs, though, that's hitting us here in
well,
Litchfield.
the ADU stuff has just begun to impact us, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid as well, because what it's not coming with is any help for infrastructure.
Well, no, it's, you know, and that in lies the problem. In the town of Litchfield, we have pretty good zoning. The planning board and stuff is, for a number of years, going all the way back to Ed Albuquerque, has done a wonderful job of providing a stable, steady future. I mean, I spent a lot of time on the planning board. Joan, Kim, all of us have had impact into that. But now, all of a sudden, you take a neighborhood that had 100 houses in it, now it has a possible potential for 200. What's that do to your water? What about waste disposal? We don't have sewers, so that means septic system's got to be up to snuff. Now, if everybody doubles the size of their septic system, or doubles the effluent going into it, what's going to happen to our groundwater? I mean, the ADU thing is a double-edged sword. It may help relieve some of our housing issues, because we do have a housing issue. We're 60,000 units short, according to the experts, in what we should have. And we certainly don't have any affordable housing when you've got apartments starting at $3,100 a month. I mean, how's any young couple going to start out with that unless they both have six-figure jobs, which isn't the common thing. But, so, I mean, we have a lot of bills coming, and once we get started, we have full session days the 7th and the 8th. We'll have a little better idea what's coming down when we'll start hearing these. A lot of them haven't been heard. So we're a little early on the process to tell you what's going to happen.
We're actually a little late on this process. We wanted to get you in here last year.
Yeah.
It just got so busy and crazy, so we didn't get the opportunity.
We have to remember, we extinguished all the bills
Yeah.
from last session. In September, they started loading them up again. So that happened, you know, so we're in the new batch.
Well, next week, the 7th and 8th, are just all the bills that we retained last
Our
year.
retained bills, yeah.
Retained ones. Any members? Kim, I know you had some, you were looking at the list of bills, and I think you highlighted a few. Was there anyone you want to pop up? Or
I did, so, Rich, we're gonna miss you on municipal and county government,
We all are.
that committee.
Mm.
But we did notice there are a lot of zoning repealing the acts of last session. So it seems like there's at least some bills coming around.
Good.
Of course, the town of Raymond has been doing a lot of work to try to get towns together to discuss the infrastructure needs that these bills have created, Wyndham being one, Raymond being another. But there were quite a few that are talking to the tax cap again. And so what would be your suggestion if the town has concerns on a certain bill? To email it to the entire contingency of you folks?
Yeah,
or-
if, depending on the committee, yeah. Email us and also email the people on that committee.
We get literally hundreds of emails.
Hundreds.
But if the people from within Litchfield contact us, we definitely give those emails a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And of course, you can't satisfy everyone, of course, but it is important that you get feedback from, particularly from within our constituency.
And particularly if you're really strong on something, go up and testify.
Come testify.
And right now, the legislative office building is closed, so you gotta go up another exit. What's the name of the building?
But I will tell you that the people that show up there and testify, that's where the true weight comes. It's the email's great, but a lot of times we can't tell what the source is. Somebody will start lobbying for a particular bill, such as the car inspection one. I literally, and I'm sure you guys got as many as I did, hundreds upon hundreds of bills supporting removing the car inspections. It was like every day I have to clean out 100, 150 emails just on that one thing. Many of them came from the same source.
Yeah, over, also too, I mean, over the years I've been there, my 18th year, the most was the speed, from all over the country, speed limit on Lake Winnipesaukee. That's where we got the most bail ever.
So many of the people who come to testify at the committees have an axe to grind. You
Yeah.
know, they're either part of a nonprofit, or they're
Non-government organization.
Yes, or they're from some particular organization. Where if a citizen comes and testify, and particularly if they have in-person experience. Last year, we had a bill that came before criminal justice, and there was a young man from Litchfield that came to testify. Well, I mean, that was a big deal I put a lot of weight in what this gentleman had to say. So nothing's ever easy, but we put a lot of weight in the committee testimony.
Yeah, the normal weights we give is the first people to speak at a committee are the state reps and state senate, then the agency itself, like education, and then citizens, and the last people are the lobbyists. Okay? In the House, we put very little weight on the lobbyists. They're being paid by someone. Unfortunately, on the Senate side, they put all their weight on the lobbyists, because that's where their donations come from. So,
By coming to testify, it also does something that you can't do through an email. And that's an interactive conversation, because now you're testifying before a committee of maybe 22 people. We get to do one thing that you can't do via email. We can ask you questions. Like, Mr. Brunel, why do you feel so passionately about that? I mean, it's clear that this is obviously good for your community, and you can defend the position and tell me why it's not. Or particular, not all bills are bad. Maybe a bill has one particular section that you don't like. But if you come up there and testify and we can ask you questions, clarifying questions, then we might be able to amend that bill and make it a little bit more palatable for everybody and get it through that way. So I will tell you that coming up to Concord is probably the very best way. And there's no reason why sometimes you can't send staff if it's something you feel strong enough. Send staff.
Well, I do want to respect the 3 years' time. Does anybody else have any other?
No, I've just been looking over the bills. There is
There's quite a few, and I'm sure we're going to want to have more contact, so.
Yeah, so there was
Anything?
one that, I'm not sure if I'm reading it correctly, but it's limiting, and it just so happens our check came in today for Meals and Rooms, so thank you for that, but one that says it's limiting how much the operators can retain. How much can operators retain of Meals and Rooms tax?
I saw that too.
It
I
didn't
didn't understand
really
that.
by operators, I'm not sure what it meant. Because I
Not
thought
looking at
all
it.
What if it was
Meals and
related to the
Rooms goes
casinos?
state.
what's it relating to,
I'd have to see the bill.
Yeah, it just says that it's limiting the amount of meals and tax that the operators can retain. Now, by operators, I'm thinking the restaurant, the hotel, but I didn't know they could retain any.
Right. Because I know
So-
a few people have gone to jail for retaining.
That one confused me.
Kim, if you could give us a specific number, give us the bill number so we can look at it.
1063.
And we also have one other thing that we can advantage to you, is on each of our committees, we have a research assistant. We have staff that can go out and get us answers for questions like that. I will tell you that the sooner we have the question, the easier it is for us to maybe get that answer.
Yeah.
So if you can get us that bill number, we can go to that committee and see if there's a way we can get
Yeah,
that.
it's in House and Means.
Right,
so-
Is it Ways and Means?
Yeah, House Ways and Means. and-
Ways and Means is,
It's 1063.
I have a good friend in Ways and Means, so if you give me that, I will forward that question.
Yeah, I'll email it over to
Thank you.
you
Yeah.
with the link, and, because I printed the bill and I still couldn't understand
Right.
what it was.
Yeah, if you can get the bill number, that would be
trying to
awesome.
say.
Yeah, what is the definition of an operator?
Right. because I didn't know they could retain any.
Right,
Um,
yeah.
And there were a couple, there was one about, dead-end roads, limiting dead-end roads. Even if that met the state fire code, so that was
That might be something
confusing,
like
and I wanted to look at it, with Kevin, and, would that go to DPW, or would that?
That could be under transportation, or could be under municipal too.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be either.
And then like Chairman Brunel said, there were just a few on the tax cap, which all seem to be at municipal and county government.
Well, the
so-
tax cap bill that's in there now is for school districts.
School districts.
School districts.
It says, no, this one says local tax cap.
Yeah,
so
this
it
one,
doesn't-
there's
doesn't
a-
say.
Oh, there may be another one somebody put in?
yeah,
But I know 675 is school district. That was the one we killed in the budget and then bring the bill back.
and is the zoning bill that they put up to repeal the commission on how zoning in action came to be? They're trying to repeal that commission. Is that good or bad? Is that the good or the bad?
There was one commission that hasn't met in like a million years that they were trying to repeal, but I don't remember what the name of it was.
Yeah. That's the problem. There are a lot of committees and commissions that need to go away.
They get stood up and they never have a real function.
Oh, okay.
Or if their function goes away, they never meet, they don't produce reports. So you've got this thing that exists in the law, but it's not doing anything. It's housekeeping.
Okay. I think, we've shared it with all the department heads, to make sure that if they have any questions, I know there are some departments, like, the Public Works has a listserv and they'll bring up bills. Police, fire, they'll get bills that,
Right.
emailed to them, so we just wanted to try to keep a better dialogue,
Yeah.
so that we can help as much as we can.
Yeah, and sometimes the bills don't end up in the right place. For example, got a bill that I'm speaking on Wednesday for allowing optometrists to do laser surgery. Now, that failed last term and it's come up again. The problem is, one would think that should be in Health and Human Services. It's not, it's an executive ED&A, they call it.
ED&A,
It's in the wrong committee. I mean, come on.
Huh.
But so, just because you think it should be somewhere, it's, well, anyway, that bill, basically the argument on that is, there's not too many ophthalmologists up in the North Country.
But it does sound, Kim, like if you need an answer to a question, that there are avenues that they can take
Right.
to follow through and find out the meat, and if we need to go and speak, then that would be, something that
and
might
to that
actually
end-
impact part of the,
You guys, I'm sure you have all our phone numbers, right? And our email, and
We know where you live.
I can tell you outside of social stuff, I haven't heard from any of you about anything.
Right, yeah.
oh, you've heard about zoning from me. Yes.
I'm just teasing.
Oh, there's a new one, removing the hardship requirement
For what?
for a variance at the zoning board.
It's all, usually the
Those
last one.
people ought to just like,
Good.
come talk to us for a little bit.
Well, I can tell you that's probably a non-starter.
I think so.
Wouldn't we thought they all were non-starters, right?
Well, the only one that's really
The other
surprised me
are
so far has
found.
been the inspection bill. I was absolutely astounded when it made it all the way to the other side. I think we all were.
The other thing, we sit up there and we're one of 400, but there are some good things that happen. Like, for instance, I personally feel that the inspection one was a good law. And the other is the bell-to-bell restriction on cell phones in schools. All right? Now, almost everybody that you talk with that is involved in schools say that cell phones in the hands of the students was a bad thing, but there was so much peer pressure and so much pressure that even though we had a rule against it happening, it was ignored. So when the state came down and said bell to bell, no cell phones except in very limited circumstances.
Yeah,
That was a wonderful thing, and I've gotten all kinds of feedback from people that said, hey, that was the best thing that we could possibly have done. And so sometimes good things happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons and everything on the, and I mentioned it to Kelly Ayotte, when she was bringing it up, I said, you know, when they had that school shooting in Texas, that was a couple of years ago, yeah, it was a third grader that dialed 911. So anyway, yeah, so,
Well, there's plenty of, when we went to school, we didn't have
no,
cell
we didn't have
phones.
phones.
And of course, it's.
The only
it's-
phone was a payphone in the lobby.
It's a different world
Yeah,
now, and we
yeah.
all recognize that.
Yeah.
But certainly the distractions that are caused, not just in schools, but in life in general, by these damn handheld devices, it's not a good thing. And
Yeah, it's right there, okay, got it.
I just want to check,
Gotta
make sure I had it,
catch-
just in case
gotta
I,
catch their
in
phone.
case I need to be distracted.
I left mine at home.
Well, if there's,
For you.
I think we have
I
some,
guess we should let.
Kim
make sure
has
that
a question.
I think everyone's aware that we did get a response from DOT on the statewide owned property here in Litchfield. So they came last meeting and gave a presentation, and
Yeah.
there's a good conversation going back and forth.
Yeah, we had a bill in which we put in for, look at later. In other words, it can be, we're gonna meet like this summer and say whether or not should it go forward or not. How can the state turn over like 3A, for example? How can they make it, now that belongs to you? I mean, for example, Hillcrest, we know it's a state road, but some agreement was made, I don't know when, before I was a selectman, that the town does winter maintenance and the state does the summer maintenance. But that's a state road also. But how does that happen? How can the state just say, okay, this now belongs to you? And this came up with Continental Boulevard in
Merrimack, that was a big deal last term.
And it's just one section of that the state doesn't want it anymore. But they built it.
If they turned over that land.
Merrimack loved it. But anyway,
Kim, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a couple that relate to Litchfield. So I did go through the list, got it down to the 100. There was like 640 things there. POFAs, we're on that committee for PFAS, right?
Yeah.
So the cancer study came out, kind of not really a lot of leg there, but room for more research, right? So the original bill 1171, way back years ago, it's almost, it's gonna go on a few more years, but they're almost exhausted with the water, right? They're gonna start looking at soil maybe. So I'm just, for me on the committee, obviously when you're up there, you gotta keep your eyes on it. The reason I'm saying that is, I'm getting mixed messages, like, they're saying, is there a willingness to go after the company after we've gathered all this data?
There's a couple of new bills.
Okay. Because I get confused, because then we just want a settlement from somewhere else, right? So I get confused, that's all. So, as long as
It's a
you're paying
compli-
attention to it.
It's a complicated subject.
It
but
absolutely is. So it looks like we received 8 million of 54 million. So somebody has a lawsuit going, but at one of the last meetings, they're saying, does the legislature have the will to say, okay, we've gathered data, do we want to say the L of liability word? You know, that's your fight, whether we're going to go after these companies or not. But it just looks like there's mixed information. So, at least from what I'm saying. So, just bringing it up to you, just obviously it affects Litchfield, the water and the payment settlements. So, just to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I followed that very closely.
Yeah, you're on the call.
And there's a couple of new bills, PFAS bills that are up, and I'm co-sponsoring a couple of those, I think, with some legislation from Merrimack. They really have taken the ball there and the leadership there on that. But there's all kinds of factors, with the airborne PFAS particularly. I mean, Ralph and I had a bill many years ago to make the company, St. Gobain, pay for water bills for people that had to, well, that didn't go anywhere.
The Senate killed it.
But, you know, and then you have the federal government, the EPA, having, you know, a lot of impact on all of this.
Yeah, we thought we were gonna have some good luck on that side of it, but it kind of fell quiet, yeah. Yep, so again, that's what you hear up there, it's just obviously it's still ongoing. And the only other thing, and it's surprising we have Jay in the room too, is the DOT $400 million shortfall affecting everybody with all the projects, so that'll be your issue to fight.
Yeah,
but,
there's no money.
Yeah, there is no money, but I guess they said that the governor can, I'm not making up, it, maybe do the tolls, but you would have to do the gas tax, you know, again, I'm sure
Yeah.
you know more about that.
Yeah, they can't do the 10-year highway plan from last year.
Yeah.
Another one coming this year, so.
And the last comment I'll just say on zoning, yeah, I did see a lot of repeals on the ADUs, and I understand it from a financial point of view. We did hear a comment that maybe if people don't have a residency requirement, now you have 2 rental properties, and now your town doesn't happen overnight, but you slowly turn into apartments, right?
Yeah.
And then the price of a single-family home goes up even more, right? So it's just things to maybe think about there, but I understand it from an
Unintended.
economic point of view. You
Right,
need
but-
people, you know,
Yeah.
to be near the work and children and elderly to.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think a
say-
big thing on that,
It's
you
it's a complicated thing, but
You
that's
don't
the
wanna
long term.
turn a nice residential community into a bunch of rental apartments. That's the big issue on there.
The big, and I'll say one more thing on stuff. The big thing I heard was, do you really want Concord telling Coos County how to run their town? That's, do you really want that? I don't know.
Concord gets what
Like,
Concord
if Litchfield
wants.
wants something, they should be able, you know, that's my opinion, but that's your fight up there. But thank
Well,
you
that's
for
the whole
everything you do.
concept of local control. That's, and we're constantly fighting that battle, you know?
Yeah, I'm worried about that, Ray. I know you sounded pretty relaxed about it, that it would be AP
Well-
and human resources and things like that, but, you know, as well as them trying to walk into zoning, they walk into our schools, and that's really not what New Hampshire Live Free and Die is about. I was horrified that there was Republicans.
I
about
come from
taking local
industry,
control
so
away.
it's, when you look at something like that, we've rubber stamped those departments into every district pretty much. And we haven't looked at the expense. When you look at
Yeah.
if you look at the education funding side of it, we had 206,000 students. We're down to 151,000.
Right.
So the graph looks like this. If you look at the administrative costs, the graph looks like that. Administrative costs have far outweighed what our enrollment projections were. So when we had 206,000 students, we had half the management. So we need to look at things, and it may be a radical concept.
used to share
You have to
our
remember,
superintendent.
we're a Dillon's rule state, right? Selectmen need to follow the law. School boards need to follow the law.
You can do
Town
what the
boards and
state
committees
says.
need to follow the law, and the law comes from the state legislature. Is so, although it's an appearance and it's an illusion that you have control over it, you still have to follow the law. So in this case, I think county government does a great job, for the most part, handling very large pieces of business at a very effective cost, where we could have one superintendent that covers Hillsborough County, because the decisions he needs to make they're not life and death decisions every day. There's, high level executive decisions. So I'm not supporting the bill one way or the other.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I have to go in there looking at it with my eyes wide open and until I hear the testimony. I don't have a position or a preconceived idea. I want to hear what people have to say. What are the unintended consequences? Can it actually help us solve the problem? Because oftentimes, I'm looking for, what's the problem and the solution? Are we creating another problem by trying to solve this?
I really liked when I was listening to the school board meeting and you were there interviewing for the open position that Heidi Ames is leaving. I think it shows just another level of your dedication to our town and to learning more about the committee that you're on. I hope the town takes advantage of it. It's a great opportunity for the town to have a sitting state rep who's on that committee on the school board as well, to learn more about what
Yeah.
is needed at the local level.
And that's what I've been doing for the last year, has been a deep dive, trying to come up to speed and learn what I need to learn. I mean, these two very seasoned representatives to my right will tell you that there is a huge amount to learn. And just about the time you think you got it, you're gonna find another 30 or 40 things that you didn't have covered.
You seem like you're working pretty hard out
Yeah,
there.
Thank you for your accolades, Diane.
For a few
Appreciate
years,
it.
I was the state rep and also on the school board, but found that couldn't do both because the school board meetings were on Wednesday and our state sessions were on Wednesday. So let's see, I don't go to one or I leave one early, yeah, so it gets to be a problem.
Anything else from the board? Anything else from you three gentlemen?
Okay,
Thanks for
just
what
a
you do.
quickie on the SAUs. Initially, the state didn't have that many SAUs. SAU 27, which is what's left of SAU 27, which is Litchfield, that included Hudson,
Pelham, Wyndham.
Milford, Merrimack, all those towns. It was the biggest SAU. And all the towns broke off because they wanted more control. So, but then you go look at the southeast and the Midwest, county,
Yep.
county school systems, so.
Well, thank you three again for coming and spending that time with us. We hope to
Thank
see
you for having us.
And probably, I mean, we should do this every couple of months, you know?
Yeah.
That would be the intent. so.
Yeah, do this, yeah.
Make us earn our salary.
They make 10 times more than we do.
I still haven't figured out what to do with
That's
$176.
Pay your tolls. Oh, you don't have to get paid tolls, I forgot.
Oh, that's no tolls, yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank
Happy
you,
New Year
guys.
to you three.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for coming. All right, let's get back on our agenda here. I think we'll open the floor for public input. It is as of 6:45. Thank you for patiently waiting. Anybody from the public like to come forward and speak to the board? All right, seeing none, I'll close public input at 7:23. All right, next up is the approval of minutes, December 8th. Have you had a chance to read them? Yes. If so, I'll take a motion to approve. You have to- A couple changes?
I just
Okay.
gotta find them in the stack here. Here we go. You guys have them open?
I can.
Let me get them open. Let me close out this big behemoth spreadsheet from the state. What legislation, hold on. Back in the portal.
Page, I guess, would be the change.
They are the 8th, right?
Yes.
What did I say, page 2? Let me see what I said on page 2. Oh, page 2, line 1. Let me go to page 2. Indicated the medical protection policy. It
medical,
should be
yeah, medical.
It should be metal
Metal, yeah.
detection. The metal detector, right? So if we can change that to metal detection policy. All right. Page 4. Is everyone okay with that one? If we
Yep.
Move on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, page 4. Let's see, second paragraph, where did I say that? Let me see what I said on page 4. Oh, I think you just have to move article up. It says warrant, space,
Oh, it's
article, just has to
a
fix
break in the
sentence.
page, yeah.
And also, there was a typo in there somewhere, give me 1 second.
Low priority.
It says had already intended to engage. Where is that? I'll just look at it. We were gonna engage with the DOT. Let me just find it's in that sentence there.
Engage.
It's,
Which one?
it's above the 5, it's 1, 2, 3 up. Town Administrator Kim Kleiner discussed whether properties in
Okay.
different areas.
All right, so let me see, so they already had what they said in the. in
Had
this
already
is,
intended to
had
engage.
already intended to engage. It should say had already engaged. We were
As
already-
opposed to intended.
We were always, it wasn't intended, we had always,
Yeah.
we had already worked with DOT on that land. Does that make sense, everyone on that one?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I said on 17. Hey, that's a big leap. How are you with these minutes, man? Page 17. Down to 17.
We have a pretty good deal on this minute.
That's a lot,
taker.
good detail here. It's just, again, line F, just to move the Merrimack cleanup where's F?
Oh, yeah. it
Page
looks like
17 up at the
wrong-
top
Yeah.
here.
Just
Wrong
move
formatting in paragraph
Merrimack
F.
cleanup site, move that up.
17F, yeah.
All right, 19. Almost done. 19. Where I was doing my
Same
committee
thing, section,
reports.
section B.
PFAS.
Yeah, so section C, which says PFAS committee, that should say NRPC.
Yeah.
So those first two paragraphs are NRPC.
B and CRP, NRPC.
So, yeah, so remove C. Yep, so B, I guess you just move the line PFAS committee to be above where it said she delivered the updated
Okay.
PFAS report.
Yep.
Yeah. And just one other one above that, where Diana was giving her Heritage Commission.
Mm.
There's an extra paragraph, move the 250th after the. It got
Oh, okay.
paginated, so it'll be another paragraph.
So BB, just the sentence must just be a, all right, so again, so B is NRPC, leave what's there, remove that line PFAS, just move that C down to the last paragraph, where it says she delivered the updated PFAS report. That's the PFAS committee there.
Okay, so 2 paragraphs down.
Yeah, and I think
Okay.
that, one more final thing, and I think it's important that it was left out, page 4. Because it's key when we had DOT in. I said on page 4, because I don't want our town to look kind of a little crazy, and we did discuss it, let me go back to page 4. All right, page 4, end of the second paragraph, let me look at that. Where's page 4? 3-4. Mr. Gannon, yep. We fixed the warrant article deadline, all right. At the end of the second paragraph, he starts talking about a date, like it was, the gentleman said that in 2008, the circumferential highway project was killed. He had it in here, let me just look for 2008, hold on. All right, so I am on, yeah, so on the top of page 3, it does say that the 10-year plan removed that project in 2008. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
However, our economic development report in 2002 was based on that, right? So, but it stayed, it's not, nothing in here writing. Remember, it stayed on the 10-year plan and NRPC till what, 2 years ago? It was always on the plan because they didn't rename the,
There was a little bit of a gap, and then it came back.
yeah, so
Then it
that's,
ran away.
yeah, so part of the plan, so we had talked, because I had asked the gentleman the question, we designed our whole economic development strategy in 2002 around that circumferential highway coming here. It says, so you're telling me in 2008 it was killed, so why didn't we do anything as a town, right? So I'm going to NRPC for, 5-7 years now, I'm seeing it on these reports, it's still on the plan, right? And then he said, oh, well, we forgot to rename it. Remember, he said it was originally the north, both sides of the circumferential highway, and then he said EPA removed a piece and kept one piece of it. I'd like a sentence in there somewhere saying, I asked why it remained on the 10-year plan. Why don't I work, and I can work with somebody on this, that he's, I guess I'm working on the wording. I think we have to say something that, I said I wanted to put it on page 3. Where's page 3? 1, 2, 3. He continued to outline.
Well,
Do you want to hold on
Wouldn't
to
it just make,
these?
we
Yeah,
can
let me
defer,
I just want, you want
we
to
can
say what
defer
I
it.
Table them?
because the reason is, we just did our whole economic plan again, 20 years later, pulling it out, right? So would you want to just hold on that, and I will give him an update on just the
well,
one sentence?
I would actually ask Matt to go back and review that section and make sure he's
Okay,
captured
even
everything,
better.
because I don't wanna see
Yeah.
anything,
If you're
I don't want
on the
anything
tape,
added into it that didn't
Wasn't
actually
on the
happen.
tape.
But I did, I asked him the
Yeah.
question.
Yeah,
said,
I do remember you
why-
asking the
Yeah,
question,
yeah.
yeah.
And he says, oh, it wasn't renamed properly.
So
I mean,
have
if you
that
wanna,
written.
if you wanna share with,
Exactly.
if you wanna share with Kim what
Sure.
you think is missing,
Yeah.
let's have Matt take a look at that whole section,
It's
just
just
go
that, yeah.
through it,
So
and then
those, yeah.
correct the
okay.
things we found, and then we'll go back, so we'll
Yeah.
defer it to the next meeting for approval.
Perfect.
I have one on rec too, on the rec,
Thank you.
selectmen report for rec.
Mhm.
It says, the commission had discussions regarding the use of Roy Memorial for all activities except softball. We actually had discussions for using Roy Memorial exclusively for softball. Mr. Burns is sitting back there, he'll throw something at me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
And also designated as a designated softball facility, so those two sentences kind of contradict each other. So it should
come
be
back
for,
to that.
yeah, for Roy Memorial, for softball fields for softball only.
Is there a way we can address these issues before we get to a meeting?
I have suggested several times to have them published to us live, so we can put comments in, let Matt look at them and evaluate them and re-update them before we see them.
Yeah.
So,
It's a possibility,
I
No, wait,
haven't,
we're not
'Cause I didn't
taking
even
up
catch that.
town
he says it
time.
on to the
Yeah,
budget committee, I didn't see it from
yeah.
the board.
and I looked at them.
I did.
I used to see it on the
Yeah,
rec,
look
but
at
I haven't
what
seen
I
it
say.
since being on the board.
No, I'm looking at what everybody
Okay.
else is
Yeah.
saying.
I'll double check
But it-
because
yeah,
he's
just have-
always
Yeah, just,
sent them directly to the committee,
he has on other committees, yeah.
Donna and I, because if Donna's out, I post them. If
Post 'em, yeah.
Donna's here, she posts them. We obviously, within 5 days, by law, we have to post the draft. And so, so I always thought he did the same for the board.
I haven't seen it as a
He does
board
it
member, I've seen it in other
fine.
committees, yes, but.
Okay, because we have them 5 days, so I mean, we'll have them.
Yeah, if we
But
could
I-
just, if we get input and then get them, by the time we get them back, that they're actually correct, that would be.
Yeah, if he does it with commenting turned on, we can actually find a paragraph, highlight it, make a change,
And
suggest
especially if
change,
it's just
and then he can accept them and then
spacing
put them
or-
all in there and done it, yeah,
spelling, you
Yeah.
know,
so,
okay.
okay. Well, let's move to the, non-public for December 8th. Have we had the opportunity to read those?
Mhm.
Those are pretty short, so.
I make a motion that we accept these minutes as written,
Do I have
December 8th, non-public.
Motion made by Ms. Plansky, do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gannon. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? So motion carries 401. All right. Next up will be Southern New Hampshire RC Club, John Hayes. Mr. Hayes, I believe? Right? Which one's Mr. Hayes? Is that there?
Mr. Hayes.
Okay, gentlemen,
Their team.
the team, if you can both introduce yourselves.
My name's Cody Wojcik. I am a Salem resident, but I am president of the Southern New Hampshire Radio Control Club, and Mr. Hayes here is a Litchfield resident, and he is the secretary of the Southern New Hampshire Radio Control Club. What John's passing out right now is just paper copies of a presentation that I have on my laptop, and I believe it was also in your packet for this meeting as well. So I'm happy to connect to the laptop, to the TV, if that makes it easier to see the
If you'd like to connect as you're talking, that might make it easier.
Thank you, sir.
Those are big boys.
Little planes.
Yeah, they're not little planes anymore. John, if you can just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, John Hayes, 17 Mike Lane here in Litchfield.
So welcome both.
Thank you.
All right, so the reason that we're here, we initially, sometime much earlier in the year, we approached the town for use of some land as part of the DeRocher farm that was being purchased by the Conservation Commission. Due to some, I think, caveats with the grant, that really wasn't going to work for us. We then went to the Recreation Commission, which we were directed to do. We had found a parcel of land at the John Bryant River access, and they thought that our use of the land was great, and we had to kind of work out our land use with the farmer, right? So what we would be looking for is some type of sublease with the farmer who is currently using that land. We're looking for just a very small part of what is currently being used there. So we can get into a little bit more detail here, but I'm happy to just kind of jump in and do a couple of introductions for ourselves here, if that
Yeah,
works.
please do.
So myself, I'm the president of the Southern New Hampshire RC Club. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I work with small unmanned aircraft, drones, and I'm a 2014 world champion in RC aerobatics. John?
Yes, I'm John Hayes. Been secretary for 34 years in the club. I'm a retired applications engineer. Multi-generational Litchfield resident. My parents were here, my grandparents were here, and many of you may know the old schoolhouse gallery. And that's where I grew up. And currently I'm retired, but I'm also a mentor up at the Manchester School of Technology, building that that large full-size airplane. You've probably seen it on Chronicle. I'm part of that group. So aviation's in the blood, it's always been there.
So we're a nonprofit radio control club dedicated to model aviation as a form of recreation. We have over 50 members right now, including Litchfield residents. Ages range from high school students through retirees. We are seeking a new flying site. We flew for some 24 years in Hudson, but our former flying site is being turned into a solar farm, so no more room for us there. Before we were there, we did fly at the area that is now the Hidden Creek Golf Course in Litchfield. A little bit about RC aviation, this hobby and passion that we have, which is we fly airplanes, helicopters, and gliders. Some of us build our own aircraft, some of them buy them ready to fly. Many aviation pioneers, such as Neil Armstrong, Tyler Perry, and even the Wright brothers got started with model aviation. Astronaut Alan Shepard was an RC modeler and a native of New Hampshire. Our club, particularly, we were founded in 1966, chartered by the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Club number 408. Our field in Hudson was a practice site for multiple national and world level competitors in aerobatics, helicopters, and gliders. Development site for multiple RC aircraft that are available now commercially. And there was a worldwide known media company called Tail Heavy Productions that did a lot of their filming at our site in Hudson. So if we come to Litchfield, what can we offer the opportunity? We'd love to do a program with schools. RC is a great tool for STEM education. I think it's certainly for myself, the reason I am an engineer is this kind of taught me everything on a very intuitive level as a kid, and I was able to turn it into a career. A safe place for people who are flying their RC aircraft to do it, and not at a ballpark or soccer field where there's other people. Any of the areas where we would isn't going to require any maintenance from the town. It would just be, we're happy to work on the site ourselves, and we're also happy to contribute to the town financially wherever we can. We've donated a lot of money to Hudson over the years, just through donations. What are we looking for a great flying site? So typically a runway, which is just a flat grass strip, typically 100 feet by 400 feet that we mow nice and short. An area for parking, some open area to fly over. So you couldn't have that nice grass runway right next to a bunch of houses, for example. We will obviously maintain our own area, and it is highly compatible with land that is used for farming. So I think a good blueprint for what we'd like to do in Litchfield is what they do in Concord right now at the Concord Skyhawks. It's a very large farmed area, and a very small amount of it is subleased to the RC Club.
Does Concord own that farm?
I believe they do, and they lease it to the farmer, yes. Happy to take questions, and this is just a brief kind of sketch of what this area would look like. So.
Okay, so I met you when you came to conservation, and what we told you at conservation is that we wouldn't be putting anything like this on an agricultural land. And what we did was we sent you to recreation, which is how you ended up at recreation from conservation. And then recreation, and I don't know why, put you back on agricultural land. You should be back at conservation looking for permission to use that land. I was told that the farmer didn't have an objection to using this land, yet I spoke to the farmer yesterday. They have a big objection to you using this land at that area. I'm not sure how that was miscommunicated, but I spoke with Christy McQuestion. Matt was with her when I spoke to him. They don't want this on that land. That is agricultural land. And they wouldn't be able to give you a sublease on that anyway. That land is leased to them for conservation agricultural use only. So you would end up having to go back to, I almost stopped your presentation, but I really like what you're doing. The problem is that we're back to conservation or agricultural land, and neither of those types of land are the land that supports recreation. Your club would really do nothing for agriculture or for conservation. So I guess what I would say is if you want to go back to conservation, I've already gotten emails from different members of conservation saying, why is this at the select board level? This belongs at conservation. This isn't a selectman's decision. So I've gotten that, and then I did check with Chris Burns as well. You know, there was at one point a little misunderstanding because an acre of that land was carved off for recreation when we petitioned the conservation. This was before I was on conservation. My first real step into it was when we put the river access together. And it was a very large process to use any of that land for anything other than agriculture. We went to many selectmen's meetings, many conservation meetings, spoke with the farmer many times to talk to them about how we could make it palatable because they did have a lease. So I guess you really belong at
Well, I was
recreation.
gonna, if I can. So first, I want to thank you for coming out and giving us the background, because I think we've heard it through different committees, what you've asked for, and we didn't have a full picture. I think Diane's correct. It is conservation land that they're managing. You will need to go back to conservation and kind of present your case to them and see if they're willing to move their decision. It is their decision. I think the confusion probably stems back to when we originally had river access, thinking the land direction was actually rec. You got misled there. That's our fault. We're sorry about that.
I don't want to give them the runaround any longer.
They gotta go to
I
conservation.
think, but I really think that they're gonna go to conservation, and conservation stands very firm by what they were told when they left conservation last time. Everything that you've seen here, conservation saw and said, thank you
I
very
was
much for
told by
coming.
conservation, they saw it on DeRoche's property, not his
Correct.
property.
Correct, but it's the same philosophy, it's the same situation, it's just a different farm.
Yeah, so as Diane
we
was saying,
also-
that is conservation land.
It is, yeah.
And the
Yeah.
recreation was provided a sliver to use it, but it is, the rec manages that area, but it's still actually, I guess you could call it an easement, but it is actually conservation land.
Because we spoke about different, you wanted other places, we spoke about other places that also would be conservation land that are to preserve for animals and hiking and that kind of thing, not for recreational activities like your club. So I think to probably send you back to recreation and see if there's someplace, behind where the tennis courts are, that there's a lot of parking, that perhaps they might be able to. You're talking about doing this in the summertime, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
year-round, but whenever we can, but mostly in the summer.
summertime.
Well,
Yeah, if it's in the summertime, I spoke to Chris Burns as well to find out how this ended up here on our agenda. Because I sent a letter out when we first received it back in November, saying, why is this not on recreation land? Never received a,
So my understanding is you went to recreation, got stored back. So, to your point, we shouldn't belabor it much more, but
I don't want to send them back and have them have
they,
to,
they need to go back to conservation I think conservation should hear their plan. Because originally was presented, it was Jerosha's farm.
it was this, right, but it
Right.
was, yep.
I guess I have a question. How many members in their club live in Litchfield?
We have about 55.
And how many total members do you have in your club?
No, total members in Litchfield.
Oh, members in
Where's
Litchfield,
Litchfield? About 10.
10, so out of it, so, okay, 1/5 of it, all right. From what I understand, there's no recreation space for them neither.
That's really not a conservation problem, though.
I understand.
Right,
And
but
there's-
they did speak to recreation too,
Right.
and
Yeah.
bottom up, there's no,
Right.
the recreation land is, small, and it's already heavily occupied.
But if they want to do it in the fall or in the winter, then maybe they can use that area. That's the fields behind where
Big enough.
But is that is that even farmed?
that's where, what do you call it, the lacrosse fields are, right?
But is that land in front by directly to, Charles, actually farmed? I thought it was the backside that was being farmed.
No, the whole thing's farmed.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing's farmed, and they
Guess it
don't
is
want
farmed.
it there. So I spoke to them, they do not want
Yeah.
it there, period.
Yeah,
Because I was surprised.
I
I
was under
was
the impression they
surprised.
talked to someone over there and they said, yeah, this is.
No,
this is-
they
If
don't
you're gonna
want it.
do it here.
They don't
So-
want it, and they said that they told you they had no ability to allow it.
Joan, you have a question?
No, I have a comment.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Londonderry at all, off their West Road fields? They have extensive fields on West Road that they don't use year-round.
The soccer fields.
Yeah.
We've talked with Londonderry about a different site, but we can look into that site. Yeah, there's
Sorry.
a Superfund site, so, but, thank you, we'll, maybe we can connect after the meeting.
It's just not compatible.
Yeah, I think at this point, you have a decision. You can go back to conservation and discuss the new plan, and you may be head with the same response you had for Droshark. We can't answer for them. And it sounds like there's nothing from a recreation perspective that we're able to do all year round anyway, at least, maybe off seasons potentially.
We have Chris with us, Chris.
Yeah,
Burns.
Chris is back there.
I think if we were to entertain anything from a rec standpoint, we need to know when you guys are operating, when you're gonna be flying, if it's random, each day of the week, or
Yeah.
each day of the month, or how often it is, what hours. We need a written application before we can even.
The schedule?
Anything. So we need to know all that information.
But
And then we
where,
have to try and figure out
where could you put this? Sawmill, really, that's,
Sawmill is my,
The only way, but
What about the soccer fields off in Nesson Keg?
I'm not sure that's big enough, there's no parking there.
and there's
Ye-
power lines.
Yeah,
power
just
line-
just to
power
be,
lines there, too.
just, what we,
With the loss of the ropes course, I mean, with the significant amount of work, maybe taking down trees back behind the snack shack and pavilion, and Roy, that might be an option.
I don't, is that 400 feet though?
Shutter.
Just one other thing to think about, what about the proximity to the airport
Yeah.
and the height restrictions?
We're actually, I've talked with the tower over in Nashville, because they're the ones that we had the agreement with.
But this is the Manchester, across the
And,
region.
right, but, we did an FAA, sit-down with all the pilots from different, airlines and the FAA Center in Nashville, Manchester, and Nashville Airport. And they granted us up to 1,500 feet on a phone call. So we're good. And they were willing to transfer that agreement to this John Bryant site because it falls in the same proximity, just inside Nashville, just outside Manchester.
so it sounds like, just to be clear, like our process was to find areas around here that the town owned and find what would be suitable for us, right? So we definitely appreciate the suggestions of how about this space, how about this space. It's most likely we've already looked at it, but it sounds like to me what would have to happen here is this area would have to be rezoned as recreation. even though it's like what happened with the river access. Is that
So
correct?
then what would happen is we'd have to get rid of the farmers that that use it.
I don't think that land could be rezoned as recreation because it was.
It's agricultural land.
And it was deeded,
Purchased as
right?
such.
It's deeded agricultural land
Okay.
We got-
and purchased as and agreed by the owner that sold it to us to keep it in agriculture.
Mr. Peoples, do you have something to say? sir?
I'd just like to say that I drive tractor down there every fall for McQuestion Farms, and where they've got that right there is a swale. There's right through here, this land this is high, it runs down right here, and it runs this way. This area right down through here is a swale. And the way this is, you'd have to take all this out of agriculture. There's no way that you could slot that like that and still use that land. So when we bought it, and I've testified here before about this when we did the river access, that's one of the most critical pieces of farmland in the town of Litchfield. First, for a view shed perspective, and secondly, it's some of the highest agricultural land in the state of New Hampshire. As far as the soil types and the ratings, so.
But when I did talk with Matt McQuestion, and he did say that area that we were looking at was a very dry, sandy part of the field, so it was not very productive. And so that, he didn't have a problem with us using that because of that.
I
initially.
spoke to
Sounds like
him
he changed
myself.
his decision, so.
And things had changed then from your conversation, but I said it's coming up on the agenda tomorrow. Do you want to be here to speak on it? I understand you support it, and that was where all hell broke loose. They do not support it. They do not want it there. They would not be able to share it with you during using that land or farming that land. So it would be, that was, I invited them here to speak on it.
Well, again, it is conservation land. It's their property to decide what they do with it. Right now,
Yep.
they have an agreement with the farmer, and the farmer, he has some input to what happens to the land he's farming. So, as I said, I appreciate you guys coming forward, telling us all a little bit about the RC club. We didn't know we had this kind of club in town, or members were there. If you want to pursue it, the next step would be to go back to conservation and see if you can change their minds based on some ideas you have, but it feels like it's probably a moot point at this point.
There might be areas that you can share. You may have to get creative. The school system, I noticed you said STEM. There's a big football field out there that's used in the fall. Maybe you could go to the school system and speak to the superintendent in that area. And
It's lined by trees on each end. I
well,
don't think it's 400 feet.
but maybe
yes.
there's enough land there for it.
Yeah.
Maybe you might need to get creative that way. Maybe behind GMS is a large area. Now, it gets wet, but that's not used at another part of the year. So you may be able to use Sawmill at one part and the school at another part, and maybe get cooperative, get creative.
Especially since you have STEM.
Ms. Kleiner?
Yeah, the
Something to
school
say?
would
Yeah.
probably have, and there's LMS area that's over there, that used to be soccer area. I
But
hike
it's
all
not,
of
there's not
that
enough clear,
area.
it's not enough space. Kim, you have a
Well,
question?
how much land do you said
Diane?
100 by?
Kim has a question.
Physically, it's about 1 acre, what you see that we've
Yeah.
put down there. But we fly over the areas outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, there can't be houses or other buildings or anything
Well,
necessarily right by the.
there's houses all over the place by that farm area.
Well, right here, there's a couple on either side, but most of the flyover area is over the river or the other farmland
Yeah,
where
they're
nobody
going
would
out and shooting
object.
out the riverside.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Kim, you got a question or something like
So,
that?
can I ask, do you, gentlemen, does the club have any preference in town? Is there a reason that, obviously the beauty of Litchfield, but are there other towns that you would consider?
we've certainly, Litchfield is, with the Hudson Field being so historic for us, like most of our members are radially distributed around Hudson, Litchfield is close enough that but certainly other towns, yeah, we'd be interested in.
Okay, so I'm not gonna put him on the spot, but, Jay Mankara from NRPC is here. I'd like to work with Jay, if that's okay with the board, and the municipal managers, in this southern, New Hampshire and see if we can come up with some ideas for you, cause I am really impressed with
Yeah.
this, and I think it's a great opportunity, especially as soon as you mentioned STEM, I'm sold.
Yes, done.
So we'll reach out and
Please.
see what we can come up with. And I mean, I can't make any promises, but there's a lot more land
Yeah, I
in
believe
southern New Hampshire than just.
drew them,
Merrimack right across the river.
what drew them to Litchfield was losing their land in Hudson, and then they were aware that the DeRoche property is being purchased, and that's, at the time, big wide open area, and it would be perfect, but it is agriculture.
But we can certainly, we can reach out to Nashua, Merrimack, Amherst,
Yep.
even Pelham or Wyndham.
Certainly, yeah, please,
We'll reach out and cast a net and see what we come up with.
and please try to include us in any communications, because I hate to hear that this was already discussed, before, we showed up, and it basically got a no from the farmers, which is
Well,
very much news to us.
I mentioned it as soon as I saw, I think I missed the November meeting, I was in travel, but Mr. Leary brought it up from rec, and then he sent out an email, and when I saw the email, and I was like, they were sent there to get recreation land, why are we going back to conservation land when they were told no to conservation land? Why is this happening? And then no one got back to me. And then I saw it on the agenda, and I called Chris to say, what's up? And because we would never authorize rec land for conservation use. We always speak to each other and we work really well together. And then I called the farmer and said, do you not have a problem with this? Do you want to come and speak on it? I'm not a fan of this because I don't want to set a precedent for other recreational activities to happen on agricultural land. That's our first piece of agricultural land as conservation. DeRoche is our next big agricultural piece that's coming in, and it's something I want to work as for a trend for our town to save as much of our agriculture as we can. So to set this precedent would be not great. I hope you understand.
I will say, as a resident that, and a lifelong resident, that I certainly appreciate maintaining the open spaces and not turning this all into houses. However, as a resident, I'd like to be able to use some of the land that we've got.
You're gonna have to use it for what it's made for, though. If you want to come farm, we started a community garden. There's a community garden that you can garden at. There's fields where you can play different games at. There's pickleball fields you can play there. You have to use them for the processes that they're set up for. And we just don't have availability for specifically what you're looking for 55 people. And I wish we did, because I do think it has benefit, just not in an agricultural place.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
All right, thank you.
So I imagine you'll be in touch, Kim?
Thank you so much.
Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kim. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you have our phone numbers in there.
You guys want your pamphlet, I'm guessing you're gonna be doing this presentation possibly multiple times?
Got to change one
I have it electronically, so.
Oh, yeah, we
that's
all
what
do.
I'm
We
gonna
all
do.
have it on a portal.
Yep.
Actually. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Hopefully we find you a solution.
Thanks. I'll let you keep.
Thank you. We'll keep the eyes open.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the Litchfield LPD Local 3567 MOA. Ms. Kleiner.
Yes, so, this came up, because we were looking at the definition of a holiday, and we believe that the interpretation that has been used, is not the norm for a municipal union agreement. So normally, and I'm gonna use Christmas as an example, if your union agreement is silent to the definition of a holiday starts at 12 a.m. and ends on 12 p.m. of that holiday. That's when you should be paying people a time and a half or double time or whatever your union agreement calls for. It appears as though they were using 12 p.m. on the holiday to 12 a.m. of the next day, which is technically the day after the holiday. So in speaking with the administration and the union, we felt it was best if moving forward, starting January 1st, we had an agreement. Because it's the middle of a contract, you want to have an MOU so it's clear to everyone that we are making an interpretation change. We are qualifying what a holiday stands for, which is the normal union definition of a holiday. And we will be paying the holiday from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. on the actual holiday. So the union wrote this up, we looked it over. It defines the definition and it has no liability backwards. It's moving forward. We agree this is the interpretation of the holiday and it's how it will be paid going forward. Anything else, Captain?
Summed up pretty good. Administration agrees, has no objection.
So we'll end at 11:59 PM, basically.
Right.
Start
so-
at 12, end at 11:59, yeah.
Right, so.
Because
you
if you're
know,
saying 12 PM, that's noon.
Well, so on Christmas Eve at 12, so, right?
So
your
if an
Christmas
officer-
starts and
11, they get
it
an hour.
ends at 11:59 or.
Yeah, so if an
the
officer
next
comes
day.
in on, if Christmas is Thursday, he comes in at 11 o'clock Wednesday, he'll get 1 hour of straight time, and then from midnight to 7, I guess it is, he would be getting the holiday pay. Where before it would be the day after, it would be the day after
Yeah,
Christmas.
they were paying
So if
the
he
day
showed up,
after.
if he worked 11 o'clock Christmas Day, he'd get 1 hour, and then he'd have 7 hours of regular time on the 26th.
And just to be clear, this
Or
wasn't,
the vice versa.
this wasn't the officers trying to
No.
like get extra money because it worked the other way. So if the officer started the shift at 11 and worked 7 hours on the holiday, they didn't get paid.
They didn't
for
get
it
paid.
because they started the day prior. So it was when the shift started. So they're looking to clarify this. So it's just the hours worked on the day now.
On the
It doesn't matter when the shift starts.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And the contract was silent to it, as many union contracts in the state, if you look at them, are. But the state of New Hampshire contracts do an excellent job in defining it. That's where this definition comes from, is actually a state contract.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the memorandum of agreement with the Litchfield Police Department, AFSC, CME, Council 93, Local 3657.
For a definition of a holiday.
Holiday. And to be signed by the chair.
I will second that motion.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion?
Yeah, my only concern would be, Dennis, if Christmas Eve, say, somebody comes in at 11 PM
Yes.
and he works till 7 in the morning, to me, he should get 8 hours of holiday pay, not 7 plus 1 hour regular.
He will, because the next day is a holiday for the town, right?
Yes, but he's only working 7 hours.
So if he only works, that's how it historically has
Yeah.
been. That's historically how we've been, the officers have been.
But technically, he's working Christmas. He's working his shift during Christmas. So to me, he should get
The
paid
whole
for the whole
thing.
shift.
Correct. I'm not going to
Yeah,
disagree. I'm agreeing with the definition
Yeah.
clarification. And the union is the one that brought this forward. So, because some officers felt that on the other end of it, if they came in and worked, they were not getting paid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, basically.
So realistically, the only thing this does is it changes the hours. Instead of them getting paid for an entire shift or not getting paid for an entire shift, they're just getting paid for the hour that was worked on the holiday. So it really,
it really isn't changing much. It's just changing how
Who gets
they're- or not who, but how they're getting it. If you work both days, you end up with the 8 hours.
Yeah.
So it really depends on the days off, and so that it may be irrelevant.
Would it be wiser to have it worded more to cover the shift than, and I know, but I'm trying to look out for your people.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. This was actually the union brought this forward, so
Okay.
this is what
Away we go.
they're
Your boys,
requesting,
if
so.
your boys are okay.
Okay.
Is this effective immediately, once we vote on it?
It is.
January
January
first.
first, so it'll cover the
Pretty effective.
January holiday, the first, the holiday on the first.
'Cause I'm just looking at the effective date on this, like page 3 or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
January
page
1st,
1.
2026.
It says July 1st, right?
No, that's the original agreement.
Oh,
But
okay. Where's
this modification is
This one,
January
number
1st.
4 on page 1 says
Yep.
effective January 1st, 2026.
Yep, 2026.
Okay, I see it, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 500. Diane has my pen, sorry.
That's right. You can hang on to it.
I'll get back my pen from Diane. All right, next up is the permit for Stonyfield Summerfest 5K to be held on June 20th, 2026, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. The event starts at the West Road Soccer Complex in Londonderry and utilizes Hillcrest through Rockery Way as part of the course in Litchfield.
They've done it for a few years now.
Yeah, they have.
They have, and they're always very,
Been very good.
early about getting in their application, which we appreciate. It was seen by, highway, police, and fire. There are no, issues from the town departments. So we would
Okay.
ask for the board's approval, and let them know so they can finish their planning.
Make a motion to approve Stonyfield Organic Summerfest 5K in June of 2026, as
Second.
requested.
Motion by Mr. Leary to approve, seconded by Ms. Plansky. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 500. All right. Hey Doug. All right, next up is the assessing RFP and bid results. Ms. Kleiner.
So as you know, we put out an RFP for, a new assessor, back in November. It had a December 12th, time limit on it. We did not, the only bidder we received, a proposal from is our current provider, Avatar Associates of New England. They have given us a new proposal for a 5-year agreement, with the 5th year handling the revaluation in 2030. The new proposal, although does come with an annual increase of $8,076, so it would affect the budget. And we would need to change that if it's acceptable to the board. So annually, it would be $31,560, which also relates to $2,630 monthly. The prior contract was $23,484 annually. The revaluation in 2030 would also increase. That would be $100,800 versus $94,500 in 2025, which is an increase of $6,300.
Kim, how many different companies do this work?
It's limited.
So we sent it out to about 14. Now, I need to qualify that because some of the people that were on that list, this is on a list that can be found at the New Hampshire Department of Revenue website. So they maintain a list of all licensed, and certified assessors. Some of those are individuals that obviously would not have the capacity to handle a town the size of Litchfield. I did speak to a couple different individuals whom I know that are on that list, and they said you're looking for an organization that has several assessors available. That list is much smaller, 4 or 5. There was a meeting of the Assessing Standards Board back the first or second week of December, where they were addressing this issue, and the state is addressing this issue because they are concerned about the lack of assessors that we have available, and how towns are going to move forward getting assessors. So am I surprised? No.
Is there a next step we can take besides getting one? We have nothing to pick from. It's this or nothing.
You can, you have the right to reissue the RFP. The issue with that is that you'll be moving into 2026, and there's work that needs to be done prior to April 1st in order to get ready for the tax rate setting.
This is only good till 12/31/25.
Correct. You'll be moving forward with no contract.
Which at that point, we would not be able to use their assessing system, right? So that's part of the contract? So the Avatar,
So there's a software charge, that is part of the contract. Whether or not they would allow you to contract for the software, there are other towns that do, so I would
yeah, I'm just,
find that.
there's stuff that they do every quarter in the software to update it for us based on assessment, so that wouldn't get done, obviously.
Yeah,
Okay. Interesting.
yeah, it's not probably the best practice.
When I looked ahead to number 10, when people made a question to Avatar, they weren't very nice on their responses.
Nope.
Unfortunately, they're pretty tough. And the termination is 30 days in either party, which means we could be left stranded too. If they decide to say goodbye.
So if we continue to look, we can, I mean, if we sign this contract, we're stuck for 5 years that way.
It's fine.
So it's not within 30 days.
Well, is there a 30-day clause in it? you
Yeah.
said?
The 30-day clause?
30 days escape clause.
Yeah.
Page 5.
I just don't,
I'm disappointed we don't have a choice.
but I also don't feel like, even if we waited, we sign and we use the 30-day. I don't see
It's not
the,
gonna change the outcome.
yeah, I don't see companies popping up in the next year to take over this business.
And the other 5 that possibly we could use, that like maybe Hudson's, they don't want to take on another.
Right, most of them, it's the capacity, they already have a full list of towns.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I was hopeful that there might be others that are being used in, Derry and other towns close to us, but they just don't have the capacity,
We spoke to them.
and I spoke to them.
And their costs would be significantly higher though, too, I thought, in some of these companies. Some of these other ones, I
I'm
thought
not
you were
sure
indicating.
those-
We didn't get any
those
responses,
would
we
be-
don't
No,
know.
I know, but I think we had the.
But there are certainly, when you look at Vision or some of these other larger, organizations, you're probably looking at larger costs, but there are some others that are the same size of it as that.
So you're saying the state has a shortfall of certified
Mhm.
appraisers or assessors?
Yes.
Be my new side job.
And that's how they rely on all the taxes for the state? Most of the
It,
taxes.
it's a long
They could
process.
invest in that.
So it is not easy to
I bet.
become a certified assessor in the state of New Hampshire. I will say that there's, many classes that you have to go through. Then you are an apprentice. You have to work under a licensed assessor for a number of years. It's not just you go to school, you get your certificate. It's not that easy. It's a very long process.
Did we look at other companies, not just in New Hampshire, that can do New Hampshire, or you have to be certified?
Has to be off the DRA side.
You could be in Massachusetts and certified in New Hampshire. There is such thing, but you would have to be certified in New Hampshire.
Did we look at did we put the bid out to people outside of New Hampshire? I don't know if we did.
It would have to be on the
No,
DRA side, right?
The ones that were listed on the New Hampshire DRA, other than that in the newspaper, they were New Hampshire-based firms.
Is it, the learning curve is probably steep? I would think if the Avatar people know our town already, and, right?
There is always, yes, that.
I don't like the idea that they could write their own check.
Yep,
Yeah,
But-
what,
no competition means,
what happened in 2030?
that.
The price went up to $11,000?
That's the reevaluation itself.
Oh, okay. So it went from $26.30 a month to 11,000.
That's where we're putting the $25,000.
This is a proposal and this can be negotiated.
let's do that.
We don't have a whole lot of time.
Yep, why are we looking at this right now? I know, we're looking at it right now, but when did our RFP,
October.
This was,
when did our RFP expire?
so the proposals came in on the 12th. You haven't had a meeting since
Right.
then.
This is the first meeting we've had.
This is the first meeting since.
Yeah, we put it out at the end of October. So they had November, December to get back. And our meetings have been,
You would have seen it the 22nd, but we pushed that meeting till the 29th.
once again, we're gonna change the outcome.
If we're going to renegotiate this contract, what are we changing?
So all in all, it's just going up $6,300 a year,
A year.
For
that one
For
part.
the yearly, assessing duties, and then it's going up
40.
again. So the annual increase is $8,076. That's for your,
That's the year-over-year.
4
cost.
years, and then
Okay.
your final cost for the revaluation is going up $6,300. I would suggest that annually, I think that's a large increase of $8,000 per year. I would go back and tell them to cut it in half.
Well, we can certainly use the time between now and our next meeting to do it. We'll be out with assessors for at least 2 weeks after that, but
That's not good.
if you think it's gonna change the outcome. I'm feeling like
I think
it's
we,
not going to, but,
we
Nothing
need
to
to.
lose.
no,
Yeah,
nothing to
Nothing to
lose
lose
at
by
all.
trying.
It's just time.
Well, you asked a question, what are we doing differently? When I look at these abatements that keep getting rejected, are you hearing complaints, obviously? I mean, is there something on the service side that we could put in this?
That there's better service.
In answer to your first question, yes, I'm hearing complaints. So, and that's common with abatements in any municipality.
Anytime you say no.
I will say the Board of Selectmen is the Board of Assessors, and the Board of Selectmen have the final authority.
And we have 3 such abatements to talk about and 2 more agenda items, so.
And I think in the past, it has been that an assessor is not here in front of you, speaking to the abatements. I will tell you that's not common practice. Common practice is there an assessor sitting here discussing the abatements?
So perhaps that could be added in. It does seem like they're more hands-off now than they ever were. They were more hands-off at this assessment than they were at the last one. And then now, this last one before the one before that seemed more hands-on, like they were around, you saw their cars more, they were, they just seemed more involved. And then this year, a little bit less involved, a little bit larger assessment. And then it seems like this, is it even less hands-on? by not being
mean,
here to discuss this. In
I-
the past, have they been here?
Yeah, they have been. I mean, I think the last assessing, which happened 2020, there was an assessing happened in 2015, I think it was.
Yeah. that'd be
They were
fine.
physically here, they held office hours every day, they were here, and they had a special number to call.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. If we can't get the reduction in price, we need to at least see how we can improve the service. One improvement would be to get our tax cards online and have them online all year round.
Totally agree with you.
So if we can get that, because I think that would, one, solve a lot of problems in the office, but people are looking for it online, it's not available. I think-
And wasn't I told it was
It-
$8,000 or $9,000 a year?
That's what I was told, but I don't know what it,
But that's what we're paying here.
yeah. So I think taking the extra 2 weeks to see if we can either improve on the service level at the cost of charging or get the price reduced. But I agree, like, these abatements, right, we're gonna sit here in our own little vacuum and make a decision.
It's something that's not easy to do. That's why assessors, there's
Correct,
so few
correct.
assessors.
But the public needs to understand that this company is not profiting off their assessment at all. We're paying them a flat fee
Right, right.
back with the data that they found.
Right.
None of us are happy with it, but.
I mean, it would be nice if we did assessments, if we did abatements, one meeting a month that happened, but they don't happen that often. And then even if they came in virtually, I don't think I have a problem with that objection either.
Okay.
If they were that, to have them be available to answer the questions, especially in the technical
Would
questions we may
educate us
have,
as
right?
well as to how they're making their
So-
decisions, because
So,
I-
I don't feel qualified to debate or evaluate or anything those. It's
Right.
not
And
my
I think
purview.
it's very different when you sit, as an assessor or a board of assessor or a board of selectmen, and you hear how they came to their conclusion to approve or deny. I mean, I think that's a conversation that is worth having,
Okay.
especially from a certified assessor. So I will definitely speak with them. And there's nothing that says these abatements have not been long. All right, it becomes more important as you get towards the deadline of when they need to be approved. We're way
Ahead of
far
time.
away from that.
Okay.
So we could have said, we are gonna, the first meeting in January, have you do these abatements and any
It's only
others.
fair to the residents to have us
Absolutely.
understand what we're doing.
all right, I'll make a motion, I'll make a motion, we table the acceptance of the bid, allow our town administrator to reach back out and negotiate either better services, lower price, whatever we feel fair, and we'll take it back up on the first meeting in January.
Second.
A motion made by myself, seconded by Mr. Leary. Any other discussion? No. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 500.
I wasn't gonna touch that, we're gonna let Rob have that.
All right, next up is our economic development final plan. And I believe, Ms. Queenie, you're going
You
to,
guys want a hard copy?
Yes.
Easy?
Sure do.
One has ketchup on it.
I can do the one with or without ketchup.
Where's the french fries?
That's my dinner tonight.
Just have your shake and be quiet.
I have 3 more. Kim, do you have one?
Okay.
I have 3 more. Jay, would you like one? You've already seen it.
I have it on my computer, so I'm good.
Yeah,
three
I'm
more.
good with this.
I'll take one to follow along.
All right, we'll give one to Jay. Does everybody have
We
one?
need to speak to, right?
So Kim
I'm gonna go
signed
very
onion.
quickly. Do you have, who's got the ketchup one? Oh, yeah, you can have that one.
Yeah.
That one I kind of pieced together. No, I don't know who has the ketchup one. A little dark right in that corner.
See
The
it?
printer was going as I was getting out the door.
Okay, so we all have to eat.
And then members at home can follow what's in the portal, right?
yep,
Are you all ready? All right, so let's just go through this quickly. We had our final report was generated November 7th, 2025. Page 2. We are just thanking our members who helped us do this. This is our introduction. We're going to thank everybody. Introduction, just a table of contents. the Economic Development Committee mission statement, our research that we found, our final recommendations, future considerations, fulfilled tasks, and then mission fulfilled cross-reference. Just, the cross-reference just points back to the page number you have to go to. Oh, all right, we got approval already. All right, page 3. These are the committee members and residents who helped. You'll notice we had representation from the Board of Selectmen, every commission that we have in town, and our PC was also there, town administrator. We had the first survey that was done from the town residents, and we also had our focus group from our residents as well. Page 4. In 2023, the town of Litchfield was informed the circumventual highway project was canceled on the New Hampshire Department of Transportation plan. Let's see, it was supposed to start in early 2000s. With that circumventual highway project leaving, it was supposed to occur in 2002. We created an economic strategy that incorporated that circumventual highway project in it, and that strategy can be found in the Chapter 6 Economic Development Master Plan 2002. If you go to the planning board's website, you can see the existing master plan chapters, and 2002 is still there. Now, with the circumventual highway project being canceled, the Board of Selectmen formed this Economic Development Committee in May 23rd, 2023, to research and propose new economic strategy for the town. The Economic Development Committee followed 5 charges that are on the next page that we were supposed to follow. We'll go over those. And this report shows that the Board of Selectmen's 5 charges was followed by the Economic Development Committee, and we reported everything they needed. So when we started this, these were the charges by the Board of Selectmen. 1, create an economic survey and data collection model that will accurately reflect the feedback and desire of all the townspeople. So we wanted to go out to the town. What do you think economic development is? What would you like to have here? And so we had that feedback. Charge number 2, establish recommendations to the planning board and the Board of Selectmen on updates and changes to the Chapter 6 Economic Development that was dated December 3rd, 2002 to the master plan. So we took the existing master plan, and it was 2002. We had to come up with a new strategy and make a new master plan, hopefully for 2026. So we gave the information over to do that. Advise the select board and other town boards on issues concerning bylaws, policy, regulations, and zoning that are consistent with maintaining the character of our community, consistent with the master plan and the desires of the townspeople. Charge number 4, advocate for state and federal grants, incentives for improvement and regulations that help advance the town's priorities. And charge 5, make recommendations to streamline permitting, licensing, and other functions. So we took all of that. So the next section we're going to go through very quickly. This is the key research that we did in our group. We first had looked at our existing master plan chapters. We looked at population and housing, transportation, economic development, and community design. You can tell that the Chapter 6 economic development was, at that point, 21 years old. So we were trying to bring it up to speed. We did a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, looking at what we had as a town. We did our economic survey and data collection model that accurately reflected the feedback and desire of all the townspeople. So we had 1,153 respondents fill out the survey, done in March 2024. And then we also had 5 focus group residents that helped us in September of 2024. All right, we have to be honest, at this point it was clear, I'm on page 6 at the bottom, the businesses identified on the economic survey results would not offer substantial tax relief. However, these businesses would provide services and experience that maintain Litchfield's charm. Also, with the circumventual highway project canceled, our old economic strategy, a new one had to be created anyway, so we had to keep going forward. Page 7, more research we did. We had the focus group, so first we did the survey, now we had the focus group. So we showed them the economic survey results, and we had other development ideas going on. We looked at accessing data, MS4 maps, avatar data, materials from NRPC, and renderings. That's everything that was done during the focus group. We had our town administrator do municipal series for public education on town budgets, assessments of the tax base and tax collection. So again, economic, what's coming in from the homes, what's coming in from businesses. So we looked at that information. Business land use and impact of new development on taxes in terms of infrastructure costs. So we emphasize balancing infrastructure needs with requests for specific types of businesses, and we did an economic impact assessment and tax implications for various scenarios explored. So again, we were trying to do data models. If these businesses came, what would our tax be? If these businesses came, what would this be? We were doing all these kind of tax calculations. At this point, the circumferential highway project was canceled on the transportation plan. We knew it was coming. It was now canceled. The Board of Selectmen asked legal and town administrator to investigate the state-owned land and its future use. So again, where the circumferential highway was gonna go, the land down there, now we had to reach out, since the project's canceled, what are we gonna do with that land? We had to go find out what to do with that, and what land was still available. Page 8, so the more research we were doing, the town budget and town revaluation, so we looked at all of that for 2024. All right, I don't wanna go too much in that. These pages here, you can read on your own, 8 and 9. So the highlight is the town budget, town reevaluation. You can read the detail. I had Kim really give us some good accounting definitions there. The town budget we also looked at. I thought this one was interesting. It's written into our discussion today. New Hampshire uses a mill rate to calculate the property taxes. Since I'm on the bottom of page 8 for town budget. We use a mill rate to calculate property taxes. Since the state does not have a general sales tax or income tax, property taxes are the primary source of funding for local services and education. The mill rate or tax rate is the amount of tax payable per $1,000 for property assessed value. So anyway, yeah, so again, I just wanted to say, on the finance side, we're looking really at your tax rate. It kept going. I guess we can just say at the bottom of the S, if you look at bottom of page 9, read that on your own, but basically, what is this saying, Kim? If the town's overall property values increases proportionally, then the tax rate will decrease. I don't think I'm gonna go too early in accounting, but what they're saying is, remember, everybody's was set, if our town value went up high and your house went up, your tax rate should be okay. It's really if you were
Didn't
really
seem to
low
work.
and then you really went up high.
Yeah, that didn't seem to work.
This also goes with the commercial sectors as well. So when assessed, the value of the commercial properties grows faster than the assessed value of the residential properties. The commercial sector shoulders the largest share of the property tax burden. But we don't have that in Litchfield because we don't have commercial property, we don't have a lot of commercial people here, right? So, right now, our property taxes are higher. We're trying to diversify the tax base to bring the companies in, but right now that's not happening. We talked about town reevaluation, we're on page 10. We also were looking at all the numbers for town reevaluation of land values. All right, the bottom part of page 10, the correlation between the change in commercial property values and the average change in the values of our properties in the town. Basically, who's burdening the share of the tax base, again, it's more financial. All right, after that, we switched out of the numbers, we're on page 11. We kept researching the limitations of the town ordinances were explored. The northern commercial zone, we talked about limiting large-scale developments in the past. We did introduce mixed-use zoning. The southern commercial zone may also benefit from mixed zoning. We're not sure, we're just putting that out there. Let's see, another thing, transportation, lack of traffic. We did look at mobility in and out of town. Why are are people leaving town to go to certain businesses? Where are they going? Can we do that here? Or are they going through for work? So we were looking at all that kind of software. All right. Limits potential customers. Yep, all right, next. We're almost done with research. Potential new town ordinances were explored. An overlay district on the Charles Bancroft Highway, Route 3A, was discussed. An overlay district would diversify the tax base. It would be form-based zoning. A historic district was also being proposed at that point on 3A. What was talked about was a feathering approach on 3A, where you gradually stop putting businesses on the northern and southern commercial areas and you feather it into 3A. They would have to still keep the look of the town, the way that we like it to look. Home-based businesses were looked at, especially on Charles Bancroft Highway, but you would have to have regulations needed for certain business types that were on the economic survey. So again, have the feathering, but have a very strict zoning rules of how it's going to look. We didn't envision a Dunkin' Donuts there, right? We envisioned more like in-based
Coffee shop.
home property.
Businesses that wouldn't necessarily, they would be what the people wanted,
wanted
but
on the
weren't-
survey.
but weren't gonna help us with any kind of tax relief, really.
I think there was Dunkin' Donuts in Hollis that looks like a colonial.
Yeah, no, that, they do, right? And we had we had those renderings, right? there
Yeah,
as
they're
well.
gorgeous, but don't give us much.
So they'll maintain the character of our community and master plans, but still have to create those performance standards that are strict to allow that to keep the aesthetic value of the town. All right, town valuation use statistics. So we looked at this for 24 and 2025. The commercial, industrial versus residential, right? Again, looking at the valuation. Just
Very little commercial.
I'm looking at page 13. So again, we were just reading all of the data, just looking at land and residential versus non. All right, town, page 14, and we looked at the town land use data statistics of farmland, forest land, unproductive land, wetlands in total. And we looked at the assessed value. All right, the next one's an important one, limited availability of commercial property. So we do need a strategic plan. I don't know if it's gonna go to the Board of Selectmen probably, or other committees that want to be formed. Approximately 9% of Litchfield's total land areas is designated for commercial use. Given competing interests for this land, there needs to be a strategic plan to optimize its utilization. Last thing that we looked at was this analytics software called Placer. Again, it was more travel information, and employment trends. It was, $12,000 or $15,000, so we said no to that. All right, so we had looked at all of that data. It took us a year or so plus to do that. Next. All right, so we looked at the chapter 6, the existing 2002 strategy that you had on page 15. So we took your chapter and we removed circumventional highway out of it and all the infrastructure that was going to be put in with it, right? There was supposed to be sewage and all of that going in with it, right? So that was removed. So number one, we identified items related just to the circumventional highway in that 2002 chapter, and we recommended specific removals. Identified sources were to get updated new data for economic sections of that report. So that existing report had a lot of graphs and data in there. So whoever did it, thank you, left where they got their data from, so we could go back and get the current data to stick in there. We examined the 2002 future economic recommendations. At the end of every master plan, there's usually a future recommendations list. So we looked at that and said, do we do that? Can we still do that? You know, maybe that doesn't make sense. So we took those. And we kept the ones that we wanted, so we removed some, added some, and identified that would remain there. We included our Economic Development Committee final recommendations into this new master plan. So we're gonna get into what those are next. Basically, so again, you just saw the data collection happen. Now you're gonna see, we did steps 1 through 3, plus what's coming in the next part of the report, went into this chapter. All right, so here's the initial findings on page 16. Near here. We had 15. All right, so economic development, so let's look at the graph. Economic development ideas and concepts. We voted as a committee. So what we did is we looked at all of our minutes, all of our data, right? And we came up with these 15 themes that emerged out of that kept coming into play. So then we
The
voted
survey,
on them.
right?
We
All
had
the
a yay
survey?
out of, some of them was survey, some were from the focus group.
Okay.
So you're gonna see us voting. We have a yay or a nay or an abstain, okay? And then any remarks. So initial findings were investigate an overlay district for 3A, feathering in home businesses and businesses. Things like bed and breakfasts, wineries, breweries, coffee shop, farm to table. Rely on those very strict performance standards to maintain the rural charm. They would dictate architectural elements such as pitches, landscaping, setbacks. So that would mean we would have to, on the far right side, develop performance standards. Number 2, a historic overlay to maintain the rural character. That was going on at the time we were doing this report. I'm not sure if they're coming back, I don't know, with another attempt at that. It's not needed for our Board of Selectmen charges, 1 through 5, but maintaining the rural, if it did go to fruition, it's maintaining that rural charm that we want. Create a business directory came out of some of this research. Business marketing and website and social media to help out any local businesses. update home business ordinances, balancing business needs versus residential expectations. So here, the planning board recently went through that. I was still on the planning board when you did that, Jay. So we had a lot of home businesses coming in front of the planning board, and we were starting to update the zoning to work with that. So any that came from the survey, now we would have, any that came from the survey that we got from the 1,100 and whatever, 53 residents, plus the focus group, would have to go over to Jay and the planning board to start doing some zoning work, right? And work with zoning. All right, next. Signage was a big deal. Number 6, update home businesses ordinance. Some of the small businesses wanted to have better signage. Again, that's a balance. The planning board will review, because you still want to keep the neighborhood feel versus letting someone know a business is there. So, current zoning, ordinances have signage already defined, but again, if they want to look at it in more detail, they could do that. All right, mixed use, as a potential opportunity in the northern commercial, part of the circumventual highway. This is post-election at this point, because we had, that did pass. It was on the warrant articles last year to allow mixed use in the northern part, right? And that did pass. All right, number 8, evaluate commercial potential of vacant state-owned land located or adjacent to the southern commercial district. So that was to be determined at the, as of November 7th, it was to be determined. We were waiting follow-up from New Hampshire DOT and DES. Fed rep, and later bring our state reps in. Just for transparency there, we had Maggie Goodlander visit. Do you remember that email on that one? I wasn't here for that. So she was trying to help us with that land also. She was looking into that, and she was very upset with St. Gobain, right? She was trying to look at a legal way from the state, working with the governor. So, but then she kind of fell off. We haven't heard from her since. So the plan was to bring you in anyway, but just, that was all going on at that point, so it's still to be determined. All right, so we're currently investigating the state-owned land and the potential water project and other water inquiries. So all of these, number 8, are things that the Board of Selectmen knows about that were going on. There was a confluence of our economic plan, water, POFA, everything was going on at the same time. Who owns that land, right? So that's why it was a to be determined back in November. Now, we did, last meeting, the gentleman from New Hampshire DOT came in and gave us the listing of the state-owned properties now, right? So again, this is a moving report. All right, the other finding, number 9, explore the land between the end of Albuquerque and Page Road. It's privately owned. The economic development, we abstained, we did not pass that. All right, investigate available properties on Route 102. So again, we're waiting for we were at that point waiting for DOT to get back to us with the listing of the land. We also had a discussion that we could propose southern commercial land inquiry. Discussion only on existing home and businesses. So again, we were just doing our own research on who owned some of that land. Initial finding 12, investigate DOT permits, appeals process. It would help businesses expedite if they're waiting for the state. I think it was more the gas station that's going in now in the northern part of town, waiting for those curb cuts from a rule from 1971. He waited years to get his business going, right? That kind of thing. What's an appeals process? So we need to look at that to help businesses. All right, non-economic development items were ongoing. Warrant article ideas, we were still ongoing. And then the ADU impact was still ongoing at that point, but it would increase the town population and services. All right, so after we did all of that initial findings, this is what our final recommendations came to be on page 19 and 20. You're gonna see the top line on page 19. We voted as a committee. Yea, nay, abstain. The Board of Selectmen will walk away with some items. The Planning Board will walk away with some items. You see the X's that are going down? So on page 19, you get the idea of the concept, whether it's voted yes or no. The Board of Selectmen, if you have an X in there, that's going to you. If you have an X in Planning Board, that's going to you, because that was one of our charges. What is the Board of Selectmen gonna do? What is zoning and planning gonna do? Alright, so here we go. So the overlay district with the feathering in, performance standard will go to the planning board. And I'll work with Laura, obviously, Gandia, okay? Okay, and anything they come up with has to go in front of the voters, right? Would be warrant article. All right, update home business ordinances for balancing the needs. That again goes over to the planning board. And updating the home business on signage, again, goes over to the planning board. I want at this point to say, at number 2, we really, until I talked to Jay, I said, Jay, back in 2002 when you were here, what did they actually give you for zoning ordinances? And you just said, keep it vague. I was thinking we had to really write them get them ready for the warrant articles here. Once he said, just give me the idea, woo, I was like, this report's almost done, right? So you have that, right? You have all of that at this point. So he has all of this. All right, number 4, business directory. Again, I think that would probably be more the Board of Selectmen and, a town, we'll do a town function here. Investigate DOT permit appeals process. Again, Board of Selectmen, we can help, maybe just do an investigative on that. See if there is an appeals process, that would be nice.
Aren't we up in the air with that? Like it went to zoning, and then zoning said it should be at the board, and so that's in flux. Is that, am
Which
I
one,
correct?
the DOT permit one?
The zoning, where is the Board of Appeals?
That's the question we wanted. We have to investigate to find out.
Okay.
We were saying if we even have one.
We don't right now. Okay.
All right, evaluate the commercial potential of vacant land owned and adjacent to the southern district. So again, we were waiting for DOS. We have that land now. For number 6. Number 7, available properties. We now have that list. We got that last meeting, right? For number 6 and 7. Investigate form-based zoning. So that's a formula that Laura Gandia was going off on how certain sections get, certain zoning ordinances, right, in sections. But they would work with planning to develop ordinances to form the standards. And then creating a strategic, so that goes to the planning board, and the Board of Selectmen will create a strategic plan to about that 9% of that Litchfield land. So, of course, commercial people will like it, residential people would like it, conservation probably would like, so again, who gets the land? It has to be a discussion. It could really just come down to, it's organic, and whoever owns the land, who knows, again, but at least have a discussion.
Yeah. That's a question the conservation asks whenever they're trying to decide what land that they want to purchase. Who owns it, sending letters out to them. Yeah, it's part of the plan.
All right, so this is a summary now. We'll wrap it up. So we had the 5 charges. Charge 1, create an economic survey and data collection model that would accurately reflect the feedback of the townspeople. We did design the economic survey, and we did do the data collecting. That was a few months, you were there for the survey, remember that? That had to be.
Oh,
at
yeah, I
least 3 or
did a
4
lot
months.
with that.
We gathered the results, we tallied them, and we published it in many ways. I don't know if we have, the results of the survey are
On the portal.
on the portal,
On the
okay,
website.
under the economic development portal, so you can see that. Completed, we had a focus group created, their ideas were included in our research and recommendations. So charge 1, find out what the town wants and, get their feedback, so that was delivered. Charge 2, establish recommendations to the planning board and the Board of Selectmen, and on the updates for the Chapter 6, December 2002 master plan. Jay has that, we had a meeting on that, where we actually had 2, one on the phone and one with the whole group, and we all agreed those would be the changes, and you have those ready to go to update that. Obviously not for 2025, but hopefully 2026 maybe. All right, so again, we reviewed and made recommendations to the Chapter 6 plan. That was a whole meeting itself, the Economic Development Committee. Charge 3, advise the select board and other town boards on issues concerning bylaws, policies, regulations, and zoning that are consistent with maintaining our community, with our master plan and desires of the town people. So we did that, we completed for the planning board, we identified the zoning concept ideas to investigate the overlay district for the Route 3A feathering of home businesses and businesses, and develop performance standards. I want them to update the home business ordinances, first review the existing ones, see if what's on the survey and the focus group need more changes. Update the home business ordinances, just review the signage, investigate the form-based zoning. Southern Commercial District may benefit from mixed-use zoning. Regulations will be needed for these business types identified on the survey and the focus groups. So right now, the zoning ordinances are by business type. Some of these new ones, you're gonna have to see where they go in, right, if we're on the survey. I think it's gonna be 2 or 3. There were no bylaw, policies, or regulations modifications recommended by anybody on the committee at this time. And they also have this final report. All right, so that goes to the planning board, going to the board of selectmen. We had our identified ideas. Create the business directory and marketing, do business marketing, website, social media to help our businesses in town. Investigate the DOT appeals process, create the strategic plan for the remaining commercial property. Continue to monitor the available state land, verify to expand so that's another thing, expand the southern commercial district. Route 102, investigate available properties. And then again, mixed-use zoning. For the Board of Selectmen, we didn't recommend any bylaws, policy, or regulations at this time. I will say the only one that actually made a comment about bylaws and policies was Conservation, who said they couldn't give any at this time until this report was kind of already developed, handed off to the Board of Selectmen, okay? So they may come back, but they didn't have any at that time. All right. Charge 4, advocate for the state and federal grant incentives or improvement on regulations that help advance the priorities. So how do we fulfill this task? State and federal grants incentives for improving regulations to help advance. So completed, the Economic Development Committee through town staff reviewed grants and other financing options available to assist improving regulations of the town. Specifically, the Economic Development Committee reviewed grant opportunities with New Hampshire Housing, New Hampshire BAE, RSA 79E, et cetera. Ongoing, we'll explore opportunities to partner with our state and federal agencies, and in process, identify and execute plans for improving our water and energy resources. Charge 5, make recommendations to streamlining the permitting, licensing, and other regulatory functions, because that slows businesses down. Completed, supplemental design guidelines for mixed-use village development alternative and net positive report. So I think when the mixed use went in, Jay, you have a report that it's a net positive for the town, right?
That's supporting the
Okay,
requirements,
so
yes.
that's good. So, number 2, investigate DOT permit appeals process. Another request to make this permitting process faster is encourage the Board of Selectmen to meet regularly with our state and federally elected officials. Hi. All right, this last page is just a cross-reference. So again, if you look at these 5 charges, you can just go to the exact slide number, okay, on the
Yep.
back, all right?
Yep.
All right, so with the appendix items, the economic survey is up on the portal, the survey results are up on the portal, the focus group ideas are here, I will get them up into the portal, and this report should be in their portal. This last page we're gonna tear off, I just wanted you to read it before we remove it, because, I just wanted to give, it's a temporary slide, I'll remove it after we discuss it here. I would like to acknowledge the town staff contributions that were done to streamline the permitting, license, and other regulatory functions. So they did a subdivision and site plan operational flowchart. They also completed an in-house permitting process for technical review committee. And the MyGov permitting software enhancements are already in place. The reason they're not on the report is we never talked about them during our committee meeting ourselves as a committee. They were done kind of off to the side, but weren't part of our committee itself. So they're not gonna be in the report, but I just wanted everyone to realize there was going on this time. Okay? Because again, nobody voted on any of these because they weren't really part of it.
Pretty good.
So the final, I just have my own thing on closing. So, so NRPC, Jay, Planning Board, you can do the master plan from 2002 to 2026. The zoning ideas you also have were discussed. Now, this data now, hopefully, now that we have our land back, you have all the financial data in here to make strategic decisions, hopefully, right? Based on the sections of the town. So I think I'll just leave it at that. I won't make my last comments, but I think we just really have to look at diversifying our tax base better, because as you're hearing from everybody in town screaming at the tax bills, we need to bring in more businesses here. All right, that's all I have, but I'm not sure of next steps. Are we supposed to accept this, not accept it? Shane, I don't know what you want to do with this?
That was gonna be my question. I mean, I think we should, I mean, we should accept it as a final report, right? It's a
But
final.
yeah, we should definitely accept
So-
it, but
I mean, I'll make a motion that we accept the report as reviewed by Kim Queenan. as the final report from the Economic Development Committee.
Second it.
Motion made and seconded. My other question is, what happens to this committee after we accept this report? Sounds like their charge is
They're
done.
done.
It's at the charge of the Board of Selectmen. You could totally
Disband. I get a night back every month.
They would like to be done, I think.
So if that's the case, all right, I'll
We
take a
could
vote.
start a new committee to do different things within here if you need to after.
If we need to, yeah.
But this committee's done.
Yeah.
You're all right, Kim, you don't have to be on it.
Well,
Kim's like, why did I say yes to
yeah,
this?
and that's the board to
You don't
figure
have
out
to
how
be
they want
on
to
it.
orchestrate those. So, all right, I'll take all in favor of accepting the report as a final, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 500. I guess I'll make a motion that we acknowledge the Board of Selectmen's charge has been completed. This board is, this committee is dissolved, and want to send, thank you from the Board of Selectmen to all the members that participated. If we can do a formal letter, we'll send it to all of them. And it's now on the board and the planning board's charge to kind of address some of the things you recommended with the help from NRPC. So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Nope. All those in favor?
Oh, I do have
so-
just one comment,
Yeah.
sorry. For those at home and in the audience, I went through that very quickly. Definitely read it and look at the numbers so you can make your own assessment in your head, or I didn't want to be here.
Yeah, I
for
guess
an
I
hour.
would ask, this should be under their section on the website, make sure that final report's there, and call it the final report. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 500. And again, gratitude to everybody who participated. I know it was a long charge and a lot of technical stuff had to be gone through. So thank you, Kim, for your leadership in that.
Welcome, it was fun.
No, it wasn't.
It was fun.
It was fun at times. I think I was on it for 2 years, wasn't it?
All right,
We had some
Miss
Yeah.
Kim Kleiner, anything else to do to clean that up? We should be good, right?
That should be good.
All right. Moving on to the agenda, let's see, sale of the state-owned property, December 9th notice. Nice segue from our economic report.
Nice, yeah.
So, Ms. Kleiner?
So, as you'll remember, when they were here last week, or our last meeting, speaking to you, I think the question came up of the state land that has homes on it that are being leased, what would happen to those? They indicated that they would reach out to the leasers and they would have the first option of purchasing the property. The next day, they sent me this letter asking if the board will give their approval for them to reach out and start entering into some agreements with those residents. These are the 3 properties that have homes that are currently being leased. So they're just looking for the board's reaction as to whether they can continue to just move forward with these 3 properties.
I think what I was trying to get from them while they were here is to try and help these people buy these properties because they had been paying rent on them for so long, but I don't believe that's what their answer was.
No, it's market
Can
rate.
anybody help me
It
with
was
that?
it was market rate. They're gonna
Market
be,
rate.
they're gonna be
Market
made an
rate.
offer, not market rate, yeah.
Yeah, the state can't sell property for less than market rate.
I was confused when I read this, so this was the 3 these are the homes that are already there that people paid rent on.
Yep.
That people
Okay.
are renting.
Yeah.
When I read this, I thought, they're gonna make us make a decision by the end of the year.
Oh, no, not that.
Yeah, it's only
It's
those
just
3
those 3,
that
okay.
are currently being leased.
Yeah, out of the 19, but only 3 were in Litchfield.
Do you have a comment, Mr.
I do,
Peoples?
actually.
Step up. Mr. Representative?
Representative Peoples here. I don't know for a fact, but I think they would have to go out to public auction. I don't know that they could do that this way.
Didn't they
I've seen
say
some
that
other
they'd
stuff,
like to do
huh?
that? I thought they said that this was the process that they used.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
They indicated it goes to a long-range capital planning committee, which is made up of senators and representatives, and that that committee has the legality, the authority of approving the plan.
Executive council.
My understanding of when you dispose of state property, it has to go to a bid process.
I wonder if
Because-
it's because there's somebody already in their long-term residence.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but that,
Yeah,
That's what
Just
Jay-
seems a little
Jay said,
questionable to
yes.
me.
Is that what you're?
That was my understanding, is that because they are occupied, that part of the process is that the, lessees have the option.
Have the first
Buy it
option.
at market rate.
I could be wrong, but that was my understanding, because they're occupied.
Yeah, and I was trying to get him a deal, but no.
So there's no action for us to do, just be aware they're doing it, right? And let them continue doing it?
Right, so they say, they do list an RSA 4:39F. The department will prepare a submission to the Long Range Capital Planning and Utilization Committee, requesting authorization of the above-mentioned properties.
And these are all, but we kind of said during the meeting, we'd not be interested in property that already has
No.
a home on, homestead on
Which
it.
No,
I
we are
think is
not.
why he got us his
Yeah,
letter
we are
so
not.
quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you had made that. So, I think all that's needed at this moment is for us to respond, to Mr. Sargent, who's the right-of-way administrator, saying that the board has no exception
On these three properties
on
only.
these three properties. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion that we do that.
Okay,
Do we
motion-
need a motion?
Yeah.
I
So-
make a motion that we get in touch with, the state and tell them we have no objection to them proceeding on this.
Motion made by Ms. Plansky, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Leary. Further discussion? I think we just need to be aware of obviously the larger parcels that they're coming, that has nothing on them, that we want to be aware of, so. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0.
So to go back to this just for a second, the large parcels, I'm very concerned because we, as a town, we get first refusal to buy that land. Then after us, it goes to the state housing? Is that what they said?
I think that's what they said,
that
yeah.
in New Hampshire Housing
There's a whole
Authority,
process.
that is correct.
As second dibs, yep.
So it's not necessarily that we're gonna be able to put commercial land, commercial properties there.
Right now
Well, it's commercial,
commercially
it's
zoned.
commercial zone, they have to hear it, but,
Yeah, but that's not what they're gonna look to do. They're gonna
if they
be
put
looking to
apartment buildings in there, it's commercial.
Yeah.
An apartment building is a commercial property.
Anything over 6?
Yeah.
Is it over
Yeah.
6 dwellings?
But that's not what the
Six.
town had in mind by,
No,
Yeah.
that's not what the town
No,
had
I
in
know,
mind
I know.
by.
it doesn't diversify the
The
tax
challenge
base.
is-
Doesn't diversify the tax base, and it absolutely, puts a huge burden on our infrastructure
That would
as
mean,
well.
right, and you were here during the conversation, I think that puts us, we have to at least be able to figure out how we can buy the land, then try to control, and then advertise it to get people.
So
who want
we're
in.
gonna have a meeting about that?
That was the handoff on that report, with the strategy about that
Yeah,
land.
I don't think we have a strategy, and we don't have the
No,
money.
and he
We
said
need-
it was
we need
gonna
to
be a
make one.
while before it happened, but I'm just,
But is it gonna be,
I left with a bad feeling from that
right, but is it
meeting.
going to, here's the challenge, right, is it going to be before our election? Yes, no, probably not after, but it'll probably be before our next election. We don't have any ways to raise any money unless we bring it to warrant.
But we can ask for an extension, I bet.
Well, they already said that,
Hold off.
They're gonna, yeah, they said, hold off, they
Indicated
weren't
would
ready,
hold off for
they
our
weren't
Yeah,
gonna be
town
ready.
meeting.
yeah.
They
give
said
us the time
years,
to-
maybe years.
Yeah, to process and get
Yeah,
it before
could be
town
years.
meeting.
I just wanna be ready.
And the properties that they're gonna sell off or offer to the tenants renting now, they're small, they're 1.4 acres, 0.08 acres and 1.4 acres, so
I think the
that's nothing.
the last thing we wanna be is landlords.
Yes, yes.
Right,
So,
right.
It's not part of the larger parcel.
And still, I would say, you wanna create somewhat of a larger conversation. And because Hudson has some of these properties,
Yep,
um,
we border them, right?
Merrimack,
Yep.
Nashville,
National.
Little. So, I mean,
Will you be
especially
able
with
to
Hudson, you
guide
might
us
wanna
on that,
have some
Jay? What
conversation
you will?
as to, how are they gonna
What are their
develop their
plans?
properties that are next door practically to some of these properties, and get an idea of building off of each other, you know.
So maybe-
at
With all the
current
zoning
properties.
changes that have happened at the State House, I'm terrified of what could happen with this land.
Maybe a next step would be to pull in the leaders of those towns, just to have a sit down and say, what's your thoughts about the property that you potentially have access to? What do you think you're gonna do it, and how would it align with what we wanna do with ours? As a first step, right?
Yeah, I think that's great.
So, and I
I
think,
can reach out to Paul and Roy, the
Okay.
town administrator and manager.
That'd be great.
Is that part of this handout, right?
Conversations.
Strategy, you know, we gotta come up with a strategy for that, that's part of the handout, so.
Yeah. I just didn't know how much control we had.
Pass
Jay
the
says that
baton.
he can help us, so we definitely want to utilize Jay.
okay,
That
so I think we have at least a next step for the larger parcels.
It really, it's gonna
All
make
right,
who we are.
moving on,
More than
next is
anything.
the 3 abatements. Based on our earlier conversation, I'm wondering if it would be better if we just defer this until either our next meeting or till we have a time to either decide what we're gonna do with our assessing agreement. And at that time, if we can pull them and have them help us understand their decision. That's part of our first thing. So we can hold, because we can hold off this, you said, to May or June, right?
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah,
Thank you for everything.
yes, you have to give them the proper amount of time, because if they're going to appeal your decision, they have to appeal it to the BTLA before September first.
Okay.
You have time, you have plenty of time.
All right, so I'm just gonna make a motion that we defer these abatements to our second meeting in January.
Second.
Second by Mr. Leary. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 500. All right, now to the longer topic. The 2026 warrants, changes and approvals. Sorry, guys.
Don't worry about me, I've only been awake since 4 o'clock this morning.
You didn't take a nap?
Yes, that's what.
All right, so Ms. Klein, you want to
Love it
walk
when
us
they come
through? It looks like you captured some of the ones I raised, and I think some of the other ones raised, so do you want to walk us through the ones of interest?
Yes, so I went through a list that, first, thank you, to John and Karen. I was not available for the budget meeting. Karen wrote quite a great list, so I've been going through her list. And this list, if you open it up, has been, updated according to what the budget committee asked. I guess we should just start at the beginning. So, the budget committee asked Article 9, which is your operational budget. The budget committee asked for the tax impact to be included of the default budget. So if you were to do that, I have included on the front page of the town's budget, how that calculation is performed. That calculation comes out to a default tax impact of -6 cents. So your article would read, estimated 2026 tax rate impact of the operational budget, 9 cents. Estimated 2026 tax rate of the default budget, -6 cents.
So, just for a little color, so during the conversation, it was brought up because the school puts their default impact. Obviously, I've never seen it on our town side. I personally don't have an objection putting it there. It does, clearly defines what it is. I just don't know why it's never been there before. If it's something that's been recommended by DRA in the past.
Did have a law change around some of that this year.
So there's a requirement to include the tax impact for multiple years if there is a tax rate impact.
Right,
for
on warrants,
multiple years.
yep.
I found no law change on the fact that you need to include the tax impact of the default budget. I would say that on the school side, the default budget is much closer to the operating budget than on the town side. Just because of things that are legally able to be included on a default budget, they are closer. So this year,
Like the
our
contracts.
default budget and our operational budget are approximately $300,000 in difference.
If they see -6, you think they're gonna just go default?
Yes.
I would say
Yeah.
that's what I would do as a human, being, as a,
Do we need to have a
Right.
plan in place in case default happens?
Oh, we're going to, yes.
We're gonna have to have a discussion.
I've got detailed information later on,
okay.
on what the default.
Kim was here on
impact is.
Friday doing a lot of these.
Yeah, I think we need a plan.
I think she
just in
stretched
case.
herself out.
Did some stuff out.
Yeah,
I'm stressed out for
What's,
everyone.
so so the voter is gonna look like 0.09 or -6 cents, right?
So I did ask, who controls the warrant? The warrant is controlled by the Board of Selectmen.
Mhm.
The Budget Committee owns the operational budget. They don't even own the default budget. The default budget is the Board of Selectmen. So, we believe it is totally within your authority on what goes on the warrant. But
so what's the board's desire? I mean,
I'm concerned that advertising that will have negative impacts because people aren't gonna understand what that 6 cents is. You know, it's only $300,000, which is not a bad increase for a budget, considering we're coming off a
But it will
default.
be the first one in 2 years.
Right. But it would be, if you look at that and says, I can go up 9 cents, or I can go down 6 cents.
Well, that sounds like it's a 15-cent swing, but it's
without
not.
any context.
But it's not a 15-cent swing.
I know, but.
It's not,
Well,
right? It's a 3-cent swing.
well, it's a -6, it's -6 based on what we
It's
pay
15.
now, today.
Right.
It's 15.
It's a swing, yeah.
For $30,000 is 15 cents on the
300,000.
So you'd be going up
300,000.
to a tax impact, so if you look at the town budget, I believe I have it on here.
That would say that a $300,000 increase would be a 15-cent
So look here,
Swing.
swing.
so if you look right beneath it, I'll bring this up. Oh, that's not a very good picture, is it?
Kim, you need to clear your schedule. We need table talk.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, at the end of the day, I think if someone looks at the operating budget and they do the numbers, they're gonna say, well, this is the last I'm gonna not approve it. I don't
Right.
think putting -6 or 9 is gonna make a difference. But I do think we have to get out there and start explaining this budget to the voters. The worst thing the one thing I don't wanna see us do is to come back and say, if we don't get our operating budget, these are things we have to do, right?
Right.
Cause I feel like that's gonna turn into a,
Kim,
well, you're just now impacting.
Next Monday, can we sit down and talk about some of these items?
Sure.
And get a schedule of doing those discussions
Absolutely.
so that they can be played over and over to reach the largest audience that we can.
I'm all for being
Yeah.
transparent, but my
Absolutely.
concern is people are not gonna understand what that 6 cents actually cost.
Right.
Correct. So let's see if I can successfully do this again.
Well, we have to revote this anyway, one way or the other, just because we had the numbers were corrected, so.
I think you need to be transparent with the voters.
Yeah.
At all costs.
I'm agreeing. I think it got highlighted at the budget meeting, which means the budget committee probably won't let it go. It'll come up as a conversation, it'll come up at deliberative, it'll come up, so,
And we'll come up in the recommendation numbers.
correct. So, I think it's fair and to be transparent and to lay it out there, just like the school board does. And I think it's up to us to educate the public, the residents, why we're asking for the money we're asking for.
It's still
It's-
not making sense to me, though. If we're gonna keep the budget, if the budget goes to default,
Mhm.
then it shouldn't be -6, it should be 0. It shouldn't impact the tax rate at all.
No, so it
Some things
goes
fell
to
out of
the
default.
default of 2024,
Right.
not the default of 2025. You will actually be losing money from what you have now.
It's a negative.
So it goes to the budget that was last approved by the voters. and the
Which was
budget that-
2024, which is the budget we have this year.
Right.
Well,
With-
That is the
no,
budget we have this
It was
year.
the 2023 default though, right? Wouldn't it have been based on 2023 numbers?
No, it was the
No, it's the last
2024
approved
approved budget.
So this is not the same.
The last approved budget was the 2024.
Yes.
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 Okay, so that would continue to be in 2026.
Yes, but you have changes. You have changes because your revenues are going down.
Right.
Because our revenues, we're losing revenue for next year that we that we have this year. So the ratio is not the same.
What revenue are we losing?
So we'll get to that in a little bit. I have that
Well, I
further
can't make a
down
decision
below.
on this
Interest
without
is one.
understanding that.
Interest is one.
What's,
So
the-
our
what's the
interest rate-
decision to make though, Diane? This is what it is. We have to vote
You're sure that number's right, I guess.
if you're gonna question the DRA and how they
Yeah,
calculate it,
it's
it's
the
not
state
right.
that comes up with
It
it.
was the state who said -9, 9 and
So-
minus.
Well, no, but, yeah.
It's
Your
also minus
revenue-
6.
Your revenue for 2025 was 3.690. Your revenue, as we've estimated it for 2026, is 3.40.
So it's down.
Yeah, substantially, which we went over when we went through the budget,
Right.
because the interest rates have decreased, you're not getting as much interest.
So the budget doesn't take into effect revenue, though.
So, yes, so the calculation on the tax impact is your budget, less your revenues, less the veterans credits, and the overlay equals your tax warrant. And then that divided by your assessments equals your tax rate.
So what we have to raise by taxes is higher because of the revenues went down.
Right.
Okay, okay,
It's not being offsetted.
Yeah.
okay.
That's on the second page of the town budget. And that's what this page is that I have up here that you can't see clearly, but it's in your portal. It's right underneath
Yep.
where we are in the portal.
You have it on yours?
I do.
It's an eye
Okay,
chart.
right below there, yeah.
It is an
It
eye chart.
is.
But I was looking at it before going, what
So-
is that?
That's what I mean by the budget committee now sees this, cause I added the default right next to the regular and it's there and, the only thing I guess I would suggest is that in the town voter guide, somehow we qualify that -6 to say, these are the things that it will impact. Because you can't do it on the warrant. You're prescribed by law what you can put on the warrant.
All right, so the -6 goes on the warrant article.
Does it help if we say it's $299,572? It's not 300, it's 299, I'm just saying, in the voter guide. Well, people can say $300,000 is not a big number.
Hey, if I can ask stupid questions, so can she.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's stupid. If I look at $300,000,
I don't think mine's stupid
think-
either, but.
No, I think the voter guide needs to be, and this one, like alone,
Yep.
needs to have a lot more detail in it. Right? You need to figure out, what, I think we need to explain to the voters, without the operating budget, these are the things that probably won't happen, right?
Right.
This will not happen.
And so that's what
Within reasonability, right? I mean, I don't wanna hear on Facebook that we're fear mongering and we're
Right.
trying to
It's not a
scare them
fair
and pulling them into it.
Okay.
We're not. We're really, at
This
this
is
point, we
not.
are.
So this is, and any resident can go look, this is in the portal. I did go through this in detail, double checked all the numbers. Here's your 2025 budget, right? Which was the default of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your 2026 default. That changes a little because there's some things that we are allowed by law to put into that. Your union contract increases are one. So that, you'll see, has changed. And then here's your 2026 proposed, which is the operating budget that we have proposed. It's $299,574 in difference.
So that's exactly what's gonna change.
So, where do those differences lie? Payroll. Payroll of all these departments equates to $181,000 of it.
That's
Why?
fire,
Because
police.
you're putting your town employees back 2 years. And you're putting a health increase on top of them. So they're paying more for their health increase, and they're getting paid less. That's what you would be doing if you take away that $181,000. And we made up this year $127,000 by asking the PD not to hire those two positions. We can't make up,
181.
I'm sorry, I mean, we're not magicians.
I'm not sure of the rules of the voter guide, but that $299,000 breakdown, if you can just give the bullet, but that's one bullet point, what would happen
Okay,
if you
here's
say
what-
no,
Yeah,
right?
so there's 181 of it.
Right.
Then your contractors. So reevaluation of property, we'd be down 33. Why? Because that's the utilities, the San Souci that we need in order for the Pennachuck and all that. Highway, plows, came out to nothing. Road sweeping would be down 4,300. The website, we wouldn't have the money for the website. Cemeteries contractor, that would be down. Ambulance would be down $37,000. That's a $37,000 swing. We gotta pay the ambulance contract. It's a contract of the town of Hudson. Field maintenance contract, that would be down $8,000. We're gonna go back and
Why can't
negotiate.
that contract be put in the default, though?
The field maintenance?
No, the
The
ambulance
increases.
contract, the increases. They're contracted. Why can we
Only
do?
the contracts by law that are stated in the RSA by
Okay,
law.
and that's a union contract, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Solid waste, that's a contract, but your solid waste isn't included by law. So that's $13,000 that we'd have to make up there. And then your janitorial, which is here, and, recreational, it would be down $2,000. Oh, let's get back to hydrants, cause everybody loves hydrants. Hydrants would be down $72,000.
We don't have to pay Pennachuck.
Okay,
Let's not pay those.
fine,
Were they gonna turn the water off?
yeah.
Oh, we don't need that many.
It's too many.
In town insurance, I mean, there's another contract, like, we can't include that in our default. That, which makes no sense to me, so don't ask me, I have no idea why. 11,000. The library would lose 17,000. And I didn't go through their individual lines. Salt, highway salt would be down 5,000. And then the PD, vehicle repairs, we've budgeted at 45,000, the default's only 15, so that would be down 26,500.
Those are the
and-
police department cars?
Those are the police department, repairs. So
Hopefully
that all comes to
pass the other one, won't need
440, offset by the 150 we saved in the bond. I got it to 289. I've lost, there's 10,000 in little things that I could go find. But at this point, my eyes are rolling back in
So
my
I think
head.
it's time to start talking, you know.
So
and-
here's all the things that we would be impacting if we got default.
But the voter guide, can it tell the services?
The
that are
large
gonna be
items, there's
impacted?
more little.
If they read
things.
it.
Yeah, these aren't
If they read it.
Well,
nice to have, these are.
It should be in the.
I read
Necessity.
it, I read
They're-
it, but
they're-
they don't vote.
I mean, the
But
assumption
it'd be on
is
the-
something
it'd be
gonna,
on
with
social-
all these kind of reductions, with the shortfalls, something's impacted. Whether people can come to that same conclusion, I don't know. Without saying we're gonna close town hall down one day a week.
Services
I
would
don't
be
know how you
impacted.
do that.
Yeah, there's
services will
services
be
impacted, just highlight the ones impacted, right?
I mean,
Services impacted.
An actual.
But again, what does it mean when we say services impact? Because
If
the-
something about salt isn't going to happen on the roads, I think people equate
No, I know what you've been experiencing, but I think, like, you know, we have to make some, we're gonna have to sit down and make some tough decisions and go through it. The last thing I wanna see happen is our employees impacted, because those are the ones we can't get back when they decide they gotta move on. But anytime we shut anything down, we close the building down for a day, that impacts people's hours, that moves them from being full-time to part-time, and those are things I don't think I wanna do, so where else can we save money to make up that kind of difference in a default? I don't know. You know, we can't keep the trucks from breaking down, we can't keep this, you know, snow from falling, we can't, there's a lot of things out of our control that we don't know about.
Right.
So we're gonna have, we will have to sit down in January or, you know, in February, start mapping out a road to, if we get a default, what does that actually mean?
Yeah,
And I think the
what's it
story,
gonna look like?
we gotta build a story around it, we gotta build the facts around it to let the public know that we're not crying wolf, this is serious impacts, right? And we're, you know, public safety cannot be impacted, and that's 3 of our largest departments. You know, I can't say, don't respond to the fire, let it burn, like one of our budget members said one day. It's not, you can't do that.
No, but we need to reach out and make people understand. I'm gonna keep
I
saying it.
agree.
I've been saying it since I got elected in March. We have to reach out. We need to talk.
It-
We need to reach out. We need to talk. It's all we can do. It's the only strength
But
we
like
have.
we
And if
did
you-
last year, we've sent out flyers, people don't
Yep.
read them. We talk to people and people don't
People
listen.
don't vote.
We post it on social
But-
media.
I will say, and I think social media,
And
I think
so
we need
we
to
gotta
leverage
try new
social media
things.
better than we've done in the past.
Yeah.
I think we need to do little vignettes and snippets.
Yep.
I think, as I said before, if you could work with Kim and lay
We're
out
gonna do
a
it.
bunch of little sessions that we can snip
We're gonna
apart.
do it Monday.
We'll go get the studio fired up.
2026
We'll burn them all
resolution.
in. I'll cut them all up. I'll get them posted. They'll recycle. They'll just
Okay.
keep on rebroadcasting all day long if we have to.
Yep.
Um,
Well, we can also go to different,
right. We
Go
need
to
to
different
reach out
areas
to
of-
55s and different
over
areas. and-
55s, definitely. They,
Agreed.
they want to hear from us anyway. I don't have an objection going. Last time I went as a citizen, I would be more than happy to go as a selectman.
They all have. I mean, most of them have clubhouses. They usually have meetings. I don't know why we
Yep,
couldn't
they have board meetings.
reach out.
Yep.
Reach out to the individual organizations. Just say, hey, we're available to answer questions about the upcoming election.
And they have
Just be an
tons of
AMA.
questions too. I mean, we can go with a teammate, we can bring the chief with us,
We
you
could
know, and.
we could even do an AMA live if we orchestrate it correctly.
Mm-hmm,
Right?
because it
Let's
worked
go
when we were
Facebook
doing
Live.
the
We'll
elections.
filter. We'll ask any questions. We'll ask. Bring the experts in, and
Yep.
we'll answer the questions
Yep.
live. And where we can't, we defer it, and we'll follow up. And, do that. We can do that easy.
Yep,
So I think
Kim and I are gonna get together on Monday.
There's one thing I will honestly say. We cannot operate town hall with less people.
I know.
I'm
I
more
just-
worried about our
it
police and our
just
fire
cannot
right now.
happen.
I don't want to lose anybody that's in town hall, but I'm really concerned with our police and fire. I mean, they have to be our priority. They're the ones that keep the people alive, you know?
Well, I
And
would
then
say that-
from
that
there
ex-
we-
I would
I
extend
know we
that-
need them all. I know we need them all.
But I would also extend it to the highway department too, because
Yeah.
this time of the year,
Yep.
we can't drive the roads if they're not out there doing their job, and
I agree.
that's a very minimal force.
I agree,
So
We have
Still
people
need
in the
another
town
one.
hall here who have 2 and 3 jobs they're doing.
but we're not really
If you lose
cutting,
one,
we're
you
not
get 3
cutting much
jobs
of
are gone.
those.
We don't wanna end up like Epsom, where they have one guy.
Yeah, well, that's what we used to have. We always had one guy. We always had one guy. Now we got 2, 3.
So-
All right.
anyway, so back to the operating budget.
So there we go. That's,
Yeah.
that was-
So we do need to revote it because one, the total did change. There was an addition issue in the original warrant. And I think we've already agreed to add in the tax impact for a default, whatever the appropriate wording is from DRA.
So, the number that changed was the default,
That's right, sorry.
was the 8,120, 423.
Mhm.
the 8,419,995 was
Still the same? Okay.
Still the same. However, oh man,
We didn't pay our
my
internet bill.
it doesn't not like me.
We sucked up all the bandwidth.
I was gonna say, no, there's no bandwidth problems. I would say close a few tabs.
Yeah.
If I can tell you that if the revaluation contract, if we can't renegotiate that, we're going to have another change and another vote for the operating budget. 'cause it
So
will go
they're
up.
meeting,
Let's see.
we have to get it voted before the hearing, which is the 15th?
We have time.
Yes,
No, we
and
don't.
it
We
has
only have
to
one meeting.
be
We have one more meeting, yeah.
Voted then?
Well, Ben,
to be published
We
7
voted then.
business days before the budget committee public hearing.
Okay.
So, all right.
When's our next meeting? The 5th, right? Next
It'll
week.
be the 5th.
'Cause we're
No,
back
no, it won't be the 5th.
No, 12th.
It'll be the 12th.
12th.
So it'll be after the
I-
next budget
I put it
meeting,
down below, next
and they have their hearings that following week, so.
They're voting the 5th? No, they're voting the 7th? 8th?
That Thursday,
Okay.
yeah,
Second Monday.
so.
I was thinking we meet on the first Monday, but we do meet on the second
Second
Monday, which
Monday,
would be
yeah.
the 12th, yeah.
Yeah. So,
11th?
yikes.
I mean, they can always,
Second, third.
as long as we have our
Meet on the
recommendation on it,
5th.
they can vote it after the hearing if they have to. I hear there's gonna be a bond hearing before the hearing too.
If there's a bond for the school.
For the school,
so
yes.
the school would have to have a bond hearing,
Right.
yeah, prior to the public hearing,
Right.
so prior to the budget hearing, yeah.
So our dead drop date would be that Monday's meeting.
the 12th.
12th, yeah.
So I will have the answer to the
So,
assessing.
so let's,
contract.
I guess, let's defer this one for now. You
Okay.
can add in the right language for the default. I can go to the budget committee, tell them we're gonna adopt the language as they suggested, and that we're holding off due to the fact we're trying to negotiate our assessing contract,
Okay,
and then we'll vote it on the 8th. Okay.
okay.
All right, next. So I think the next one is gonna be Article 15, additional paving. And I think this is coming up, I know we went back and forth on 200, 100, 125, 150, we settled back on 150. I think based on some news that has come forward from our road agent, and Kevin, I'd like to invite you up to kind of explain if you like, and Kim can take it from there, but I think we need to kind of look at it again, and,
Which number are we on?
Article 15.
Oh, 15, okay, I'm sorry, I jumped.
No, not, budget 9, Article 9, budget, right?
Right before that, John,
About this too.
Article 14, Human Services and Health Agencies. I think the Budget Committee asked why that isn't coming from taxation.
Oh, that was more inquiry, yeah. That was more
Oh.
inquiry for me. So,
Okay.
yeah, hang on a second, I'm sorry. Because it's not in the portal, but yeah, it was a question, so there was a question that came from the budget committee about, health services. In past years, up to, I guess, 2024, it was always coming from taxation. And when it went to warrant, and the reason why it went to warrant, they wanted the voters to understand that there is a tax impact to the things that we're giving. So we took it out of the operating budget. And in 2024, it was decided to be done unassigned, and this year it's been decided to unassigned again. It got raised why we're not using taxation as we should, because that was the reason for going to warrant.
Correct.
So I just raised the question, because I wasn't part of the board at the time when it was changed to unassigned. I think Kim did say that our unassigned was very healthy, and we decided to use it that way. But, you know, in this light of things, I'm not sure if that makes sense now or not. I mean, our unassigned is healthy, so I really don't have a problem one way or the other. They asked the question, that's why it came up. And when I got your answer, I kind of just dismissed it, so.
Oh,
That's why, so.
I think that's a good question. I mean, this is money that is going to agencies that do provide services to Litchfield residents. But is it a use of unassigned, or is it people should make the conscious decision to pay for it from taxation? That's not, that's a question for.
Yeah, so I guess, what's the board's pleasure? To leave it unassigned or move it to taxation?
But then it touches the tax cap.
Yeah, it will.
So leave it.
I say leave it.
Okay.
Okay.
And my response would be is we have a healthy
Well,
unassigned,
yeah.
we have a healthy unassigned fund balance that was gotten by revenues and taxes and savings and tax, so makes good sense, make good use of it. Okay, so back to my original, you know why? Because Article 14 is way above, it's up above, and I'm following the inserts.
Well, I'm just trying to get back onto the portal, so go
Anyway,
for it.
Article 15, so I think, you know, Mr. Brown's coming back because he would like us to reconsider the 200,000, I believe.
Yeah, I was dismayed on the reduction. I'll go over it again. You know, basically, we get $200,000 from the state for paving. That's what we get for paving every year. 6 years ago, when I started, asphalt was at $45 a ton. Right now, we're estimating out at $115 a ton. It doesn't go very far. You can talk to people around town. I had one gentleman come into my office the other day and said his neighbor paid $15,000 just for his driveway. We have infrastructure, roads that need to be reclaimed and repaved, not just overlaid. We've spoken about this before, and SNCAG Chemo has stormwater piping issues. Chemo especially needs to be done. I did just a quick estimate, John asked me to do it, so you had some numbers. I did a quick estimate using the Recycling Way project, and then a project that I got priced out for LMS for the school, and I used the pricing from that to kind of build this estimate. Just off the top, quick estimate, we're at about $360 to take care of those two roads. And that's with the complete reclamation of Nesson-Keg, all cross pipes, all piping up and down Nesson-Keg, and the piping which runs along the side of Chemo. You know, it might just be a little fat, it might, you know, when we get to our contractor and have them bid it out, if it's a whole project, it might be a little less, but from the numbers that I have from the past two projects that we quoted out, this is what I'm getting. Historically, for the past 6 years, I've priced out on our CIP $400,000 worth of paving. Now I'm looking back, you know, when I did it in 2025, I'm looking back and the numbers are low just for the paving. If you look at the CIP, prices of everything have gone up. You know, I've said it 100 times, this town, out of our taxes, pays for $10,000 in asphalt repair. The rest comes from the state. We do not tax for repair of roads in this town. I understand it's a tough year. I understand we have 27 warrant articles. This is infrastructure. This isn't something we can just let go and bake. We'll get it next year. We'll fill it with patch. It doesn't work that way. When we have sinkholes in people's yards because of piping and infrastructure going bad, we need to fix it.
Kevin, when you presented this the first time,
Yeah.
what you said is that you wanted to start a new, like, savings account of this money. Is that correct? Is that not correct?
No.
No, that was the capital, that was the
Yeah,
capital.
that was for the vehicles. That was a capital reserve for the vehicles. This is to do paving, you know what I mean? When I first started, we had this $200,000 warrant every year,
Yeah,
and it was reduced, it was taken away because of the fire station to kind of
But it
ease
was-
the impact of the fire station. But now we're at the point where, because of increase in costs and because of the infrastructure, you know, failing, we need more money. We need to take care of this. I've said it, Bob and I had this discussion. I want the people to vote on it. I want them to tell me yes or no. Because when it goes bad, then I can say, I brought it to you 3 times now. 3 times I brought it up. And if you say no, then it's on them. You know, I'm a resident, I'm a taxpayer. I would vote for this. I'm going to vote for this. But at 150,000, what did it go down, 125, 150,000?
it was at 200, it went down to 150.
It's not enough. 200's not enough.
Well, just based on the estimates, you're right, it's $130,000 short, if this is the only road you have a problem.
So, you know, so say the warrant doesn't go through, or you keep it reduced, I'm only gonna be able to do chemo. And that's gonna take approximately $130,000 worth of piping. And then I'll have $70,000 to pick a road in town.
From the state.
And that'll be the paving for next year.
That's the state
That's
money
state.
that the state gives you.
The other comment was, is there any reason why we have in the past listed the roads that we're gonna do with this additional funding? Would it make sense to adjust the wording to include the Nessun Chemo project?
More than happy to. I can't get a straight quote right now because of the snow cover. They're not gonna be able to go down there and give me a straight up quote. But these are the best numbers I have from, projects that I've quoted out.
Ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you look at the minutes from last week, you can see where I voted this way, and I did it by mistake. And I want to bring that to the board, because we were discussing this. I initially said no, going from 200 to 150. And then I started asking about culverts, and I think I misunderstood, discussion was over, and I kept saying no again. So culverts, is that part of this or no?
It's part of the stormwater, so this is not culverts.
Okay,
This-
so
this
that's
is-
not.
This is straight catch basins and piping, which would go out to a head wall, you know what I mean? This is piping under the road or next to the road.
So if we have a failure somewhere, does this impact that budget somewhere, or no? Or that just roads?
I guess I'm not following.
I didn't know if we had a failure somewhere, you're talking about water washouts and all that. Does
Yeah.
that impact this or no? That was one of my
That's,
questions. I was
that's the cause of this.
asking. Yes,
Failure of the piping.
right.
is-
So we could have a failure, which means you'd need more money, is my question, or no?
So the whole system needs to be replaced, all the piping.
Yep.
We do have certain sections that I repaired a section on Nessun Keg
Mm-hmm.
at the end of chemo last year, that was $15,000. And just looking down and then up on chemo, we have 3 failures.
Right.
Which are sinkholes. So that means the pipe is, collapsed and now the dirt's coming in, and those will just grow, you know what I mean?
But do you have to fix the paving around that once it's fixed?
No, the chemo's running down the side of
Okay,
of
good.
the road.
So that was my question.
Nessun Keg does have crossovers and piping running under it. So that's why I'm saying we need to reclaim and do the road at the same time.
Okay.
Or either that'll just be a patched up mess in the end.
What is this Seal Master quotes I'm looking at? What are those for?
Oh, that's
Is that something different?
That's something.
Because it
Oh,
looks like
that's
you're,
an
it
encumbrance.
looks like you're
Yeah,
painting
that's
roads.
That's an
That's an
encumbrance.
encumbrance.
That's an
Okay,
encumbrance. and
I didn't know.
purchase,
All
yeah.
right, good.
Yeah.
I thought I'd add that to that too, because this was $38,000 from those 3 quotes.
Yeah,
ones that are on our
we'll
portal.
explain
Yeah,
that.
well,
later.
yeah, well,
Okay.
Yeah.
but I do want to say that if, many towns have set up expendable trust funds for this purpose.
I thought that's what we were
stormwater
doing with
repairs.
this, yeah.
Just for vehicles.
That's not what this is, but as your infrastructure starts to get older, like we had the one on Pilgrim,
Yeah,
that thank heavens we had received money from the state on a one-time,
On the bridge fund.
yeah.
It's like a five-time.
which we still have money
trying.
in that account, so if we
We
do have
still have
another.
some, but not
Yeah,
enough to do a major repair. So at some point, you want to start to think about putting money together. Because if a system fails, you've got to fix it. That's health and safety.
and in all honesty, chemo is failing. We fixed the fail on Nessun Keg last year. But, we're just gonna be chasing our tail down the road.
So your ask is to restore at least to 200,000.
Man. And like I said a dozen times, let the people decide. Let them vote on it. We're still I'm gonna have to repair chemo next year with whatever money that I do have. The piping on Nessun Keg, if they don't get the money for that, we're gonna have to wait for it to fail and then decide how we're gonna handle that.
I'll make a motion to modify Article 15 from the sum of $150,000 to $200,000.
I will second that.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Mr. Gannon. Further discussion.
Yeah, my concern, Kev, is that just, I think 150 is more palatable than 200,000, and I know you say it's not enough, and it's probably not, but to put it with all the warrant articles with tax impacts, there's a lot of extra money outside of the budget that people are gonna be voting on. And I worry about them blanket voting.
You know, that Bob, as a resident, I would look at this and say, this is needed, over something else.
And I'm not
I would-
questioning that.
This is something that I would vote for, and I would vote against something else if I needed to, if I felt that strongly. You know what I mean? If you're telling me that $50,000 overall is gonna sway enough people away from road construction and road maintenance, then, like I said, it's on them then, it's on my neighbors. And, I can only give you what I got. This is what I need to make this work. You know what I mean? We'll do the best we can, but like we said, we keep cutting cuts. We're gonna talk about services. There's gonna be a lot of services gonna be affected if we,
I don't disagree with you on that. I really, really don't. My concern is trying to balance the wants of the taxpayers and the needs of the town and trying to come to a happy medium somewhere in the middle,
I mean, so what'll happen, Bob, is you say it's 150 and I don't have enough to do the project. I'm gonna have to take that money somewhere else and do something else. And that project is still gonna be there.
And it's going
I'm
to
not
fail.
gonna do half of it.
Time bomb.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say this is a want, this is a need, and I think at the end of the, if that road collapses or has a failure, then we gotta find the money, and people are gonna be very inconvenient by
I don't think
going through
anybody's
it, so.
questioning that.
I'm not.
What's I say, bring it to I think going to the voters makes sense. I agree with you, I think with
It's
27
the will of the board,
warrants,
then,
it's
yeah.
gonna
Well,
be
I
a
don't-
very
I don't
difficult
wanna bring
day.
this- I don't
It's the
wanna
same
bring
thing I
this
said to the
You
veterans,
know,
is if you
I don't
put this up
wanna bring
there,
this to anybody, but it needs to go. It
but if you
needs to.
put it up, and I said the same thing to the veterans, and they didn't like it either, but if you put it up to 4 or 5,000 tax credit, and people say, ooh, I would do 3, I would do 4. 5 sounds like a lot. I'm just gonna have to say no. Now, all of a sudden, they've lost everything. And now, all of a sudden, if the voters vote no, Kevin, you've lost everything.
I can't work on that, Diane. I can't work like that. I'm telling you what I need.
We all are
I'm
working
t-
like
I'm-
that,
but
though,
I can't. I'm
Kevin.
telling you
It's the nature of your
I'm telling you what's
job.
needed to do this job, to do this, right? So give me half of that, guess what's gonna happen? The job's not gonna get done. It's not gonna get done, and then we're gonna be next year doing the same exact dance. So you ask for what you need. I'm not asking for extra.
Oh.
Trust me, I'm not asking for extra. I
Do
didn't
you
ask for an
s-
extra
do you
guy this year. I
see-
didn't ask for trucks.
Do you see
I didn't
bells and
ask for
whistles and
anything.
ribbons? I don't.
No,
I
but
don't
I'm
see
just
bells
saying.
and ribbons on any of our budgets.
I wouldn't sit here if I didn't think it was important. I would have let you make your decision last week and I would have walked.
This will cost me $56 for the year, That's my
And it's a
personal
one-time
impact.
expense.
It's a
But it's
one-time
not, because we're gonna ask for it again next
Well,
year.
right, because we have, the one thing this town doesn't do well enough, in my opinion,
Take care
is
of things.
take care of our infrastructure.
Yep.
We allow things to go too long, and when it's not repairable.
Yeah.
I can give you
Totally
examples if you want me to list them all out, but.
I got them too. I
So,
got them too.
right, so
I
if
agree.
we don't start taking care of our assets, it's just gonna cost us more in the long run. And like I said, my personal impact is $56. I'm okay with giving you $56 for the year.
I'm sure you would be too if you had a hole in the front yard.
It's not that I don't want to give you my money, Kevin, it's that I want it to pass.
You
And
know
I just
something?
think that's a different,
So Diane, honestly, if you're gonna reduce it like that, it's not worth asking then. Because it's gonna go to something else. I'm gonna do a different road with it, because I'm not gonna be able to have enough money to do that road.
And that's one of the.
I don't know
and
how to
I'm
explain that.
gonna
Not any clearer.
say the same thing to you I said to Bobby Jacques. If you wanna take the roulette and you
I'm
think.
not taking anything. I'm
No, wait.
not taking anything. I'm giving you what I need. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving you what I need. It's them that's gonna roulette. It's my
Right,
neighbors.
I get it. And if you wanna take the chance and you think that it's either gonna pass or fail,
Once again,
no
it's
matter
not-
what it is,
I don't think.
then I'll say yes, then
I'm
I
not
will
looking at
say
it-
yes.
I'm not looking at it as a chance. It's a chance at 100,000. It's a chance at 50,000.
It is.
It's always a chance,
Yep,
right? So I'm not
yep.
looking at it as a chance. I'm talking to people on TV right now. This is what we need to repair these roads. This is what's needed. 150 is not gonna cover that. That's like you saying, like me saying, hey, I need a new truck, and you're gonna give me 25 and say, that's all you can get. It doesn't do me any good. I'm not gonna be able to buy a truck with that.
All right, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor of adjusting the sum to $200,000, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'll vote aye too.
All right, so it's 5-0-0.
I think it's running a risk.
Should we re-vote the recommendation then?
You
Because
have
we
to
changed the
re-vote
word, or is
everything
that
then.
enough? Used to
No,
5-0-0.
just change the number.
It's 500?
It's 5-0-0 for 200,000, right? I counted it right? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
That's your,
Okay, that's our new recommendation, that's our no.
that's your
Thank you.
recommendation?
It's a risk. It's a risk.
It is a risk.
I agree.
I hope you get
It's
it. I hope we get it. as a
50,000
town.
really isn't that much. And I think what's gonna kill us is the number of warrant articles we have and the total expense.
And remember,
Doesn't matter if it's 100,000, they're still gonna look at it at the same.
That's right.
and the
It's gonna
important-
be 27 warrant articles, and there's gonna be people that go, no, 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 and people go, yes, okay,
Next year,
yes.
there'll be 30.
and there are
The year after that,
there are 8 zoning articles in front of everything else, so.
And I can wait another year and say, oh, okay, we're not gonna do it this year, and then, I can't wait on this. I can't wait on this. There's a ton of things, I could sit down with you and give you a list of things that my department needs, that this town needs for my department, and I didn't ask, have I asked for anything other than paving money? I'm not asking for anything. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be a good steward of our money. I'm a resident, I pay taxes, I drive on the roads, my kids drive on the roads. I don't want them going down Nesson and falling in the hole.
No, and I live on Nesson and I saw the hole that you replaced, noticed it, and I knew you guys I saw you guys
Right.
out there looking at it too, and just over time, you could just see it growing. The resident, I think, had to put a piece of metal, you put a metal plate on it.
It was
to
in his
protect
driveway. It was in his driveway where it
Right.
collapsed.
And it just kept growing and growing, and it was like, it was gonna wash out eventually, it was gonna
I
collapse.
mean, I don't mean to beat it to death, but
All right, Kevin, if you can come to the budget meeting on the 8th, please do, on the next, whatever the next budget meeting is.
okay. Wes, do we have anything else?
I think that's everything for him, right?
You get to
I
go
mean,
home.
the trust, the Public Works Trust Fund was cut. I'm
Yeah,
not
that
really
was
happy
cut.
about that either, but I guess I'll have to live with that.
Yep.
And then what else we got?
The line striping machine.
Well, that's the
Striping
encumbrance,
machine.
that's the
Okay.
encumbrance, so.
Want to go over that now?
Yeah, let's,
Talk about it real
Yeah.
quick.
yeah, let's take care of Kevin, so Kevin can go home, get some sleep.
All right, line striping machine, the line striping prices, like everything, have gone up through the roof. We had one vendor quote us out, saying that we need at least $35,000 a year to line stripe our roads. Currently, within house and the summer help, we do all of our stop bars ourselves. I'd like to bring this line striping in-house. I got quotes this summer for a line striping machine of $11,450, something like that. I think you have the quotes.
Yeah,
And they've
3
since
quotes.
reduced it down to 7,900 end of year type sale to get rid of it. It's something we could do all summer, all fall. We could line stripe ourselves, we can do our own lines, and it would completely reduce the cost of what we're doing. It's one of the services that we cut back on this year because of default. It's something like we could go out, we could do 100 feet of it, put it away, and come back next day and do another 100 feet. So, we have money that we'd like to spend on the line striping machine and bring it in-house. We did it with the snow blower on the skid steer. The more I bring in-house, the less it costs to contract out. It makes sense. The section of road that was paved up here by Continental under a gift, I quoted that out, that was $6,700 to do that one section, to have that painted. So basically, the cost of a machine, to buy a machine ourselves, was that one section. Never mind the entirety of Albuquerque, Pinecrest, Page, Cutler, Corning. We don't have a ton of lines in town, but we have some long stretches.
Do we have money in the budget to pay for that this year coming up?
The 2025 budget, I'm asking that you encumber the $7,900,
It's out of the bottom line.
which is out of the bottom line.
And this machine could do,
It has two heads, so it can do white single heads, and it could do a dual yellow.
and you walk behind
Walk
it.
behind it, yeah, and over the years, we could upgrade to a sulky where it's powered.
Yeah.
That's down the road. But yeah, you'd walk it, you just, follow the lines and walk it. And, just bring it in-house.
This is one complaint that my
Yes.
office
Oh,
has
we've
for
seen quite a
residents.
few,
The reflective lines, right?
Reflection,
The
yeah.
reflective
the
lines.
fog lines and
So
so on.
the
and so
fog
forth.
line, the white line, and the center yellow line.
Yeah.
And there's attachments where you can put glass beads, and you can drop glass beads while you're painting into it. And,
So it'll be reflective.
so like I said, we paint all the stop, we paint 300 stop bars a summer ourselves already.
This
Which is
machine-
$25 a piece for a contractor to paint, so we save that money just in that. It makes sense, bring it in-house. We have plenty of, good clear days where we can paint and do it ourselves.
So Kim, you're saying the motion needs to be coming from the bottom line of the budget, not from his budget? Or are we taking that out of his budget?
No, I didn't want to take it out of his budget because I believe that we have it in the remaining, in the bottom line
All right.
of the budget of the 2025 budget.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see that on the
That
spreadsheet
moving.
that we have.
Yep.
Um,
You jump ahead of the line.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion that we authorize the encumbrance of $7,900 for the purpose of purchasing a line striping machine, which I believe I remember seeing a quote somewhere on the
Great,
portal for it.
3,500, yeah.
Yep.
Seal Master.
Seal Master.
Seal Master.
So, yeah, Sale Master, from the bottom line of the 2025 budget.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
I'm gonna make my statement that I make every year. If there's money left over in the budget, it should go back to the taxpayers and not spent elsewhere.
Just think how much
But
money we're gonna
that's-
save the taxpayers.
You know what? I just,
If
I
we
have
could
to
have
say
taken
it
it out of the
because
budget, I would have said, yeah, look, we're taking it out of the budget.
We are taking, oh, well,
I have to say
We're
it. I say
not.
it every year, so I'm gonna vote.
there's no striping in the budget, there's
I'm
no,
gonna vote for it,
Well, it
yeah.
should-
Well,
right.
in all essence, it is going back to the taxpayers.
It's offsetting.
It's an
the-
asset.
It's offsetting the line striping too.
all right, all those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed? Abstained, motion carries 500.
And while, I'll go back and sit down again. Mailbox?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, that is up above.
I was actually gonna do it in the second public hearing.
Oh, okay, whenever you are.
Does the board wanna, we're already out of order anyway, does the board wanna take it up, take up
I'd like
action now?
to let Kevin get out of here. He's been up all night.
Pictures.
I've never seen any of our plow drivers in the town driving erratically or anything like that. I found the letter quite offensive, actually.
And you know something,
Thank you.
if you read the emails, Jane, we did have discussion, and there was a gap, well, I discussed it with Kim, how to handle this. There are RSAs
Yep.
that protect us, and stuff, and, I feel terrible when it happens, and back to the plow driver not contacting him, I told my drivers, you do not get out of your truck and approach a house in the middle of the night during a snowstorm.
No.
It's not safe, it's dangerous. He contacted me before she did and told me what happened, you know what I mean? It's an accident, it happens, and we historically replaced with, a pressure-treated wooden. More than happy to do it. I told her we'd be down. That night I spoke to her, I said, we'd be down the next day with the temporary. When my guys showed up at the temporary, they had already put one up, so they returned with our temporary. It is setting the precedent of replacing a $500 granite post that's in the right of way. I think it's a mistake. What if it's hand carved and made out of obsidian and it's 25, that's their choice to put it in the, something like that in the right of way. That's my opinion.
I agree with you.
And it is the town right away.
And, like I said, I have the RSA here. I made copies. You could all have a copy if you want. We are protected.
And I don't think people realize that granite is quite brittle, especially in the winter.
Especially when it's cold.
And I'd be more than happy to go down and work with her. We did one, I believe it was on Cardinal. One broke and we went down and we epoxied it. It was a clean cut and we were able to epoxy it and it's still up. So I'm more than happy to get the epoxy and give that a try.
If she buys the post, could we put the post in?
I don't think she's gonna look for that.
I don't think that's gonna be,
That's not the option.
Well, it costs
If you're
money to
asking, if you're
install
asking
it.
if we would do that, yes, we would do that.
So there's another thing you could offer her, but yes, it does cost to have them
As
installed.
long as while we're installing it, we're not liable if something happens to it while we're installing it.
I've known a couple people that use the epoxy method and it's lasted.
Yeah.
Someone backed out, hit it in the middle of winter, hit their mailbox, it broke.
As long as it's
We
a
wait
clean
until
cut, you
summer, yeah, and epoxy it back into place.
We get it right from Red Hat, Yellow Hat, And, we did it down on Cardinal, it's still up, it's working fine. So I'm open to that. I'm open to a resolution, but I don't think it's my opinion is that the town should take responsibility for someone putting
I agree.
anything in the right of way.
And I drove
I
by,
was gonna,
And I
that
have a
was,
granite post.
that was gonna be my next question. I mean, do we even want to continue this
Agreement
of
post.
replacing mailboxes? It's an impact to the tax base, and taxes are paying for replacement of mailboxes that could have been dilapidated at the time when it got hit, because most of the time it isn't the plow hitting it, it's the snow curl hitting it.
Without a doubt.
I would not think a snow curl will hit granite, but, hey, you never know.
No, I know something, he admitted that, he went by and it broke.
If he felt it, he knew he hit it, so, yeah.
I mean, but believe it or not, it's a 50,000-pound truck with a,
Yeah.
you don't,
And it's-
you don't always, you hit the edge of the road and you don't know if you hit it, what you hit.
I drove by it today just to take a look, and it is, if it's where the temporary is, it was quite close to the road.
Yeah.
And the blade mark, it's not like he's 5 feet into, it
No.
was probably maybe
It
a
was,
foot.
to be honest with you, the end of the blade's got a curl in it. It was probably the top lip of the blade that caught
Probably
it.
caught it,
And it
yeah.
doesn't take much to break a granite post like that.
But I'm wondering if we should consider changing our policy around it, or we continue doing it, we'll replace in kind with, we'll give you a mailbox and a post, but we're not gonna do much more than that.
Well, that's a policy now, isn't
It
it?
is the policy now, but
I mean,
like I said, I question why we're doing that still.
It's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to
We
do.
go down and repair, we'll put on the mailbox blocks and reattach mailboxes.
Yeah.
We do all kinds of repairs. My guys are pretty handy with it now. But, that's where we go. We go to Home Depot or Benson's and we buy, the regular, pressure treated, and we get the regular plastic mailboxes. And if someone has a mailbox and they say, hey, put mine on, we'll put theirs on. We're not worried about it. It's not a financial hit, per se. With the default budget, it might, but.
Well, it's still, it's labor and it's cost of the materials, and it's small, I get that. But
That's your decision.
But it's resident satisfaction too, that
I,
he's there
I as a
working
resident would
with
never
them.
call and say my mailbox got hit by a plow truck, I would just go fix my mailbox. That's me.
But it's not the mailbox. It's the
They hit my
is there a
mailbox.
I have a granite post,
going
too.
across my
I do,
front
I
lawn,
have
so.
28 years, it's not been touched, I don't know if I should play that, though.
Why is there a disconnect with the public? It's in the right of way, so that's calming me down, because it looks, before, I would say that's my property, it got damaged, anything else, people want their money back, so if it is in the right of way, is that the law that, then,
Yeah, so her
should the public
question
be
was-
aware of that before they put $1,000 mailbox in?
So her question was twofold. She was told about the RSA, she was told about the state law, that had, Mr. Brown had already covered that. She then asked me if the town had a policy. And I said, yes. We publish it every year in the annual report. It's called the Winter Storm Operations Policy, which covers a lot of things, and one of the things that it covers is if your mailbox gets hit. Every year, it's in the annual report, it's on our website, it's been the policy, I don't know.
Well,
As
long
far, I could
before
find it as far back as 2016. That's why she referenced that in her letter. She didn't like that answer. She felt that the policy wasn't dated, or it wasn't signed, or it wasn't whatever. It's in our annual report. You can't get much more
It still
formal
is
than
what
that.
it is, though, but it still is what it is. I mean, I knew what it was when I put my granite post in. I wasn't a selectman then, wasn't active in the town
A
then.
lot of people don't realize that. I mean, the whole Weatherstone, where they were built, and I was down there, and the sprinkler guy was putting the heads, 3 inches off the asphalt. And I went in, I said, hey, is this your standard policy? He goes, I go by a piece of paper, my boss does it. And we take up sprinkler heads on the regular. And I get calls every spring. You took out my, we need you to replace them. We're like, listen, it's in the right, we're not replacing them. You know what I mean? It's a natural barrier between their property and where we can clean up. And like I said, I have the law here if you guys want to see it. If you want a copy, I can send it to you. I'll give you a copy. As a resident myself, so if they hit my mailbox, then I'd be out there the next day. I'd call them and say, bring me a temp, and then we'd just replace it. I don't know. I understand the whole granite thing, but you're taking that risk.
Yeah.
Same as if you park your car right on the edge of the asphalt during a snowstorm. You're taking that risk.
Same thing if you drive down the road and you hit a pothole. I'm not responsible. I'm not giving you a tire.
It wasn't intentional.
No,
If it-
absolutely
if it-
not, absolutely not.
Unless it was constantly reported and the town did not fix it, then there's actually causation that can be, but.
I have to ask you, when you put the tent poles in or the pressure treated poles in, do you move them back further?
I go by, I'll send you a spec. I
Yeah.
go by postal spec.
Yeah.
So you do try to remedy the
42 inches
situation?
off the ground, 3 feet off. I love the people that make the little cutouts, you know what I mean? Brick cutouts, asphalt cutouts, where the mail truck can get in instead of going off the curb. And it's great, but, yeah, no, when we go in there, we do it by the book.
Yeah, most of them aren't 3 feet off the curb.
No, they're hanging over the asphalt.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Trying to make it easier for the mail.
Are we good on this?
Yeah, I think so.
Stay with the same policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I
and-
have the IRS data?
Yeah.
Just I don't have it, I just wanna.
And, I mean, Kim, I guess if we can just send a response back again, that the board
That's
met,
the whole-
Oh, if it's the
But
law,
this
it's the
is-
law.
this is
stand behind the road
paragraph in
agent
center that
and what
was-
what action's taken so far. So,
Okay.
whatever appropriate to say there.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin, thank you.
Hi, Kevin.
All right,
Recreation,
yeah, Article 15, I believe, right?
this is 16.
Oh, sorry, 16, yep, 16. Recreation Expendable Trust Fund. Mr. Burns, you're here, sorry for the delay. I know, Chris, when, I know I reached out to you after this, and I did explain that we put off this, we deferred this because we wanted some more details, and I know you've supplied us with some so far, so.
Yeah, so we were looking to replenish the $50,000 into the expendable trust. We didn't, I don't think we ended up spending any of it this year, but that wasn't without effort. We hired a company to repair and refinish the floor at Talent Hall. That was to the tune of a little under $24,000 rather. The repairs didn't take, so we were scrambling around trying to find some other methods to repair the floors and still be able to just get away with refinishing them. To which we haven't been successful. So it's still on the docket. We haven't canceled that contract, but we're still looking for a solution that'll help there. We're looking to replenish the funds to help with the repairs if need be. We did get a quote at the same time for just the refinishing to redo the floor entirely, and that was over $60,000 just for a synthetic overlay. That wasn't even a new wood floor, and then that ran into issues with the live load and everything that we got from the engineering survey, and actually the engineering survey did come out of that fund, so there was some money spent out of that this year. There's a number of different products, and just like the roads, the recreation equipment and facilities, they need to be maintained, and with the bottom line budget and the funds that we've had, this is a good avenue to do that. There's the exterior of Talent Hall needs some attention. The beam underneath the floor was rotted out because of the water getting in through there, so the blocks need to be repointed. Couldn't use a coat of paint on there as well. That's probably going to cost somewhere between $4,500 to $6,500, just based on average contractors' average costs. We had a damage to the roof, which luckily there's been a contractor that's agreed to do that at no cost. That probably would have been somewhere between $500 to $1,500. The playground equipment at Dara, we're still, I think, Steve, when you were on the rec committee, we were talking about repairing the slide, replacing the slide. That's gonna be about a $20,000 bill, just for a used slide for that playground, among the other things that are damaged on that playground. The tennis courts need to be need some attention. They need to be resurfaced, and it's been a while since we've gotten a quote for that, but I believe that was in the neighborhood of about $40,000 to $60,000 just to repave the two tennis courts. We've tried to patch those cracks. We've tried a few different methods, and nothing's been successful there. The pavilion that we put up at the pickleball courts, that's all. It's a beautiful pavilion, but it's going to need to be it's going to need a protective sealant or paint or something on it at some point to protect against rot or anything like that. So there's definitely a number of different projects that we're looking at, and obviously the 50,000 we know isn't going to cover them all. So we're hoping we can at least tackle a chunk of these. Estimated between 79,000 to 130-ish thousand. In total.
Chris, does the committee have the resource to get all this done next year? If we were successful and put the 50,000 in, that would give you $101,000. Would you be able to get a majority of these projects done? Because some of these, like the playground, I've been hearing about for years.
Yeah.
Right. I thought the tennis courts were just refinished a while back. Maybe I
They were not.
confused it with something else. The pavilion, I thought the pavilion was on the docket years ago too. So, I mean, are these projects that you actually can get done next year?
Yeah, we should be able to tackle a chunk of these.
I know Town Hall's the bigger kind of mysterious.
that's
You
the
never know what you're
bigger,
gonna hit right into when you go to touch that project, but
Right.
I would say the playground, the tennis courts, the pavilion should be all on the top of the list, because those things you can quickly get done.
What's your septic issues that you ran into?
That should be all set.
That was
just a
a
clog.
clog by a very large component. We'll leave it like that.
Yeah, thanks for sending the picture. I didn't need to see that.
You didn't want to see that?
No.
I couldn't stop seeing it once I saw it. Yeah. All right. Well, what's the board's desire?
I don't think the fund's got enough in it myself.
I would agree.
But if we add more to it, that's another one that's gonna tip the curtain.
Well, it's coming out of unassigned too, so there's no, we're using
that's true.
unassigned to fund it, so
So the
there is no
tax-
tax impact.
Yeah.
But it is further down the list that it, may not be looked at potentially. Hopefully not, but, yeah.
I'm okay with putting it back on. I've spoken to Chris personally on like these issues and about this fund and making sure that it's being used for the proper things, and there's always, that old building needs a lot of work, and there's just not enough money to replace it, so we're
Oh,
gonna
God,
have to do
never.
something to keep
Yeah.
it, and it's in demand constantly.
Yep.
And if it's not the floor, if it's not the roof, it's gonna be the heating system, or it's always something.
You can invest a couple $100,000 to fix it, or you can spend 8 to 10 to build a new one. Million.
Million, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
pretty simple.
Best they put it back.
Again, you have your proof right here in the voter guide.
Mhm.
These are the projects.
Right.
Okay,
Right, so we just need a motion to,
Yep, make a motion to recommend Article 16.
so moved.
Second?
Motion made by Mr. Gannon, seconded by Mr. Leary. Further discussion? None. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 500, so recommend. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So then next year you should have about, well, you've got some money coming out for the engineering, so you still have about close to 100,000 if this passes.
Yes.
Before we allow Chris to take off, do we have encumbrances for him too, right? Or requests for encumbrances? Just trying to find, say it down here.
I sent you an email.
You did send me
Tonight,
an
yeah.
email.
That was a
so
nice email.
um,
Did you read that?
no.
Chris, you sent a beautiful email.
There was a camera
Thank you.
for 2,200 and a fence for 600.
Yep.
So that's,
And the email I sent today, I failed to add the cleaning supplies for the floor cleaning that we just did down at Talent. That was like $200 approved for Andy Ruggles. He rented the equipment and did it last week. He just sent you the receipts on those. I think it was, that was $79.35 for the rental fee, and then $69 in materials for cleaning products.
so. So that is not in the list here. We can,
Yes, it is correct. It is not on the list I sent you previously.
no, on the list of encumbrances, which were done, which I had done
Friday.
prior, when I published your agenda, so we'll need to add those. Not that I'm particularly worried about
2,200 and what was it?
$2,950, call it $3,000, but I'm not particularly worried about that off the bottom line, but it will be off the bottom line because there's not 2,900 left in your budget.
Right. Yeah, that was
So,
1,800, I believe.
yeah,
So the
so just,
question I had for you is the original installation of the security camera project we did last year. I believe we used the expendable trust for that. Could we move that camera ad to that?
to the recreational expendable trust?
Yes, and that would keep us in the
Then
black.
not encumbered, right? We just,
It's up to you. I mean, it's small money. I'm not worried about us having that amount.
okay.
It's totally up to the board if you want. And rec.
I'm fine with, if you're comfortable with the bottom line, being that we're in the middle of a windstorm and a rainstorm, ice storm. Do you think you have 3,000?
Sure, we purchased $5,000 of salt this morning.
Okay. Maybe we don't. All right, I'll make a motion that we encumber $3,000 for the additional camera project and, what was the other one?
The fence repair. at
Fence
Sawmill.
repair.
Fence and Talent Hall.
Fence.
floor.
Cleaning
Yeah.
supplies.
Yep, $3,000 for the rec commission's additional camera at Town Hall and the floor repair at, floor repair at Town, no, nope, that's not right.
Floor cleaning.
Fence repair.
Floor cleaning, fence repair.
Yeah, you got fence repair, $600, so it'll be total of 3,000, yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Queenan. Further discussion?
We're not gonna give it back to the people.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Say it.
Motion carries 500.
It's a penny a person.
Just so,
Goes a long way.
our janitor did reach out, to me, on Saturday and said that he has a machine to clean the floors.
Okay.
So in the future, if you'd like him to, he could show you how he does it
Sure. Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. I mean, it was $80, but they came out really well, and he did a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was nervous. I was like, oh no, you can't touch them until you show rec, because if something happens to those floors.
Yeah.
We've been talking about cleaning those floors for years.
Yeah, the kids playing basketball were excited because they could actually pivot instead of slide, so it was nice.
All right, anything else for Chris tonight? I don't think that's it, right? That was it? The one
Great
line.
eggnog, by the way.
Everyone's getting home late.
Makes
Glad
the
you
best
enjoyed it.
eggnog ever.
All right, thank you.
Thanks,
Happy
Chris.
New Year.
Happy
See
New
you, buddy.
Year.
All right, I think the next one, so Article 18 is the one I had. I guess we didn't capture it, but I did bring it up at the budget meeting. So Article 18, which is, we approved it 3-2. for the $218,400. If anyone heard me from the budget meeting, basically after talking to the chief and kind of doing the back of the paper napkin calculations, it was realized that it was being calculated on 52 weeks. The reality of it is, it's not 52 weeks, it's 40 weeks. So would like to make a recommendation that we reduce it from 218,400 to 168,000 for the first year. But obviously, we want the warrant article to understand what the impact is for years going forward. So we need to calculate that out if we can.
What was the second number, 168
168 even.
even?
Yep. And again, the same math,
That's a
it
good
just,
catch.
I just, the same
That's a
math, it
good
just uses
catch.
40 weeks in versus 52.
Yep.
Yep.
Um,
Good
It was originally calculated on 52,
52.
not the remainder of 2026.
That was a good catch.
Oh, look at that, that's $50,400 put right back in.
This year.
This year, yeah.
Oh, that's all that counts.
So that's my motion is to modify it to 168,000, and that's the
I
reason for
second
doing
that
that.
motion.
So motion made and seconded. And Kim, if we can add the language for, tax impact year, the following year impacts.
Which would be the total 218.
Did I send you?
You did, you know what, you did highlight a modification, but it was a different document, it wasn't part of the warrant document.
Yeah.
So, I think that was perfect too, for both the voter's guide and the vote warrant.
Yeah, I think I did, and I just didn't. There it is.
You did do it, right?
I did do
Yeah,
it.
because you shared it, yeah.
You shared it to all of us.
Yeah.
I forget what I do when I blended hours.
That was my
42,
calculation, yeah.
That was your, okay, so did I attach something there?
You did send me a response, but it was separate. Oh, maybe I can find it.
Okay, I'll find it.
It was like 2 weeks ago that you sent it.
Yeah.
It was a whole lifetime ago.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you were away, I thought you were gonna put it in the warrant document as an update.
I think I meant to. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and when I went to the budget committee, I'm going, oh, where's my calculation? I had to pull the email up to go find it. Yeah.
168 for the period of April 1st to December.
Yep.
Estimated tax rate impact 8 cents.
Yep.
So we're down to 8 cents.
And then we have the carry, and we have the
I'm
the
sorry,
rest of
I
it.
will, yes. Can you look at?
So does that make sense, everybody? All right.
Okay. Vote on the change?
I still think that in a default budget, with a really tight budget we have going forward, is this the right time to be asking for more personnel in any departments?
Yeah, I understand, but these guys, if you look at the run rate of the last 2 months, all the calls are in the nighttime, and they're back-to-back calls.
Not disputing that at all. Not disputing that at all, or the need for any of it, but it's just really tough, I mean,
Right.
I worry about people blanket voting.
I do too, but I think, again, it goes back to the same argument with the highway. Let the voters see it. We're defining this as a need because, safety's at risk here, not only for the firefighters, but also our response times, right? We want to make sure we get to those patients in need, those people in need in a timely manner.
We do have on-call.
But on-call gets you one person, 2 people, that's it. It doesn't get you
I
a
understand that, but-
complement, potentially.
And we have a lot of them that live out of town now,
And
Yeah.
a lot more
Again,
than
but
ever.
if you're looking at, from the view of the taxpayers who keep seeing the taxes go up and everything going up, and in a default budget year, it's really tough.
Yeah.
It's really, really tough.
Yeah, I'm still for
I
this
mean, I didn't
one.
support
It
any
is.
personnel increase this year at all, just because of this.
I know you need it, I do. But
Yeah, we all
again,
know
like
it.
my remark is the ambulance is still coming. And I know that's awful. It's awful to
If we're
say.
saying that roads are that important.
Chief, if
that
you want to come
people
forward, you can
are-
come forward.
I can come forward.
I can't vote yes for those roads and not 100% vote yes for our firefighters.
So I'll put it really bluntly. So 3 things. Number 1, we don't have the call force we had before. So we're lucky if we're getting 1 or 2 guys going at night. It's the same 1 or 2 guys going at night and they're getting beat up. They're going out sometimes last night it was only 3 times last night, 6 times some nights, and they still have to get up and go to work the next morning. So that's the number 1 thing. The second thing is the response times. During the day, it's a 3 to 4 minute response to most of the town. Sorry. I'm tired. At night, you're talking 7 to 15 minute response. We had a call 2 nights ago for a 6-year-old that had an allergic reaction that we had to wait for a paramedic to come. So when you're talking 7 to 15 minutes, oh, hey, the ambulance is coming. Yeah, the ambulance is coming, but what's going to happen? What are they going to find when they get there? Our worst calls, heart attack, stroke, people not breathing, it happens between, for the most part, 10 o'clock at night and probably about 6 o'clock in the morning are when the worst calls that happen in this town happen. And if it's your family member,
15 minutes is a long time.
yeah, and I understand the cost of everything, I truly do. But like I said, we're approaching 1,000 calls a year. When I started back in 1987, we were doing 250 calls a year. So we've really gone up on our responses. And like I said, I see what it's taken out of all the guys. And eventually what's going to happen is people are going to leave because they're going to get burnt out. So I'm bringing it to the townspeople. If they want to support it, great. If they don't, I'm doing my job. But I don't want to see, number one, those guys walk away. And number two, I don't want to see something serious happen to somebody's family member that could be taken care of if we had the coverage.
Yeah, I for one think we should support it and get it to go to the voters, let the voters make a decision.
I think it's really important for our town, so I have to stand behind it.
And it's hard, because I understand where Bob's coming from. I really do. I feel terrible asking for trucks and equipment and everything else, but unfortunately, the fire department in the last 10 or 15 years, we've, something always happens in this town. There's always something as to what we said earlier about infrastructure and everything. We're always behind the 8 ball, and we're getting further and further and further behind. So at what point do I not say, this is what just like what Kevin said, this is what I need to run my department. This is what I need to do to provide safety to this town. And that's why I'm asking for it. I would rather have the taxpayers say no, and then at least I feel better should something bad happen, versus on the other side of it, somebody saying, well, how come you never asked for it? I'm asking for it because I think we need it. I don't think, it's not because I want it, it's because we need it.
Thank you, Doug.
I appreciate it. I
Thanks,
just
Chief.
want you to understand, one day I was in here, back room, 2 offices, through the door, back, and I'm hearing a woman screaming up here. Can't afford to stay in town, can't afford to be here. I'm hearing this through, I'm just saying, that's the theme we're gonna be hearing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing it from everyone I
Well,
talk
if
to.
she dies, she won't have to worry about it. Well, come on!
So we're gonna just keep
Well,
giving
we're talking
raises
about- we're
and
talking about-
equipment.
We're
At
talking
some
about
point, it's
roads with holes.
unsustainable. I understand that position, I do.
I-
It's unsustainable.
I also have run into a few different people lately that have asked about how the town is and what our needs are and stuff. And I think that a lot of people misunderstand the difference between a default budget and the regular budget. Because the person that I spoke to said, people that they know think a default budget means you're just working with the basics for the year, versus the regular budget where you're getting all the nice to haves. And so I think we really need to get the word out. And I was thinking about it when I was sitting in the back, all the ways you guys were talking about to try and bring things to light. One thing we haven't used in a long time is the media. Maybe it takes having the union leader or the Nashua Telegraph coming in and letting them know that, hey, this is a tough budget year for the town, and these are the things that we're faced with, and maybe go through what the highway's going through, fire's going through, police are going through, so that way there, it gets out to more people. Because not everybody's on Facebook, And we don't have Hudson Litchfield News anymore, so maybe it's bringing the media in and letting the media know to help spread the word.
Yeah, 'cause your Facebook posts have been great, because you're showing how busy your crew is.
Yeah.
That helps and it hurts, because they also know you're doing a lot with what you have. But what they don't know is the middle of the night and the delays and the demand and why you're able to do it and how much it's increased. But I do agree that we need some other way. Facebook is just a small percent. You know, that's not getting the word out there. We do need some kind of.
And that's the hard thing, the budget committee, they're always asking about overtime. Oh, if we hire these two people, can we cut back on overtime? There was a call, I think it was on Christmas, that both Jason and Paul went to. And actually, that was for the 6-year-old. And they both went because we needed paramedics and the ambulance wasn't coming at the paramedic level. And this was a critical call, somebody that was actually, having a severe allergic reaction, that their airway was closing up.
Right.
So, I mean, it's hard because, to sit before the budget committee or somebody, everything on paper looks great. But when you're living it, and I think somebody said it before, you stop because you see a car accident, and if you ask somebody what is the average time before the ambulance gets there, they'll tell you they were there for half an hour. And then you go back and you look at the numbers, and it was 8 minutes.
Yeah, I had my wife have a medical condition in the middle of the night, and I called 911, and that time felt the longest in my life.
Yeah.
And it literally, if I go look at the clock, you're all there within reasonable time. Everybody was there, but when you're going through that event, time is irrelevant at that point. It's like you want instantaneous, and at the end of the day, this is about our residents' safety, our ability to respond to their needs, and I think we need to let the voters make that decision.
I agree.
I'll just say, the municipal data shows that the number one way to reach residents is not Facebook. It is not print news. It is
TV.
Radio.
podcasts.
Oh, podcasts, yeah.
Podcasts
We can make a
in
podcast.
America, in the United States is the number one way to reach residents. I don't know. I don't do them, so I don't
either.
That's how I get.
We can put our table talk on any.
I can cut it. I can make it into a podcast too. Don't worry.
You can bring it across all kinds of formats. You can send it to
I don't even know who
WMUR as a
listens
press
to
release. I don't remember the last time we did a
All
press
right,
release.
so Article 18, we reset the value to 168,000. You have the new proposed up there. Well, you had it up there a minute ago.
Oh, sorry, I did. I moved on to the next one.
Yeah. So we need to vote the recommendation, so,
You gotta revote the amount first.
There it is.
yeah, so I was just gonna make a motion to approve it at the new amount.
Well, it's already been voted on at the original amount, so you need to revote with
Okay.
the new amount.
So I'll make a motion that we change the appropriation from 218,400 to 168,000 even. That's the amendment. So, second by Ms. Plansky. So on the amended amount, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries 500. Now, on the new article, to see if the town will raise and appropriate 168,000 to supplement the fire department's budget to allow for increased coverage overnight as necessary to protect the safety and welfare of the residents of Litchfield. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact will be 8 cents. Right? No, that's the old one. Slide up.
No, that's 8 cents.
Oh, it says
It's
218.
11.
11 was the old
Went
one.
from
11.
Oh, okay, because it says 218 there, sorry. All right, that's my motion to recommend. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Plansky. Further discussion? All those in favor of the recommending the warrant, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same motion carries 410 to recommend. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Do you want me to, you guys doing the encumbrances too, or?
Oh,
Yeah,
we might as well
we haven't
complete
got-
disorganized tonight.
Do you want to wait, or?
Can you wait? I don't,
Yeah, go, I can wait.
because I don't think we have one more, right? I think
Why would we make
We
it?
have just a couple more.
Let's just do his encumbrances. Why were we waiting?
So John, I spoke to you,
Is this on the truck, or we moving?
about the elderly exemption, because I'm very concerned. So the number of people that have come into the town hall really hurt by the tax increases.
Mhm.
I mean, a number of them have been our elderly and our most vulnerable. Thought a lot about this, and I think that the changes that you've already decided to make, raising the exemption amounts, are what you should do for now.
Mm-hmm.
But I did have another recommendation. Think we need to take a warrant article off.
Which
We
warrant?
just have too many warrant articles.
Well, that I agree, but which warrant article do you recommend take off?
Article 17. I think we need a legal trust fund, but I think we can wait. I think our expenses this year were down. I think that we've just become better at other sources to get information, whether it's, municipal managers, whether it's NHMA, I think we just have been able to, and I think we can wait on that one
Okay.
without impacting the town too much. If it's a Penachuk legal
Gonna come out
expense,
of
we already have the other.
Yep.
Didn't we already approve the senior citizen and?
We did.
You did.
Okay.
You did. So I'm saying leave that as it is.
Yeah.
And I just think we need to shorten this list. That's my concern.
We obviously did it because we reduced the legal in our operating
know.
budget. We
I know
wanted to
we
make sure we
did.
had a cushion, but I'm fine with removing it if everybody else is fine.
I would prefer
Okay,
to.
I'll make a motion that we take Article 17 out of the list to be presented to the voters.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Leary. All right, all those in favor say aye.
I know you're gonna hold me responsible.
Wow.
Go over.
That's all right.
All right.
GPT.
I'd rather support
That's
you
my
being
legal
careful.
advice. That's my legal advice. There's other ones better for you.
GPT.
Okay, so
We have 26?
somebody have 26, something like that. So,
It's like better than 27.
yeah,
I'm gonna have people texting me, what does this mean? Means go away. Figure it out before you get in there.
all right, so we struck that one.
Yep, and then we have one left, right?
I think we have two left. So Article 20, which is the additional tax clerk. There was no change on that,
There's
right?
no change. I just, again, I was on vacation. These charts were sent to me. I misunderstood the intention. I guess the intention was for them to be shared with you. I didn't catch that. I came back, and so I'm sharing them with you and with the public. If anybody would like to see the backup for how they came to the fact that they need another person, there are 3 very well done charts here by the town clerks.
Yeah, I had kind of brainstormed why I thought, and then they kind of really flowed with what she had on those charts, so.
So the vote was 4-1-0. I forget who the negative vote.
I said no because I appreciate everything she does, and I know she has to have RSA, she has to follow. But so does you, and so does the police, and so does, we have to make sure everybody passes RSAs. Every time she comes in front of us for people, configurations, money, she gets it. Wasn't here that long ago, had these numbers then, never brought it up. So I'm still gonna say, if the default budget passes, I don't want a full-time person with benefits, health insurance, retirement money. And they have a group in there that's cross-trained where I can name some people in that back office that do 2 or 3 jobs. Is this nobody as a backup
I
for
don't
that?
think we voted this, did we?
Yeah, we voted.
I was the one who voted no.
You all
I just think
voted
right
4-1.
now,
There was a 4-1.
and we might have
4-1-0.
new software coming on board too, so I just think it's premature
Okay.
right now.
Well, it's 4-1.
But I
so-
appreciate everything they do. I want that to be noted.
Speaking of which, I do have to say something about Terry. We have a resident in town that's been out of town for 4 months. And she was on life support and ventilator for 4 months, and she's actually come off it, and she was able to come home. But she had some papers that had to be notarized, and Terry was already gone to be on vacation. But I actually called her, and on her own time, she went to this person's house to notarize those papers, and I just thought it's the reason I like to live in Litchfield, that somebody that works in this office would take their own time and go to someone's house and be accessible and available for that. She didn't have to, but it meant a lot to the person that she did it for, and I just wanted to bring it up so that you could all know the warm, fuzzy feeling I had. I hope you have it too.
Yep, I've seen that occur many times in the past.
Yeah, I just had to bring it up. That was nice.
All right, so that was Article 20, and then we do have this will be the veterans.
Yes.
So we did receive a letter from Andrew Cutter as a resident recommending that the board can reconsider their vote on that warrant and increase the value from $4,000 to $5,000. So I would like to open up that article one more time for discussion.
What is that, Article 22?
It's 22, yes, I think so.
Modify the
I'll
optional
second
total
that.
employment
I'll
service.
second that motion.
So I just would like to go over the financial.
Let me just hang on a second. So the motion's been made, reopen it back up. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Now,
Opposed? Abstained, motion carries 4-1-0. So now we'll talk about it. Go ahead, Kim.
So the total exemption amount would go from 403,313 to 439. So, a difference of $36,000.
Mhm.
The total impact is what, though?
So when you look
439?
176,000?
So when you look at these, the tax impact isn't, you're not raising more in taxes, you're just distributing it differently, right? Because
Yeah.
you're giving these people a credit
Yeah.
on their taxes, so obviously that amount has to be raised from the rest, right? So the impact of the 4,000, we said, was 0.047, was gonna be raised 4 cents,
Yeah.
roughly, was gonna be raised by the rest. If you go to 5,000, it's 6.5 cents.
But when you compare it to all the other articles, that's a lot.
And even though it's not additional taxation on
Right, it's
everyone, you're
distribution.
redistributing it. So it's hitting some and not others. But I just get nervous that with the 0.065 is very different than 0.047, and I would hate to see it not get approved.
And that's the same thing I've been saying about some of the other ones. It's, you might get it to a point where people say no.
Yeah.
As much as I'm for it,
I am too.
I worry about the 4. I went in at 3. I'm worried about the 4.
I think the 4 will pass.
I hope so, because if not, they lose everything, and they're down to $750. And I'm all for taking care of our veterans. It went from $500 to $750 to $1,500. now from 1,500, and it's a tax credit. It's not a reduction in the value of their home. It's an actual tax credit. And when you and I talked before, we did think it affected the tax cap.
Tax cap?
No, it doesn't.
I thought it
affect-
did.
no.
No,
Tax
no
rate.
impact.
Tax rate.
Tax rate.
Tax
Tax rate,
rate?
not the
Yeah.
tax
Okay.
cap.
Yeah, so it's-
I thought it was, when I asked the question, I thought I was asking about the tax cap. So I thought it affected the tax cap as well. I'm just concerned, it doesn't give us any way to go up with them either, I don't know.
Well, let me
Now, I
let me
will
just.
say that on behalf of the veterans, and I thank them very much for this, there is a change to the law, right? So you have to be permanently and totally disabled.
Right.
We are not 100% certain that the veterans that we have extended the credit to have been permanently. That's a different classification on the, so we have sent letters out to all of them, asking them to recertify. So maybe that number of 36 goes down, but I can't, there's no way I can really speak to that other than it's a possibility.
Well, let me just read this in for the record so everybody understands why we brought it back up. So we received a correspondence from Andrew Cutter, submitting it as a resident. He's saying, "Dear Select Board, I'm writing to advocate for Article 22 and to recommend that the Select Board strongly consider increasing the tax credit that was previously unanimously approved by the Board from $4,000 to the maximum of $5,000, as allowed per RSA 72:35. As you are aware, this tax credit is for those veterans who gave everything for our country and are classified as totally and permanently disabled. Our veterans do a tremendous amount for our community and are highly valued and respected members. For the approximate 30 individuals that this would apply for in our town, it is our way of supporting those individuals in a meaningful way. I'm proud of Litchfield being a Purple Heart community. Let's come together once again and do the most we can for the veterans." And that was his original letter, and he sent a letter, I think it was earlier today, just apologizing he wasn't gonna be able to make it due to a personal conflict that happened. But I've said it before, I'm happy to give them the max. I believe these folks gave this country and gave the ultimate sacrifice. And I think as a community, we should support them. But that's me, right? And I think Bob shares a similar, and I think we all do share it. The issue is what will the voters accept? And I would hope the voters will understand this is what it's going for. These are people who gave their lives and, gave the outlets and got hurt during serving this country and can't, make a survivable living in some cases. And this is helping them. So, I would hope they would be able to do it. I get the risk if it doesn't pass, they get nothing. Or they get the $750, I guess.
You get the $750.
But
I thought it was a gamble at 4. At 5, I think it's,
There's no safety net.
there is absolutely no safety net there.
yeah, I wish there was an and or, right? You can approve this and then approve that
Yeah,
instead of fallback, but,
I do too.
can we word it? We're asking you to go to 5, but if you don't pass, you say no, it goes to 4 automatically. As a default? There's no default?
Yeah, the default 700.
Talking 6 cents for our default budget that we think isn't gonna pass, guys. And we've got 6 cents.
I think 4,000 is more palatable. 5,000, it might be enough to push them. Although I know a lot of people, if you say veteran tax credit, they're gonna probably go in favor of it.
I think it was easier for them when it was $750, and now you're pushing a really large amount at them, and.
I don't think people are gonna know it went from 750 to 4.
Yeah.
Can we
I mean, and
reorder
you
this?
have to say it's going from
we reorder
750 to 4, don't you?
Can we
reorder it.
You can order.
I'm just wondering if we want to, after we make a decision on this, I'm wondering if we want to take a look at the order, and do we want to change the order, put the things that we think are that are critical
Of course.
up front? Just I know we can't get past the zoning.
I'm
We're
just
gonna
sitting
deal
here
with zoning all
really
day long.
uncomfortable tonight. I'm just
Yeah,
watching
operating
this.
budget has to be first.
I'm just really
Other than that, you
uncomfortable.
can do whatever you want.
All right,
Yeah,
so-
I'm just really uncomfortable about so many
What's-
things we've done tonight.
What's the pleasure at this point? I mean, what do we want to do?
I think we leave it at 4.
Consensus? 4? 4? Bob?
I'm fine either way. I think 4 is more palatable.
All right.
Maybe move it up to Article 11.
That's what I was thinking. Well, to be honest,
Why
I'm,
11? What did I miss?
Oh, after the,
Just move the others down.
Lucky 11.
Just
Make it
move the
7.
others down.
Okay.
well, to be honest, I was gonna suggest that we move, well, let's take this.
Put it behind the police.
After the police, after the
yeah.
fire.
9's operating.
Yeah, I would
10 is
agree
the
with you, Bob.
cruisers.
11?
So make this 11.
Yep, make that 11. Ambulance would be 12.
All right, well, let's reapprove it as Article, let's reapprove it as Article 22 first.
You don't
Yeah.
have, you don't have to. It's
We didn't
not
make
been
a change.
changed.
Oh, we didn't make a change, so we can
You
leave the vote
only
the way it
open-
was,
you
5-0-0?
only
All
open for a vote to change it.
right,
Or for
entertain,
discussion.
Discussion.
so it failed, okay.
And I don't think you have to vote on
No,
Article.
because
Didn't
No, you can
fail,
do
it
the
just
movement.
didn't-
Article movement.
Just didn't change.
No, we don't
Tell
have,
me to do it.
never had in the past, so.
It'll be
it's all.
operating budget, police cruisers, veterans tax credit,
Yep.
ambulance revolving.
Straight on down.
What about elderly?
yeah, what about them?
There's.
The elderly.
What's wrong?
The elderly.
It's, we're
Oh,
just,
the elderly are the same. We're gonna leave them alone.
Put that behind the veterans, yeah.
Put it behind the
No, she needs-
veterans?
put it
Oh,
back-
where we're gonna
it
put them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
We should
I'm
put them
okay with
together,
And-
Yeah,
like
put
one
it right
after
behind
another.
it.
Yeah.
how about fire supplement coverage? I like to see it go after the
move that
elderly.
up too.
I want that up.
Put that behind the elderly.
Yep, and then everything else should fall the way it falls, I guess, at this point.
I'm not having fun tonight.
Because by then people are gonna
Then
go cross-eyed.
ambulance,
I hope.
then
Yeah.
doctor.
I mean, I hope people actually do all the voting, because that's what really matters, but
Then maybe we should, after fire, we should do human services, or,
no,
no?
no, leave it there.
Capital?
I would say move up paving if you want to move something else up,
Oh, paving, that's a good one.
and then that's all I would do.
And then leave the rest as they are? Is that okay with everyone?
Is that okay with
I'm
everybody?
fine. Yep.
Okay. All right, I think that concludes
That
the
portion.
warrant.
Encumbrances, right?
Now we're on encumbrances, hopefully that we can get through that real quick.
We can.
I can't believe we're making these people sit
Oh
here
my
for
gosh.
encumbrances till 11 o'clock at night.
So sorry.
Just here to support you guys. Thank you for everything.
And
you do.
my-
You are? Really?
I'm just here to support you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thanks for doing traffic at Holly Jolly the other night. You really don't want anything? You totally want something.
He's here for encumbrances, don't worry.
You want something.
Yeah, probably.
So, we've looked at the 2025 budget, including the payroll today and what we have for accounts payable, this week. I'm estimating, this is an estimation, about 101,000. That's why I said I'm not, worried about that's after the
Encumbrances. Okay.
Right, but that's gonna carry us into
January.
the January and the invoices and things that we get charged for, in January that are actually December, expenses. One being a fire hydrant's monthly payment in December. So that's 40 of it right there, so, I mean, but I do have, two things that we should consider, just because, I either yay or nay. You had a buyout of earned time. That was $51,000. There is a trust fund for earned time that has 63,000 in it. So you could replace the general fund expenditure by that earned time. The only concern about that is we are not putting more money into the earned time accrual. So My recommendation is not to.
Yeah, I think we should hold it for
Pay
next
it,
year.
we can
just-
pay it, we'll pay it.
Yeah, I think we should hold it to next year if we need it.
That's not the case with the general assistance. So the general assistance with a payment that we just made, we will have paid out $29,000. But we have the earned time, the
The General Assistance
the
Fund.
expendable trust with $41,000. And we are putting more on the warrant, if it passes, into that fund. Do you want to reimburse the general fund with that, with that expendable trust?
I know I'm tired. Will you say it again fast?
Yep. So with the general assistance this year, we will have paid out 126.94.
Yep.
In the expendable trust, we have 41,483.09.
Okay.
We do have a warrant article to put more money, 20,000, into the expendable trust, which would leave us with 30 if it passes. Do you want to do that, or do you want to?
Get rid of the warrant article.
Well, that's a possibility too. You could play that way.
Are you getting a
Always
lot of
different ways
calls?
to slice it.
Weren't you getting a lot of calls for housing instability? For that fund?
So this year's general assistance is down from last year's, which is good.
Surprise.
I think you've seen things kind of level out. We're not seeing the request for housing like we did. We've also had some changes within town on ownership of units. So I think that has helped. But Diane's right, you could do it the other way, not put a warrant article for the general assistance, kill another warrant article, and not replenish the fund, and not take the money from the fund this year.
What do you think?
I like the idea of getting rid of another warrant article.
I do too.
I don't care.
Is that $41,000 before the 29,000 is taken out or after?
It's before, right?
Before.
All right, so we'd have what, 12,000?
So it would, if you took it out, it would, have
So we'd have
12 plus the 20 if it passed.
But if it's removed, then we'll only have $12,000 in that account.
Mhm.
But you've spent 29,000.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't advise you to remove the warrant article if you're gonna take it.
But you're saying but there's money in
You're
the.
saying we don't have to
But there's
take
money
it?
in the bottom line to pay it,
We'll
so
only
we
have
don't need to.
$12,000 left in the.
Yeah, it's already paid, it's already reduced.
It's already paid,
from-
it's
So-
already reduced.
Okay, that was my question.
So we'll have $41,000 in the account after everything's paid.
Right, we don't have to pay back the budget, basically.
Yeah, you don't have to pay.
That was my
This
question.
Yeah,
money's
yeah.
already been reduced from your budget, so,
So we will have, if we need $29,000 next year, we'll have it.
We have 41 there.
you'll have the 41.
Okay, all right, so I'd like to make a motion that we remove that. Can I do that?
The warrant article?
Yeah.
You can just pull it, you
Why
don't
not?
have to make a motion.
Oh, okay, let's just pull it.
Yeah, just pull the warrant article.
Pull the warrant article.
That's a consensus.
One, two, three,
I
four,
support it.
five of us
There
all.
we go.
So, okay. And your calculations do have the numbers infected in for the fire truck too, right?
Yeah, so I'll go right down to
I agree, I
that,
was like,
with my
the math, I
numbers.
wasn't sure on that math either, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is.
If I don't crash at the site again. Okay, and this is so hard to see.
Stop doing PDFs.
What?
Stop doing PDFs.
I have my glasses on, I can't see it in
I'm
here.
sorry.
Yeah.
So we have, and this is kind of confusing for everyone. $727,000, left. We're estimating another 316,000 for December bills, what we received this week, what we receive in January towards December. then we're taking out the $200,000, which we need to encumber for the paving. Because we use that on the highway and the transfer station, and we haven't got the bill. We need 53,500 for the fire truck, the pumper, that we have this huge grant on, and we don't wanna lose over $300,000 because we can't come up with 50. The line striping machine that we just talked about earlier for 7940. Additional purchases for the police of 17 leaves us about 131, and that's, now, obviously, we just took 3 of that for rec, and, but that's where we are.
Okay. Gives us.
So 131's the balance?
131's the balance after
Okay.
what we
Just
believe
by
the
three.
December.
-3, right?
Yeah, it'll be like
Minus
it'll be like
three.
128 or something
Minus
like
Because
that.
that wasn't on my list.
And that's going in the unassigned fund balance?
That would go into the unassigned fund balance, yeah.
Okay.
And also be used to close out the books, because we do have floaters to come in January.
So do they not have to be there for their encumbrances? We are,
No, we still have to go through the LPD.
So
coverage.
the encumbrance list that we need you to approve is this. The fire truck needs a motion to use 68,000 from impact fees, which is in there.
okay.
And 53.5 from the 2025 operating budget.
Didn't we already do this?
No, we talked about, but we never actually took the impact fees.
Yeah, we
Oh,
never made the.
Never took the impact
So
fees?
I'll make a motion that we authorize the use of fire impact fees of the amount of $68,000 out of account 08-4199.08-9999.
Second.
Motion
Can we
made
do
by
the-
myself.
Can we do them together, or do we have to do separate
The
motions?
two separate accounting transactions, so.
Because, impact, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is impact.
So seconded by Ms. Plansky. Discussion? No? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 500.
So then the rest of them are here. There's some to NRPC, which we actually have a purchase order for. We're just waiting for the finished out, invoices, November and December. Continental Paving, the first one is from impact fees, the first two there are from impact fees. That was the gate that we installed at the DPW. And yes, you already approved those. No, now we're just saying you're
Taking the money out.
encumbering them because we haven't actually received the invoices. They just finished up the gate. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe they're doing it this week. It was supposed to be Friday and I don't think they came because of the weather.
Do you actually have to encumber it? It's a quote we approved.
But it's impact fees.
No,
No.
it's not gonna get paid till next year.
Right.
Yeah, but we
But
get,
we
but we
want to
get,
encumber it into the 2025. The
allocate it.
auditors are gonna make you.
I know we get bills in January. They're always,
Yeah.
the stragglers, but,
Um,
okay.
But the fact of the matter is you can encumber the list as provided. Like, you don't have to make a motion to, I encumber.
I'll make a motion that we encumber the list provided by the town
I
administrator.
think we've covered it. I second that emotion.
Well, what's the total?
Motion.
So you have about 17 is the PD 79. These are all the ones you know. And the 53.5 for the.
We have a motion on the floor, I call the vote.
I seconded.
It wasn't recognized by the chair yet. All right, I have a motion by Mr. Leary, a second by Ms. Plansky to approve the encumbrances as presented.
I have just a comment.
Go ahead, comment.
I like the LPD one, where the line says Amazon delivery.
That's the first one.
There's a ton of Amazon boxes in there right now.
Very
I wish we could get
Keep it general.
cruisers from Amazon. I'd be ordering them.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries 500.
So this will give us that new truck.
Yep.
It'll get us a new truck.
New track, striper, and LPD get some toys. I mean, get some
Okay.
stuff they need.
Get things
All
they
right,
need.
next up, we're done with encumbrances, right, Karen, Kim?
Yep.
All right, next up is the IT contract.
And the
Thank
room
you.
Thank you
clears.
for enduring for the late night too. So-
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Have a good
You guys
vacation.
too.
You go soon, right? Oh, no, you just are back.
Yeah, I wasn't on vacation, I was in Quantico, but.
Oh, all right, okay.
Doing some more
It's
He was in
Dan
boot-
that's on
He was in boot
vacation.
camp. All right, next up is the IT contract. I'm gonna,
Gentlemen.
I'm going to excuse myself and turn the meeting over to Mr. Gannon.
All right, so this is really pretty much the same contract that we discussed before, minor modifications.
Happy New Year.
Good night, gentlemen. There'll be a change in the pay. It went down to 28,576.67, which is 549.55 per week. It was at 684 per week. And then there was, hours of work, employees shall not be entitled to work more than 25 hours per week, except for emergency situations approved by the employer. Get rid of some other verbiage. And what was the other one? Wasn't there one more?
That's not in here, is it?
What, the hours?
We are
Contract, what is it?
Yeah, it is. It's right
3.8.
below what we
Yeah.
were at last.
3.8.
The
If you,
encumbrances, go below the encumbrances. She's trying to find the contract.
yeah, it's towards the bottom.
It's right below the encumbrances thing.
For the town.
Keep going down towards the end, before you get to town administrator report, all the way down the bottom.
That's as far as mine goes.
Oh, really?
You may have to refresh your page.
Oh, did you just add it?
No, it
See, it should be right
should
here,
be there, though. I see it.
right above the town administrator report. And right after the 3 invoices.
Right, I can see it up there. I really can't, but I'm listening well.
The other big changes, well, no, not a big change, it's what we talked about before, is identifying and working with an MSP, or a IT maintenance vendor, to be contracted by an RFQ process before June 2026. And
So we did that. That's all
Is that
taken out.
Yeah, just
Oop, get back in.
your discretion, but with the employee
Yeah.
and appropriate town departments and all that.
We'll try not to scroll past the
The
next
third
part.
party.
25 hours a week.
Okay.
I just want to say that we lowered the amount back down to the current because we're not making it exempt, we're limiting it at 25 hours. If obviously there was a condition or an emergency happened, the board and the employee would speak as to what would need to happen. But he's never been compensated for those extra hours. But what that entitled us to be able to do is to remove all this language for the exemption of employees who are exempt.
Okay.
We're just making him a straight part-time employee,
25 hours max a week.
25 hours, taking out.
No
all the
pension.
rest. Right, not
Okay.
So you don't have to go to that website and look at what the
correct.
yearly value was.
Right, because he's not exempt.
That was one
He's
of my
not
questions.
getting paid for more than 25 hours.
Perfect.
And I thought it's already in there. Renewal and termination, 4.2, this agreement, this has already been in there. This agreement that's a 30-day. I thought there was one we added where we will work with the IT director to have updates.
Oh, I thought
There
you
was.
said to put that in the
Yes, in the
job description.
job description, yes. The job description, and that would
I got
also.
my notes wrong, but
No.
I thought that's what it was.
Yeah, that would be we'll work with an MSP and provide updates which is.
Right.
So I will make a motion to approve the IT Director employee contract made on 29th of December 2025.
Second.
Discussion?
No, we're still gonna get periodic check-ins, how we're
Every month, that's
proceeding.
what you
Yep.
just said.
Yep,
Yeah, well,
Okay,
every
well,
month,
they said, okay.
straight 25 hours through
Yeah.
June. With, we'll start the RFQ process in January.
Right.
Bring it back to the board. We gotta, John, I gotta
January
mark it
first,
up.
2026,
John,
and
me.
ending June 30th, 2026. Okay, everything's in there. All right.
all right.
It's in,
So any other discussion?
skating right in.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstained. Well, actually, you're not even here. Motion carries 400. Thank you, everyone. I greatly appreciate this.
Real quick version.
Ah, look at that, I can make it bigger.
So, do I get the table back then?
Yes. Would you like it?
Yeah,
Or
I
you wanna
do.
go home?
Seeing Mr. Peoples is still here, there is an opportunity for second input if you would like to come forward.
Sorry, Ray.
You
Sorry
stuck
about
it out with us, so you might as well.
I'd just like to say the only thing you guys have done in recent history that concerns me is this change in your technology director. I know, Steve, you work in IT. I've worked in IT. Matter of fact, I've done a lot of work in this building as well as the schools. Don't take this action lightly, because for somebody to come up to speed and do what you had done for all these years is not an easy task. It really concerns me that you're gonna have a hard time finding anybody to fill that role, and it is a critical role to the operation of this town. Like I said, I normally don't get involved in that kind of stuff, but like I said, this one here, this decision by the board concerns me. So that's all I have. And on that note, I'd like to thank you all for all your service this year. And hopefully next year is going to come in quietly and go out with a bang.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you.
Happy New Year to you.
Thanks for hanging in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thanks
I
for
thought
hanging
you-
around.
I thought you had
Yeah,
nothing
it's,
better to do.
Actually, it was good to watch the process. It's hard at home.
Closed public input at 11:12 PM. All right, Ms. Kleiner, your town administrator report.
Sorry. We received the use PAP approval from the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. The use PAP is the manual that assessors have to write when they do a revaluation. It's on how they did the revaluation, and it always has to be approved by the Department of Revenue, which they have done, so that's below in your portal. Announced today, the IRS has set the 2026 standard mileage rate. It's up 2.5 cents to 72.5 cents a mile. So that's.
I know,
what
me
we'll
too.
be
I used to get
calculating
15 cents a
now.
mile.
And, we'll get a memo out to the department heads to let them know that 2026 mileage.
Do we have to make a motion to accept the rate too, or make it officially? We can do it next
We
meeting.
did last year,
Yeah.
yes,
Do you want to do it now?
sure.
I'll make a motion that we accept the new IRS standard mileage rate at 72.5 cents per mile.
I'll second it.
Motion by myself, seconded by Mr. Gannon. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries 4-0-0, and Mr. Leary stepped out for a few moments.
I'm out Wednesday.
No.
Trying to use up that vacation time.
And a girl.
I'm currently working with the veterans on the resource fair, which is coming along great. More agencies are joining every day. It has really taken off.
Good.
And then we're working on the town academy and the 2025 strategic plan review, as discussed earlier this month. And sleep.
That
Okay.
Veterans Resource Fair, is that
Yep.
January or February? When is that scheduled?
That is, in January, and
January
so,
24th.
I think the fire department shared the flyer, it's, the 24th.
I'm just saying,
Too.
we can, maybe the voter guide or whatever's gonna happen, maybe that's
Have
an
it be there,
opportunity to
be
be
there.
passing it out or ask questions or.
I don't know if the voter guide will be ready by then, will
No,
it?
but the warrant, well, I mean, we can make some, different things, as long as they're at the board's table. They can't be,
Well, I was thinking we
by
should have a
town
table there with a big, ask us any question you want and just try to
Yes.
address anything that comes up, so.
Big charts.
again, the board can speak to it all, but town employees have to be careful of election hearing.
All right, moving on to selectmen reports. Mr. Leary.
Rec met last week, I wasn't able to attend. We'll meet again the day after the selectmen next meeting, which is the 13th, I think.
Okay. Ms. Plansky? Can you pop up-
Conservation meets,
Can you pop up your, the conservation slide I gave you?
yeah, conservation meets, next Thursday, but they have put out this year in review that I thought the board should get a chance to see, here, which is, really telling it touches all their big points, but the 704 volunteer hours logged, the new dock at Dara Pond and getting the milfoil project done, which since I entered conservation has been a topic to take care of. Receiving the grants for the DeRocha farm and actually finishing that project, which was very long and scary and tedious. And the first ever ice fishing and the solar-powered irrigation at the community garden, and continued maintenance at Morris Falls and all the other events. It's a beautiful document, and the board always says, I don't know what's going on at the committees. Well, this is what it happened at the conservation last year, and so you'd all have to know that happened. And like I said, their next meeting is Thursday, 6:30, I believe their meetings are. I missed the Heritage Commission meeting, but I was given special dispensation to go to watch my granddaughter be an angel in the pageant. It was very satisfying, and nobody missed me at Heritage. But that's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Queenan?
All right, SIP. We had Mr. Oblinus here last meeting, who wanted to have another meeting with SIP to discuss the school side. I'm seeing January 5th in the emails, was that confirmed?
That is
All right, so January 5th, we will meet, and then if he's all right, we'll come back to the board here for a vote, right, on the plan. Economic Development Committee, no more meetings, yay, except we just gotta post things up to the portal, right? Everything on that. With Economic Development, yes, I got a day back. Planning Board, you wanted me to meet with them? I'm looking at the town calendar, you didn't want the first meeting on January 6th. You wanted the one after that?
Right, they have a public hearing January 6th, so after that.
But I don't see it here in January. Am I not seeing it for Planning Board? Because you need to tell
Probably because
Joan.
we haven't.
Published
loaded all
2026
the
maybe.
So it'll be
26 yet.
the 20th then, probably? Maybe the next one?
Yeah,
All right, so
2
you
weeks
wanted to
from
let,
2 weeks, yeah.
you wanted Joan to know?
20th, I'll let Joan know that.
So are you covering for Steve, or is,
I think I'm just gonna go and do the economic development. What am I doing
oh,
over
you're
there?
gonna present the
yeah.
economic development?
Present
Economic
anything you
development,
want them to do, yeah.
And we had Jeremy from planning board, remember, on the team.
Yeah,
So he
yeah,
should be
yeah,
very
right,
familiar
right.
with that.
Perfect.
NRPC, let's do one at a time. We did not take a stand on the Department of Transportation's $400 million shortfall. They were asking, do we recommend a toll hike? Do we recommend certain projects only, or the gas hike? And the room was so divided, it was just take a pause and step back. And again, we're only advisory only, and it has so many facets to it, as you know. So that was the last big discussion. We didn't meet in December. The NRPC 501c set up to help NRPC with contributions. We did not meet in December as well. PFAS committee, again, I'm starting to see that go a little bit great people trying to do great work. And I think there's a lot of people running in different groups, you know. And I'm just trying to catch the overlap as we're going, but we will meet the third week of January. I do have one question I'd like to ask after we're all done with reports, just about a year-end item, but I'll wait till everyone does their reports.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Mr. Gannon?
The planning board met on December 16th, and we had a public meeting on ADU and ADU sizes. We're gonna go forward with a 1,200 square foot recommendation. We talked about home occupations, definitions of duplex and two-family residencies, solar system requirements, and on the 16th, as I said, there will be a public hearing here, January 6, 2026, at 7 p.m. to go over ADUs. There's actually a couple. So another one, foundation certifications, where we're gonna require foundations that are too close to the lot lines to be surveyed, because this year we've had two homes built that were within the lot line or within the setback line, and they had to get an exception. So going forward, if it's not clearly, it's not in the middle of the property with a lot of space, they're gonna have to get surveyed. And that's really all. That's a big one.
When Mike Wiley's here, I asked him to invite the chair of zoning, and I understand that he did that and that went well.
Yep, she was there.
She had a lot of input?
Yep.
Yeah.
She did? Okay, good.
All right, for me, I think the FIC hasn't met since our last meeting. I think they start their meetings back up in January at some point. Budget committee, next meeting is first Thursday in January. And there's been no emergency meeting since, so that's it for that. That's all from me. I will take a motion to adjourn. Sorry, you have a question? Yeah, sorry. As soon as I looked over, I went, I think I forgot somebody.
That might not even be necessary, but at the end of the year, I know when I run my business, I still do, I have a task list to do. When I was looking at the police change they made for holiday, I just noticed their wages and everything there. You had done a lot of report on a wage report. When do people get those raises? Again, I see so many reports. When do those happen with their reviews?
So,
I don't know if that's
reviews
yearly.
are happening right now.
Yep.
Department heads are working on reviews. And then increases if the budget passes and the selectmen, approve raises, they're April 1st.
Okay.
If union contract is July 5th. July 1st.
I just didn't know if that was a year-end task that was being looked at, and it sounds like it is. I just wanted to make sure. Again, I was triggered looking at the other.
Yes, we still
reports we were
have
looking
the
at.
personnel plan to finish up, and the volunteer, which I'm hoping is kind of vanilla enough, where it's not putting too any burden on our volunteers.
Oh, thank you.
And the metal detector one.
And the metal
Just,
detecting.
we need teeth.
The vanilla, I know what you're talking about, this
Yeah,
vanilla, I know.
I'm
Okay.
hoping we've
The
got
volunteer,
that
yeah,
now.
yeah, good.
Okay. Any other business?
Motion.
What's that?
That's your motion.
Motion or motion?
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, well, that concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is going to be January 12th? No.
You took the bathroom, I forgot.
Oh, no, I've already gone.